This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1360. These two members belong to an organization called the Freedom Front. Although they belong to the same organization, they are in different departments. The Freedom Front is arguably one of the more notorious anti-government armed groups within the Alliance. The Freedom Front doesn't have many members. According to official Alliance estimates, it only has 3,000 to 5,000. However, the Freedom Front has the greatest influence. Because the Freedom Front is like a mad dog. Its most infamous act was assassinating the then Vice President of the military government during the Alliance's armed rule. The method used was extremely horrific, releasing a terrifying biological weapon. The then Vice President actually held real power in the government. During one of the Vice President's meetings, members of the Freedom Front released an energy-based biological virus into the ventilation system. The incident resulted in 397 high-ranking military government officials attending the meeting, along with staff and security personnel, totaling 4,375 people. Most terrifyingly, the biological virus was within the Freedom Front's controllable range. It only affected the venue where the meeting was held. To this day, the culprit behind this terrorist attack has not been found. The Freedom Front issued a statement online, taking responsibility for the incident. Later, according to the Alliance's research, this biological gene virus can only survive in specific environments. And the intelligent ventilation system at the venue where the meeting was held that day provided an air ratio suitable for the transmission of this biological gene virus. In other words, this biological gene virus will not be contagious once exposed to the air. However, there are many versions of this terrorist attack. It was precisely because of this terrorist attack that the military government was leaderless. The Alliance Council quickly regained its rightful power. Some say the Freedom Front was just a scapegoat, and the real perpetrators were the financial groups behind the Alliance Council. Others say the reason the perpetrators weren't found was because the Alliance Council suppressed the matter, fearing to offend the Freedom Front. Yang Bo couldn't find any files related to this attack in the Alliance's official internet information. Presumably, such files are stored separately in physical isolation. These two people, one from the Alliance's capital star system, Tianyun Star, named Yiming, and the other from Alliance Utopia, named Chatter. Yiming, 46 years old, male, single, B-level superpowered individual, fire attribute, researcher at the Gene Energy Research Laboratory of Better Biopharmaceutical Company, member of environmental and animal protection organizations, and a staunch bachelor. Chatter, 56 years old, female, single, B-level superpowered individual, psychic attribute, enhanced perception, master-level mecha pilot, top security guard at the Utopia branch of Starseed Security Company. Yang Bo, through layers of data filtering, discovered that the two individuals' frequencies of going to the Federation were 99% similar. Of course, this doesn't mean they went to the Federation simultaneously. It means their frequencies were essentially the same. In other words, the individual times they went were statistically analyzed. Then, through cross-referencing, the similarity reached 99%. Although these two individuals booked through a travel agency, if Yang Bo hadn't sifted through hundreds of thousands of people and then analyzed the frequency of their trips separately, big data wouldn't have been able to pinpoint their travel patterns. This is because so many people travel through travel agencies. Based solely on this, Yang Bo identified the two individuals and then investigated their information within the Federation. While their destinations within the Federation varied each time, their lifestyles were almost identical. They consistently chose to stay in top-tier entertainment hotels with a full range of recreational facilities. What they had in common was that these entertainment facilities were all located near facilities for experiencing various weapons. Yang Bo then discovered video footage of the two training in these weapons facilities. The reason these two traveled to different planets, or cities, within the Federation was primarily to avoid being discovered through frequent training. This is because different cities within the Federation are controlled by different companies. These companies cannot share customer data. However, as a seasoned hacker, Yang Bo could easily breach these companies' network systems. Yang Bo discovered that Yiming also possessed the skills of a master-level mecha pilot. Yang Bo was more curious about just how powerful Yiming's fire-based superpowers were. Of course, the fact that these two went to these places to train alone wasn't enough to suspect each other. However, the fact that these two came to March Star together, then went to the Federation at highly similar intervals, and their movement trajectories within the Federation were also highly similar. The most crucial piece of evidence was this time interval. Then Yang Bo hacked into the Federation's various custom systems. He then created a data filtering model based on the time frequency of these two individuals. Hee. Yang Bo looked at the aggregated customs data from various planets and cities across the Federation, totaling 1315 people. Then, based on the big data formed by the movement trajectories of these 1315 individuals, Yang Bo found some companies within the Federation suspected of being affiliated with the Freedom Front. Based on these affiliated companies, he found the suspected alliance financial group behind them. Yang Bo wasn't surprised at all that the anti-government forces had the alliance financial group behind them. No matter what kind of anti-government forces they were, without insiders, they wouldn't amount to anything. Some organizations within the alliance were essentially used by the alliance government as scapegoats. Whenever the alliance cracked down on an organization, that organization was most likely used as a scapegoat. As the old saying goes, clear water has no fish. If the alliance maintained too much security, who would take the blame when something went wrong? It's already quite good that these companies didn't have military backgrounds. Yang Bo actually had a simpler method. Upon identifying two suspects, he could have released psychic seeds into them. This would have easily revealed whether the two were members of the Freedom Front. However, Yang Bo didn't do this because he wanted to use a more conventional method. Of course, Yang Bo believed that what seemed like a conventional method was, to others, an absurdly extreme approach. In identifying these suspects, Yang Bo penetrated numerous systems. These systems would be extremely difficult for any hacker to operate, let alone easily obtain data from them. In this world, Yang Bo didn't believe anyone possessed hacking skills superior to his. While some intelligent systems might have superior algorithms or cracking capabilities, their logical thinking, especially their unique human intuition, was something no intelligent system possessed. Sometimes, without any evidence or clues, a person's first instinct, their first suspicion, is often correct. Intelligent systems deduce results from existing data. Human intuition, on the other hand, deduces clues from results. Yang Bo sent the identities of the two suspects to Mei Xiao. This former intelligence chief of the Ash organization wasn't as capable as before, mainly because the Ash organization used to collect a vast amount of data. The most crucial element for an intelligence chief is having a sufficient number of intelligence personnel to analyze the useful information they provide. After receiving the message, Mei Xiao looked at the two suspects' files with suspicion. She chose Yiming as the subject of her investigation because he was on Tianyun Star. Yang Bo didn't want to alert them. Yang Bo didn't know the ultimate goals of these conglomerates. If these conglomerates were targeting the ancient martial arts arena, then Yang Bo would simply watch from the sidelines and see just how powerful these elites of the ancient martial arts world really were. If these conglomerates were targeting him, then Yang Bo would make them experience true despair. Yang Bo believed he had neither the right nor the inclination to combat anti-government forces. Because even if he killed one of these anti-government forces, a new one would quickly emerge. If it weren't for the anti-government forces, how could so much funding from the parliament be passed every year? Yang Bo thought to himself as he returned to March Star. This big show was Zhao Dongfeng's attack on the pirate groups. And then, for pirate groups, led by the Greyhound pirates, would rob the Federation's transport fleet. Finally, news of the peace talks between the Federation and the Pirate Alliance would be leaked. I need some high-quality gene serums. Wang Mushua secretly came to Yang Bo's villa again. After a brief conversation, Wang Mushua put her arm around Yang Bo. Of course, no problem. Have you run into some trouble? Yang Bo asked. Sigh, being a neutral party isn't easy. Lately, I don't know why, but I have a feeling something's going to happen within the military. Wang Mushua sighed. Yang Bo thought about it for a moment, and quickly realized it was definitely related to the He family. The He family's third fleet, the Li family's first fleet. Although Li Yong and his group lacked direct evidence that Wu Jianping was targeting them, or that Wu Jianping had any connection to the He family, they were convinced that the He family was after them. The reasoning was simple. Li Yong always met with his big brother in the underground city. A large portion of Wu Jianping's intelligence brokers operated within the underground city area. In the alliance, networks are crucial. The intelligence brokers operating in the underground city area primarily gathered intelligence related to the underground city. They simply couldn't gather intelligence from other networks. Because intelligence gathering is a long-term process, how could someone active in the underground city also be active in other networks for an extended period? The Li Yong family knew that the He family of the Third Fleet's actions were partly to expose the truth behind Li Yong's achievements, and partly, they might use it as leverage. Of course, the most likely explanation was that they also wanted a share of the spoils. Want me to investigate for you? Can you find out? You doubt my abilities, don't you? What will you say if you find out? Chapter 1361. Impossible. Some things simply can't be found on the internet. Little brother, you're still young. Wang Mushua simply didn't believe Yang Bo could find the relevant information. Yang Bo smiled slightly. I admit you have a point, but if something happens, it will always leave a trace. Whatever. Fortunately, I'm on March Star, far from the center of power. Wang Mushua shook her head. For the neutral faction, peacetime is the best time. Once the situation becomes turbulent, life becomes much harder for the neutral faction. Because a single misstep could lead to a major blunder. If the Li family of the First Fleet and the He family of the Third Fleet, these two warlord families, were to clash, then the internal situation within the military would become extremely delicate. Wang Mushua knew that many problems existed within the military. The parliament had long been eyeing the situation, but the parliament also contained the military-industrial complex. The military-industrial complex had close ties with the warlords. However, besides the military-industrial complex, parliament also includes many other financial groups. If conflicts arise within the military, they might escalate into conflicts among these financial groups within parliament. This is because, in recent years, none of the three countries have discovered another habitable planet. Human technology is virtually unchanged from hundreds of years ago. Humanity seems to be trapped in a small circle again. Humanity was previously confined to a single planet for a very long time. It took a very long time to break through the limitations of that previous planet. Many scholars believe that for humanity to break through these limitations, it must first overcome spatial constraints. Humanity needs to master the power of space. If humanity could create artificial space jump points, human activity would expand again. Moreover, at that time, human activity would be unrestricted. Currently, space jump channels are naturally formed, so humans still waste time on tedious and monotonous journeys. Once humanity can artificially create space jump channels, then humanity will truly be able to move freely in this universe. However, in the research of space energy, the Empire is already ahead. Conglomerates are essentially capital, and capital is a game of big fish eating small fish. Currently, the conglomerates in the Alliance are all behemoths. Therefore, some conglomerates must be swallowed up for others to continue expanding. So Wang Mushua felt somewhat worried. Wang Mushua secretly left, and then Yang Bo released Shen Gongbao. Shen Gongbao and his little rascals are now chubby and round. These guys are very clever now, and Yang Bo didn't want Su Wei to know that Wang Mushua had come to the villa. Then Yang Bo left March Star and first went to Prince Holden's territory. After wandering around for a while, he returned to Li Zhan's warship. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongfeng was almost at the designated area. Zhao Dongfeng felt a little nervous, not because he was about to face the pirates, but because he realized he had been tricked. Zhao Dongfeng was leading 1 B-class warship, 2 C-class warships, and 4 D-class warships. To be precise, this was a squadron. Zhao Dongfeng was originally the vice-captain of the B-class warship. He had finally managed to gain command of this patrol. Zhao Dongfeng felt a mix of tension and irritation, as if time was crawling by. The fleet had been using passive radar throughout its voyage. However, Zhao Dongfeng's fleet was now sailing almost silently. This was because the fleet was now relying on its own inertia to propel itself through space. This was a deliberate design by Zhao Dongfeng. Unable to ambush potential pirate warships, Zhao Dongfeng opted for a direct encounter. The pirate crews were incredibly slippery. Upon spotting the Alliance's regular fleet, they would undoubtedly turn tail and flee. Of course, if the intelligence was accurate, the pirate ships would employ silent navigation. Therefore, when designing the route, Zhao Dongfeng ensured that the warships wouldn't need to turn in the star system where they encountered the pirates, thus eliminating the need to activate auxiliary engines and avoid energy fluctuations. The 7 warships, arranged in combat formation, sped forward at cruising speed in the silent starry sky. The other officers and soldiers in the fleet were extremely cautious, because of Zhao Dongfeng's notoriously difficult personality. Zhao Dongfeng was prone to swearing, and even sometimes brandishing his fists. This was also why Zhao Dongfeng hadn't been promoted quickly over the years. He'd been reported too many times. Those who reported Zhao Dongfeng didn't fare well either. Soon they'd be dealt with by the military, or even imprisoned for various reasons. Therefore, people in the fleet kept their distance from Zhao Dongfeng. This had an advantage. No one objected to the patrol plans Zhao Dongfeng devised. Yang Bo was also keeping an eye on Zhao Dongfeng. I wonder how things are going with Zhang Han. Yang Bo wasn't only making moves within the Alliance, he also had plans within the Federation. Yang Bo, using the alias Quangbi 9527, provided Zhang Han, commander of the 3rd Fleet of the Federation, with information about the Yanlong pirate gang. The Yanlong pirate gang was carrying out a secret transport mission with 1 C-class warship and 2 D-class warships. Because of the secret mission, Yang Bo had no idea of the exact location of these 3 warships. Furthermore, Yang Bo hadn't released any mental seeds to Zhang Han. He didn't know if Zhang Han's mission had succeeded. Yang Bo was able to monitor Zhao Dongfeng of the 3rd Fleet of the Alliance in real time. The pirate gang Zhao Dongfeng was facing was called the Morning Star Pirate Gang. This pirate gang had just robbed a Federation transport fleet. They stole a considerable amount of cargo and personnel. This transport fleet belonged to another state within the Federation, not the central state. This was because the transport fleet was carrying materials for warships, which were currently extremely expensive in the Federation. The Morning Star Pirate Gang had deployed 5 warships this time, 1 C-class warship and 4 D-class warships. After 72 hours, they successfully hijacked 3 transport ships. Then the 5 warships split up and fled. The 5 warships safely retreated to the rendezvous point before heading back. The pirates on the 5 warships were extremely excited because the warship materials they had obtained were relatively rare. More importantly, they had also captured quite a few people. The pirate base's population relied on both natural reproduction and robbery. These robbed individuals were categorized. The pirates also had an internal allocation mechanism, assessing these individuals based on age, gender, superpower level, and skill. After assessment, these individuals are divided into 2 groups. One group is instructed to contact their families to pay the ransom, while the other group is auctioned off within the base. Each pirate crew has its own contribution point system. After the auction, the pirates involved in the operation receive contribution points according to their contributions. The kidnapped individuals, once auctioned off at the pirate base, become the private property of the pirates. Therefore, even if a pirate crew manages to capture beautiful women and handsome men, the participating pirates cannot keep them for themselves. The pirate crew operates as a tightly controlled small system. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sustain the crew's operations, as operating warships is a team effort. The crew's 5 warships are also equipped with autopilot. The pirates on the 5 warships are excited because they can expect a significant number of contribution points this time. The autopilot system prompts a turn, and the ship's controllers, after checking the radar and finding no energy fluctuations, authorize the autopilot system to proceed. The secondary engines of the 5 warships ignite, and the ships begin to turn. The energy fluctuations caused by the secondary engines igniting spread like ripples through space. In just 3 seconds, in Zhao Dongfeng's fleet, all passive radars sounded urgent alarms. Level 1 combat readiness. Zhao Dongfeng glanced at the energy frequency data transmitted by the passive radar and immediately issued the order. Damn it! You damn bastards, your time to prove yourselves has come. Energy frequency indicates these are warships. Damn it! Zhao Dongfeng roared, almost jumping up in excitement, but his hands remained steady as he continuously issued commands. Within 2 seconds, Zhao Dongfeng's Class B warship locked onto an unfamiliar signal 900,000 kilometers away. Then it immediately opened fire. Although this squadron included a chief of staff and others, these people were somewhat afraid of Zhao Dongfeng. Furthermore, judging from the frequency of the passive energy fluctuations, it was an export model warship of the Empire. Warships equipped with export models of the Empire were highly likely to belong to a pirate group. Furthermore, the chief of staff and the others didn't stop Zhao Dongfeng because he held supreme command of the fleet. Beep 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 beep. When Zhao Dongfeng issued orders through the fleet's internal communication channel, energy fluctuations were also generated, and the passive radars on the 5 warships of the Morning Star pirate group sounded alarms. Because it was just an energy fluctuation generated by communication, the alarm level wasn't very high. However, just 2 seconds later, a piercing, urgent alarm sounded inside the Morning Star pirate group's warships, the highest level alarm. The lead Class C warship was directly hit by a secondary gun from Zhao Dongfeng's Class B warship. The urgent alarm sounded, signaling that the enemy had opened fire. Alliance fleet. Damn it! How could there be an Alliance fleet here? The first vice captain of the Morning Star pirate crew was terrified upon seeing the radar data. The first vice captain was aboard a C-class warship. Although the secondary guns didn't directly hit any vital parts of the warship, they still put the C-class warship in serious trouble. The energy system was in automatic protection mode, providing only 20% of the original energy to the engines and 10% to the weapons. The warship's intelligent robots and automatic repair robots were repairing it. However, the Alliance fleet was only 900,000 kilometers away. This meant that the Morning Star pirate crew now had no choice but to engage the Alliance fleet in direct combat. At this moment, several Alliance warships began their free-for-all attack. Zhao Dongfeng's warships all activated their energy shields. Zhao Dongfeng's warships relied on their powerful inertial flight energy, concentrating it all on their energy shields and energy cannons. I am Zhao Dongfeng, Supreme Commander of the 4th Squadron of the 3rd Fleet of the Alliance. I now order you to cease all actions and submit to our inspection. Zhao Dongfeng first identified himself according to procedure. You idiots of the Alliance! We, the Morning Star pirate crew, have nothing to fear. The first vice-captain of the Morning Star pirate crew cursed. Because if the vice-captain hadn't cursed, his men might have surrendered, since the Alliance didn't have the death penalty. Chapter 1362. The Alliance's lack of the death penalty was a huge temptation for many criminals. Not only did the Alliance not have the death penalty, but the treatment of criminals was ridiculously good. Zhao Dongfeng was well aware of the Alliance's advantages, so after his public address, he repeatedly broadcast the surrender ultimatum set by the military. We are the Alliance Army. The Alliance has no death penalty. We warn you to surrender immediately. We will treat you as Alliance prisoners of war. While publicly replaying this message, Zhao Dongfeng ordered a fierce attack. The distance between the two sides was less than 900,000 kilometers. The laser was invisible to the naked eye, but could be seen with special glasses. However, seeing the laser was useless, because by the time you saw it, it had already hit you. But at greater distances, the laser could still be seen as it rapidly passed. While Zhao Dongfeng locked onto the enemy and launched his attack, the fleet staff was reporting to the Alliance military. At the same time the Alliance military received this news, the Alliance Council also received it. Damn it! Li Yong's father, Li Han, cursed inwardly upon receiving the news. At this critical moment, the Yi family of the 3rd Fleet encountered pirates. This looked so familiar. Li Han instantly thought of some shady deal between the He family and Li Yong's close brother. Of course, Li Han's suspicions were purely speculative. He had no concrete evidence. Soon, the Ministry of National Defense convened an emergency meeting with the commanders of the major fleets. The commanders of the Alliance's major fleets were in a virtual conference room. The Alliance has a total of 9 fleets. Originally, the Alliance only had 7 fleets. The Alliance Council, using the pretext of a pirate attack on Green Demon Star, established the 8th Fleet. The commander of the 8th Fleet had no family background among the 7 major fleets. Then, Wang Muxue was promoted to admiral, and the Alliance Council established another fleet. Therefore, Wang Muxue became the commander of the 9th Fleet. The commanders of the 7 major fleets under the Ministry of National Defense, as well as the 7 major families, were seething with hatred towards Wang Muxue, the commander of the 9th Fleet. Because of the anti-piracy operations on Green Demon Star and the suppression of the rebellion on Pato Star, the Alliance Council seized the opportunity to establish the 8th and 9th Fleets, involving the other 7 fleets. Wang Muxue and the commander of the 8th Fleet rarely spoke at meetings. After hearing the Minister of National Defense's report, Wang Muxue felt even more uneasy. Li Yong of the 1st Fleet had repeatedly achieved great feats in combating pirates, even raiding a pirate base. Now, Zhao Dongfeng of the 3rd Fleet seemed to be following in Li Yong's footsteps. This made Wang Muxue very uneasy, as it could potentially lead to even fiercer competition within the Alliance military. The 7 powerful families behind the Alliance's 7 fleets are beyond belief in their monstrous strength. It's not impossible that these families have implanted informants within the Pirate Alliance, or even directly set family members to impersonate pirates. The 3rd Fleet's 4th Squadron submitted its routine patrol plan 14 days ago. Just 3 minutes ago, the 3rd Fleet's 4th Squadron was on a routine patrol when its passive radar detected an abnormal energy signal. Based on energy frequency comparison in the database, the target is suspected to be an Imperial export warship. Commander Zhao Dongfeng of the 4th Squadron of the 3rd Fleet decisively issued the attack order. Based on the current situation, the enemy is the Morning Star pirate crew of the Pirate Alliance. According to radar data comparison, the Morning Star pirate crew possesses 1 Class C warship and 4 Class D warships. Now, everyone, please watch the live combat footage, the Minister of Defense announced. While the Minister of Defense was speaking, the Alliance President and Vice President, and the Alliance Minister of Homeland Security also entered the virtual conference room. Based on the latest combat data analysis, the Morning Star pirate crew's Class C warship was hit in the first round of attacks by the 4th Squadron of the 3rd Fleet, specifically by the secondary guns of the 4th Squadron's flagship. Now, Commander Zhao Dongfeng of the 10th Squadron of the 3rd Fleet is announcing our alliance's prisoner of war policy according to procedure. The Minister of Defense continued, looking at the combat data. The distance between the two sides is now less than 600,000 kilometers. The Alliance Ministry of Defense can directly view the fleet's real-time combat data through the fleet's backend. Zhao Dongfeng roared into the communication channel, "You damn pirates, surrender now and accept the Alliance's righteous judgment. 2 of your warships have already been hit by us. Don't listen to your vice commander. His warship has been hit, and he has no way to escape. Our Alliance's justice system is fair and just." Listening to Zhao Dongfeng's words on the channel, the expressions of those present varied. The Alliance President and Vice President also knew who Zhao Dongfeng was. Moreover, they also knew about the conflict between Zhao Dongfeng and the He family. The President and Vice President exchanged a glance in the real world, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. The Alliance's politicians are masters of these kinds of things. So the Alliance President spoke directly in the virtual conference room. "Zhao Dongfeng's resume is so outstanding. Why is he still just an acting captain of a mere B-class warship?" 3rd Fleet Commander Jose, hearing the Alliance President's words, felt a headache coming on and replied, "This is the Ministry of Defense's decision. These 7 powerful families, controlling the 7 fleets, naturally have their methods. Anyway, everything follows procedure. If something goes wrong, it's the Ministry of Defense's problem, not my fleet commanders. As for the Ministry of Defense's responsibility, that's further subdivided into many departments. Therefore, in the Alliance, as long as the procedures are correct, all processes are compliant and legal." The Alliance Vice President chuckled upon hearing this. Gold shines wherever it is. Zhao Dongfeng's performance was extremely calm and excellent. The Alliance President and Vice President both belonged to the same party. Even if they weren't from the same party, the government would stand together when facing a common enemy. Wang Muxue reviewed the patrol route of Zhao Dongfeng's squadron. She quickly became suspicious. While Zhao Dongfeng's squadron was conducting routine training in this star system, it preferred to navigate in complete silence. Zhao Dongfeng had trained in this star system many times, and when encountering pirate groups, the warships would always use their secondary engines to turn. However, this time, Zhao Dongfeng hadn't turned at this point when designing his patrol route. To be precise, any fleet or transport convoy sailing in this area would have turned. The opposing Morning Star pirate crew activated their secondary engines and turned around at this very spot, which is why they were passively detected by the radar of Zhao Dongfeng's squadron. Although there was no direct evidence, Wang Muxue felt it was all a charade. And it wasn't just Wang Muxue who thought so. Everyone present wasn't stupid. Even if the Alliance President and Vice President didn't understand these things, they were surrounded by various professional advisors. Moreover, Wang Muxue knew the Morning Star pirate crew would fail. Firstly, the pirates were completely unprepared. Zhao Dongfeng's squadron had already fired 5 salvos before the Morning Star pirate crew responded sparsely. This was because the Morning Star pirate crew's warships were completely unprepared and were still activating their secondary engines to turn around. Their weapon systems weren't even charged. The Morning Star pirate crew's flagship, a Class C warship, was even disabled in the first salvo. Furthermore, the Alliance's warships were significantly superior in level. Zhao Dongfeng's squadron consisted of 1 Class B warship, 2 Class C warships, and 4 Class D warships. The higher the warship's class, the more powerful its energy engine, and the stronger its weapon and defense systems. Furthermore, Zhao Dongfeng's squadron had already deployed into battle formation. In addition, the export models of warships used by the Empire were at least 15% less powerful than the standard versions. Not to mention the overwhelming difference in warship class. We surrender. Who agrees? Who disagrees? I don't want to die. Life in the pirate base is worse than in the Alliance prison. Wang Muxue saw someone shouting loudly from inside a Class 1 warship of the Morning Star pirate crew during the live stream. We surrender. You bastards. You betrayed the captain's trust. Don't forget you still have wives and children at the base. Kill those who oppose surrender. A violent explosion rang out over the public communication channel. This was like a signal. The other warships of the Morning Star also shouted into the public communication channel. We surrender. I want to turn myself in. We just robbed a transport convoy, taking many passengers and a lot of warship materials. Yes, we turn ourselves in. We want to be witnesses. We want to implicate the Morning Star pirate captain and vice captain. They done so many evil deeds. The Morning Star pirate captain, noticing the different looks he received from those around him, was just about to activate the warship's internal defense system. Unexpectedly, the people around him swarmed forward. Some even manually cut off the power to the internal defense system. We captured the first vice-captain of the Morning Star pirate crew, along with several strategists. These people are heinous criminals. Can't we call this a way of atoning for our crimes? Wang Mushua shook her head as she listened to these voices coming from the public channel. Pirates are, after all, a rabble, and the Alliance doesn't have the death penalty. Furthermore, Alliance prisons offer excellent benefits and treatment. The Alliance prisons even provide prisoners with various companion robots. These benefits are something even Alliance residents aren't entitled to. These prisoners are even assigned jobs after their release, while Alliance residents have to find work themselves. Because these prisoners are a minority group within the Alliance. A whole bunch of politicians use minority groups as a basis for their arguments. Anyone who disagrees with these policies is labeled as discriminating against minorities. The Alliance president and vice president applauded enthusiastically. The Alliance president exclaimed dramatically, "This is a tremendous victory for our Alliance. We defeated the pirates in direct combat." The Alliance vice president chimed in, "Not only did we strike the pirates, but we also rescued the hostages." Wang Mushua, of course, knew that the Alliance president and vice president were pushing Zhao Dongfeng forward. Zhao Dongfeng and his squadron breathed a sigh of relief. Any further delay would have led to hand-to-hand combat between the two sides' warships. At that point, there was no guarantee the squadron wouldn't be hit by enemy ships. If the squadron suffered any damage, someone would definitely nitpick. Long live the Alliance. Zhao Dongfeng knew someone was watching, so he shouted this slogan. The 3rd Fleet Commander, Jose, turned pale upon hearing this. Zhao Dongfeng's words implied he was siding with the Congress. The Alliance President and Vice President, upon hearing Zhao Dongfeng's shout, applauded enthusiastically. Chapter 1363. Commander Jose of the 3rd Fleet of the Alliance couldn't show his face in the virtual image, but everyone could imagine how terrible he was. Of course, Li Han was also in a terrible mood. He was all too familiar with Zhao Dongfeng's tactics this time. It was similar to Li Yong's previous attempts. Now Li Han was worried that Li Yong's elder brother was colluding with Zhao Dongfeng, or even with the He family of the 3rd Fleet. Of course, Li Han also proved from another perspective that the 3rd Fleet was inextricably linked to Wu Jianping's affair. Li Han knew that Li Yong's repeated achievements would inevitably arouse suspicion and lead to action, but he hadn't expected them to discover the clues so quickly. Li Han knew that members of the family were definitely involved. Li Han also knew that Li Yong's recent rise had caused internal conflicts within the family. As the head of the family, Li Han didn't have many options in handling this matter. The 1st Fleet needed an heir. Others within the family were also capable, and their abilities were even stronger than Li Yong's. But who could blame them when Li Yong had such a powerful elder brother? Li Yong's elder brother was also the leader of a pirate group, specifically the Silver Moon Pirates, which had a conflict with the Pirate Alliance. Li Han was naturally happy to see Li Yong quickly promoted to a higher position. He just hadn't expected the internal family conflict it would cause to have such a significant impact. Yang Bo learned through the spiritual seed that Zhao Dongfeng had been dealt with, and chuckled to himself. Then he learned that Li Yong was somewhat uneasy, fearing that his elder brother was colluding with Zhao Dongfeng. Li Han was simultaneously attending a virtual meeting of the Ministry of National Defense and communicating with Li Yong in real life. Li Han spoke up. Zhao Dongfeng's tactics seem very familiar. Coupled with Wu Jianping's matter, could he be colluding with your elder brother? Probably not, because Zhao Dongfeng isn't suitable for the family's preferred candidate. Li Yong, of course, knew Zhao Dongfeng was from the He family, so he shook his head. Actually, the 7 major military warlords and 7 major families all knew each other to some extent. Li Han, hearing Li Yong's words, was somewhat puzzled. That's how it appears on the surface, mainly because Zhao Dongfeng's superpower talent isn't strong. But are you also worried that the He family is deliberately putting on a show for outsiders? Hearing his father's words, Li Yong tentatively asked, should we contact our elder brother? Not for now. Wu Jianping's matter hasn't been investigated clearly yet. If someone is really targeting us, then they will definitely continue to wait for us to slip up. You finally made such a great contribution, now you must be extremely careful. And you also need to be prepared, perhaps these things. So it's all because your good brother did this on purpose. Your good brother is a pirate, and these people have absolutely no bottom line. It's possible they're colluding with the He family, or even Zhao Dongfeng. Of course, your good brother has deep ties with the Pirate Alliance, so given the opportunity, he definitely weakened their power. And since he can't directly confront the Pirate Alliance, he can only weaken them by using us. You need to understand this. We can lead him, but he can't leave us. Now that you reached your current position, you could easily take a few more years to mature. Don't easily expose your weaknesses to others, so don't proactively contact your good older brother. Li Yong still had some doubts after hearing his father's words. Moreover, Li Yong was unwilling to do so, because the competition within the family was ruthless. Although Li Yong thought his father was right, if he really took a few years to mature, his position within the family might be surpassed again. Of course, Li Yong wouldn't show it, because he still couldn't do without his father. Father is right, then I take a break for now. I'm just worried about Zhao Dongfeng. Li Yong started to say, but didn't finish his sentence. Li Han took a deep breath upon hearing this unfinished sentence. He didn't know what to say. His thoughts were correct, but if Li Yong's good older brother really wanted to cooperate with others, there were plenty of people willing to do so, especially someone like Zhao Dongfeng, who didn't receive support within the family. Because each family had an evaluation standard for those they supported, and Zhao Dongfeng's weakness was his superpower talent. Yang Bo learned of the father and son's plans through the spiritual seed and chuckled. Li Yong and Li Han have completely different ideas. I see who can hold back first. Yang Bo had another patron, and Li Yong couldn't offer anything he wanted for the time being, so he decided to wait. Yang Bo could, of course, forego any benefits, but he was afraid of arousing suspicion from Li Yong and his group. Because he was impersonating a pirate captain, and pirate captains were all selfish and greedy, they would never let go of any opportunity to gain something. Of course, Yang Bo's overall strategy remained to continue instigating war between the Pirate Alliance and the Federal Central State. The Pirate Alliance had ordered a considerable number of warships from the Empire, so he needed to continue suppressing the Pirate Alliance's pirate groups. Just then, Yang Bo discovered that 2 warships from the Flame Dragon pirate group had sent distress signals to their base. A Class C and a Class D warship from the Flame Dragon pirate group had encountered a detachment commanded by Zhang Han of the Federal Third Fleet. These 2 warships from the Flame Dragon pirate group were transporting something very mysterious to the Empire. Even after Yang Bo hacked into the system and reviewed all the surveillance footage, he couldn't determine what they were transporting. Upon receiving the distress signals from the 2 warships, the Flame Dragon pirate group's base, the leader of the Flame Dragon pirate group immediately issued the order: destroy the cargo and activate the self-destruct mechanism. Yang Bo had already infiltrated the base using technical means. Yang Bo was now using his photoelectric superpowers to monitor the Flame Dragon pirate group leader's every move. After issuing the order, the Flame Dragon pirate group leader left the base command center and went to another location. There was a spatial quantum communication module here. The leader of the Flame Dragon pirate gang activated the spatial quantum communication module. Sir, the cargo ship has encountered the Federation fleet. I have given the order to destroy the cargo. The Flame Dragon pirate gang leader directly contacted the other side. Useless. Do you know how much money this cargo has cost us? You will bear a great deal of responsibility for this loss. The spatial quantum communication module connected with the other side, who sent another message. Sir, we are willing to bear the loss. Then continue preparing the cargo. Yes, sir. Once the materials are ready, I will send you a message. If you make a mistake again, you can forget about living in this world. After sending the message, there was no further response. Yang Bo wondered, are they secretly conducting some kind of forbidden experiment? Chapter 1364. Unbeknownst to the Flame Dragon pirate captain, the orders he issued to the fleet had been altered by Yang Bo. Yang Bo had already hacked into the Flame Dragon pirate captain's base network. Of course, he also managed to hack into the 2 warships transporting mysterious cargo. Since these 2 warships weren't communicating with the base, Yang Bo couldn't do anything about them. However, once these 2 warships contacted the base, Yang Bo could continue to control them through that communication path. The Flame Dragon pirate captain's first deputy captain's eyes widened upon receiving the captain's order. Because the captain's order was to abandon ship. That is, abandon the warships. Yang Bo also discovered Zhang Han on the public communication channel, loudly threatening, "You damn pirates, I give you 2 minutes to surrender. If you don't surrender within 2 minutes, I blow your heads off." The officers of the Federation fleet had also learned their lesson. Zhang Han knew that if he attacked the pirates mercilessly from the start, they might retaliate and cause losses to his fleet. As for the consequences if these pirates surrendered, that wasn't Zhang Han's concern. That would naturally be left to his superiors, the federal judicial authorities, or a military court. He just needed to keep his promise. Yang Bo hadn't released the mental seed into Zhang Han's mind, so he didn't know Zhang Han's thoughts. Zhang Han had initially thought these pirates would fight to the bitter end. After all, The Federal Third Fleet had routed over a dozen pirate groups last time, killing many pirates. But unexpectedly, the moment he shouted, the radar showed numerous lifeboats being launched from the two opposing warships. Lifeboats are small spaceships used when warships or spaceships encounter major emergencies. Lifeboats can be launched at extremely high speeds in other directions from the warship or spaceship. There are several methods of launching lifeboats. The first is air compression, using the force of compressed air to launch the lifeboat. The second is similar to a small nuclear bomb. The third is electromagnetic catapults. The variety of launch methods is mainly to avoid various accidents during the launch process. These lifeboats are launched at extremely high speeds in all directions. John Han was so startled he almost lost his footing. He never expected that just shouting once would cause the enemy to run away. Fire! John Han reacted immediately. Fire those lifeboats, those damn pirates! John Han immediately added. John Han's fleet this time was quite powerful. 1 A-class warship, 2 B-class warships, 4 C-class warships, and 12 D-class warships. Because the Federation was recently overwhelmed by the Pirate Alliance, the fleet was organizing as many warships as possible when going out to sea. John Han forgot what he had just shouted. He himself didn't think there was a problem, and even the Federation soldiers in the fleet thought there was no problem. The 19 warships fired in unison. Although the lifeboats launched by the Rock Dragon pirates were very fast, they were nothing compared to radar and energy cannons. The energy cannons, whether lasers or high-energy rays, traveled at nearly 300,000 kilometers per second. The lifeboats launched at less than a tenth of that speed. Furthermore, the lifeboats' energy engines were relatively small, so they had no way to perform emergency evasive maneuvers. As for the lifeboats' defense systems, the situation was even worse. Of course, there was something even worse. Yang Bo had already hacked into the lifeboat's internal systems. The lifeboat carrying the first vice-captain of the Flame Dragon pirate gang and his trusted men suddenly lost control. The entire lifeboat's survival system abruptly shut down. The lifeboat's survival system, including the temperature and oxygen systems, relied on the energy engines for circulation. The entire lifeboat's interior instantly became a vacuum. Then, the lifeboat's energy engines exploded in flames. This was because Yang Bo had altered the orders issued by the Flame Dragon pirate gang's captain. Direct contact with the first vice-captain and his men was certain death. At this moment, the information received by the first vice-captains on the two warships had changed to the orders issued by the Flame Dragon pirate gang's captain. As expected, a series of thoughts flashed through Yang Bo's mind. Mech Mastery +8, Battleship Piloting +8, Battleship Repair +8, Cooking Skills +4, Music +4. A dozen or so pieces of information flashed through Yang Bo's mind. Although there were more than a dozen people on the lifeboat, unfortunately, most of the pirates were mutants or genetically modified humans. These people wouldn't provide any information. Those who did provide information were of low level, so the points they gave were minimal. Yang Bo had already anticipated this. However, these skills were almost useless to Yang Bo. As for John Han's fleet, they didn't care what had happened to the lifeboat and how it exploded. Because John Han's fleet was busy hunting down these pirates. And John Han is currently live streaming across the entire internet. It's a paid live stream, but only 10 credits per session. The live stream title is Pirate Hunting. Yang Bo spent 10 credits to enter John Han's live stream and found there were already 20,000 viewers. And the number was still increasing. John Han was frantically yelling in the live stream, "Attack! Kill all these damn pirates! These despicable bastards! They all deserve to go to hell!" 19 warships in the live stream were continuously releasing energy attacks. John Han's fleet was spreading out, because John Han's fleet was almost facing the two warships of the Flame Dragon pirate gang, and the two warships of the Flame Dragon pirate gang were now unmanned. So John Han's fleet was spreading out to attack the fleeing lifeboats while turning around. This was spoils of war. This was merit. However, the atmosphere in the live stream was a bit off. Everyone was condemning John Han for attacking the lifeboats. John Han was secretly pleased, seeing that the number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 100,000. John Han knew he couldn't compare to Li John. So John Han changed his approach to creating an account. The internet is a black and white world. If Li John was a superstar, then John Han had to be a thoroughly black charcoal. Your arguments are all wrong? Pirate groups are illegal organizations, so they don't enjoy international norms. Besides, attacking pirates is legal in our federation. If I've broken the law, please prosecute me, arrest me, and put me in a military court. These pirates rob, murder, and rape. We are the regular army of the Federation. Our laws are different from yours in the Alliance. Insulting me won't change anything. Your insults don't make me happy, so I'm even more determined to kill those damn pirates. Attack those pirates. Don't let a single one escape. These damn pirates didn't even give me the face to surrender. They tried to run away. These pirates deserve to die. When I see those clusters of energy lights on the radar, I'm so excited I want to jump up. Butcher? You call me Butcher? I like this name. From now on, you can call me Butcher. The people in the live stream were furious when Zhang Han changed his stream name to Butcher. Because the Alliance has the largest online population. Zhang Han's stream wasn't blocked because his actions didn't violate Federation law. Even if Zhang Han's actions occurred within the Alliance, a final judgment from the judicial authorities would be needed before his account would be banned online. Furthermore, Zhang Han isn't a member of the Alliance, so the Alliance's judicial system has no binding force on him. Of course, if the judicial system rules against Zhang Han, the Alliance can ban his account, but so what? Those who want to watch can simply register an account in the Federal Union and watch. This is why the vast majority of clients of pornographic and gambling websites in the Federal Union are members of the Alliance. Because the Alliance has no legal provisions prohibiting its citizens from registering abroad. Because it's the freedom of Alliance citizens. To prove that these citizens' registration of accounts abroad constitutes participation in illegal activities, the foreign entity must provide relevant evidence. The Federation was only interested in making money, so it was impossible for them to provide the Alliance with evidence of these clients' illegal activities. Because these actions weren't illegal at all in the Federation. Yang Bo watched as Zhang Han's livestream attracted over 6 million viewers. And the number was still increasing. That meant Zhang Han's earnings were already in the tens of millions of credits. The lifeboats launched by the Flame Dragon pirates were completely destroyed by the Federation fleet after 28 minutes. At this moment, Zhang Han was leading an A-class warship and a B-class warship, chasing after the two transport ships abandoned by the Flame Dragon pirates. The Flame Dragon pirate leader's face was now green, as he watched the two warships closing in on Zhang Han's livestream. The roaring voice from over 20 minutes ago echoed in his ears again. Just then, another piece of news broke online. The federal government was negotiating peace with the Pirate Alliance. The headline read, "Federal government, under pressure from the Pirate Alliance, proactively seeks peace with the Pirate Alliance." And some crucial evidence was revealed. The world's media was in an uproar. The federal government and the Pirate Alliance were caught off guard by this news. Governor John Lee of the federal state of Kalaya immediately stepped forward to issue a public statement. The federal government is a weak government, an incompetent government. The federal government is a puppet government, backed by those conglomerates. These cowards in the federal government are afraid. They're afraid of the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance attacked the mineral planet of certain conglomerates in the federal central government. Therefore, the federal government must surrender. Moreover, there seems to be some shady dealing between the federal government and the Pirate Alliance. The war between the Pirate Alliance and the federal state. Who benefits the most? The federal state gave all the money belonging to our federal government to the federal state Naxi Consortium. Look at the federal government's appropriations after the war with the pirates. I publicly called for the federal government to disclose its strategic reserves a long time ago. But there's still no data. On the contrary, after the war, the federal government passed budget after budget. Where did these budgets ultimately end up? And the Pirate Alliance? Who suffered the most? Of course, the pirate groups. Didn't you pirate leaders think of that? The Pirate Alliance elders' power has increased again because they control the warships you need. You idiots have been fighting the federal state for so long. Have the Pirate Alliance elders suffered any losses? I, John Lee, as a citizen of the Federation, strongly condemn the current federal government. Furthermore, I propose that the other states of the Federation hold an independence vote. If we don't become independent, then what even more shameful things the federal government might do is unknown. Yang Bo delivered a powerful speech. The Governor-General of Gutra immediately stepped forward to strongly condemn the federal government. Then other states followed suit, condemning the federal central government. Even politicians from various states directly hurled insults at the federal president and vice president. The various states had long been dissatisfied with Madhya Pradesh. Now, with such a good opportunity, and with someone starting the trend. If we don't condemn them now, when will we? Both the Pirate Alliance and the federal government were in a panic. Many pirate groups had suffered heavy losses in their battles against the federal central state. In that particular battle, the federal Third Fleet wiped out more than a dozen pirate groups. These pirate groups lost most of their personnel, and even their warships. These pirate groups were now waiting for new warships to teach the Federal Central State a lesson. And now you're telling me the Pirate Alliance elders are negotiating with the Central State, so all our losses have been for nothing. Are you sure the Pirate Alliance elders and the Federal Central State government aren't working together? Are you sure the federal government isn't trying to divide up tax revenue? Are you sure the Pirate Alliance elders aren't weakening the various pirate groups? The media went into a frenzy reporting on this. Various conspiracy theories and commentaries emerged. Politicians from the alliance also jumped in, launching a frenzied attack on the federal government. Yang Bo disappeared after setting off the fire. The various federal states already had many conflicts with the central state. Previously, the taxes paid by various gangs were used by the federal government in Madhya Pradesh. So now, each gang has seized the opportunity, wanting to audit their accounts and also seek independence. John Han of the Federal Third Fleet is still live streaming, with 47 million viewers, though most are cursing him. Because John Han is shameless. Looking at the 47 million viewers, John Han sees the entire screen filled with insults. Thank you all for coming to curse me. My earnings are almost 400 million credits. John Han is referring to his earnings after the revenue sharing from the live stream. You guys work hard to earn some money, so I can earn more. Also, next time I live stream, all you big brothers and sisters who give me money, please come. 10 credits for all this cursing. Doesn't it feel like a good deal? Everyone, please follow me so you don't get lost. Once the viewership surpasses 50 million, I take you all to see what's being transported on the pirate warship. Chapter 1365. Bang! The leader of the Flame Dragon pirate gang slammed his fist on the table in front of him, shattering it. The leader was frantic, but helpless. The two warships were completely out of his control. Logically, as the leader, he should be able to remotely control the two warships, since he held ultimate control. He had given them a self-destruct order, but they hadn't reacted at all. He still didn't know what had happened. Didn't he give that idiot first vice leader the order to destroy the cargo? Why did that idiot abandon the warships and run away? And why, despite having ultimate control, couldn't he control the two warships? Leader? Is someone deliberately trying to sabotage us? After all, if what we'd done over the years were exposed. The chief of staff beside the Flame Dragon pirate gang leader, his face also grim, asked in a low voice upon seeing his leader's fury. You mean, someone's going to discard them after they serve their purpose? Or is that idiot first vice captain doing this on purpose? The Flame Dragon pirate captain's eyes widened as he asked. That's hard to say. Captain, the warship didn't execute your orders. It's very likely the space quantum communication module was shut down. Moreover, your previous order was successfully delivered to the warship, but the first vice captain still wants to abandon it. This is something I really don't understand. The first vice captain's fate is now unknown. I feel someone deliberately wanted to expose this cargo. The first vice captain gives off the impression of a death knell. Actually, I always felt there's something wrong with the first vice captain. I feel like the chief of staff of the Flame Dragon pirate crew trailed off. To become the first vice captain, one must be a confidant of the captain. Moreover, to become the first vice captain, one not only needs sufficient ability, but also the ability to flatter. The pirate crew, to put it bluntly, is like a warlord. The chief of staff of the Flame Dragon pirate crew meant that the first vice captain was deliberately acting this way to gain the captain's trust. Hearing this, the captain of the Flame Dragon pirate crew thought of the first vice captain, who frequently flattered him and obeyed his every word. If it weren't for this incident, he would be the perfect confidant, but after this incident, especially in the current situation, everything the first vice captain had done before was a facade. It was all to gain his trust. Most importantly, the delivery mission required not only his own trust, but also the trust of the boss behind the scenes. Retreat. The leader of the Flame Dragon pirate gang thought of his boss behind the scenes, and then saw that shameless John Han about to open the package for the shipment in the live stream. The leader of the Flame Dragon pirate gang felt abandoned by his boss. He had done so much for his boss over the years. Sometimes knowing too much doesn't end well, so the leader of the Flame Dragon pirate gang immediately ordered a retreat. Where to? The chief of staff of the Flame Dragon pirate gang asked upon hearing this. I have another secret base. We change our appearance then. But before that, we need to vet everyone. The leader of the Flame Dragon pirate gang wasn't stupid. He had a secret base that these people didn't know about. The Flame Dragon pirate gang has 3 bases and 2 backup bases. All 3 bases and the 2 backup bases received emergency evacuation orders. The gang leader only provided coordinates. All ships were ordered to evacuate everyone, abandoning everything within the bases except for personal belongings. These coordinates were merely temporary rendezvous points. The Flame Dragon pirate gang leader already possessed supreme control over all the bases. Furthermore, he had control over all the warships. The reason the Flame Dragon pirate gang leader's orders to the two warships had no effect was because Yang Bo had altered their control permissions. Yang Bo also knew that the Flame Dragon pirate gang leader was taking everyone and the other warships to change their identities. Yang Bo didn't interfere. He had implanted backdoors in all the Flame Dragon pirate gang's warships, so as long as they were connected to the network, he could control them. Yang Bo could also seize control of these warships, but that would be detected. His intuition told Yang Bo that the Flame Dragon pirate gang still had a significant purpose. Meanwhile, the Greyhound pirate crews arrived at their rendezvous point. Yang Bo, posing as John Lee, sent the next coordinates to these crews. Yang Bo always sent information to these pirate crews in segments. This meant that these crews had no idea where the final destination was, or who their targets were until they reached the final destination. Because Yang Bo knew that the pirate crews were actually like thieves. Meanwhile, John Han of the Federation's Third Fleet was still live streaming. The number of viewers watching the live stream had already exceeded 50 million, and was still growing rapidly. However, all these people came to curse John Han. John Han looked at the 57 million plus viewers in the live stream. These were all paying viewers. Although the live stream was filled with insults, John Han was grinning from ear to ear. Each person gets 10 credit points. That's 570 million credit points. After deducting the platform's cut, he can get at least 500 million credit points. Although John Han is a member of a federal consortium family, there are too many members in the family, and the family's wealth cannot be distributed to every member. 99.5% of the family members only receive a subsidy from the family. Only the remaining 0.5% have real rights. So John Han receives a military salary and a family subsidy. He's not extremely wealthy, just living a middle-class life. Of course, he can enjoy many family benefits, such as being respected by others and never being bullied. Thanks everyone. Thanks everyone for following. The happier you guys are with your criticisms, the happier I am. Don't let my position as a fleet commander fool you. I'm incredibly poor. Follow me, and I'll be back for the next live stream. Also, I have some news I just received. According to drone and unmanned robot reconnaissance, the two warships belong to the Flame Dragon pirate crew of the Pirate Alliance. Let's board the two warships immediately, and see what's on board. My intuition tells me these two warships have something extraordinary. John Han already knew these two warships were no ordinary vessels, because when Kwangbu 9527 provided him with intelligence, he mentioned that the cargo they were transporting was suspicious. Moreover, the pirates on those two warships had scattered in a panic the moment he shouted. John Han shamelessly increased the pay-to-play price for his livestream to 100 credits. Of course, the existing viewers weren't affected, but they were still bombarded with insults. Trash, scum, beast, he even raised the price. This idiot thinks he's a big streamer. Governor John Lee's live streams only cost a few bucks. Complain about this bastard? No, he's not breaking the law in the Federation. Complaining won't do any good. Besides, we can learn about the Federation's chaotic system by watching this guy's livestream. Exactly. In fact, these Alliance viewers rarely had the opportunity to rant so freely in a livestream. They could say whatever they wanted, because in the Alliance, swearing in a livestream could cause huge trouble. Someone swore in a livestream, causing the other person to suffer from depression and mental health issues, resulting in loss of labor capacity. The person was ultimately ordered to pay a huge sum in damages, and went to jail. Furthermore, the vast majority of the insults were discriminatory. However, it's fine for streamers to insult the Federation. John Han pretends not to notice these comments. Having grown up in the Federation, John Han is highly immune to such insults. Besides, with over 50 million viewers, even if everyone insulted him, John Han's feed wouldn't display everything. Because millions of people could be insulting him every second. Therefore, it's impossible for millions of messages to pop up every second. Streamers can set their feeds to only show a portion of the content, or for the platform to display randomly. John Han's last-minute price increase was mainly a gamble. John Han himself didn't know what the two warships were carrying, but judging from their behavior and the information he gathered, it was something extraordinary. Once this information was revealed in the live stream, it would definitely attract a huge audience. These viewers would have to pay to watch, and he could make a fortune. If the cargo itself wasn't anything special, he was already satisfied with the profits he was making. In short, John Han was going to take a gamble. John Han had already sent drones and robots to board the two warships. The warship's internal defense systems weren't activated. However, gaining access to the warships was complicated. Furthermore, John Han knew the location of the cargo the two warships were carrying, but he wouldn't reveal it immediately to prolong the live stream. Many viewers were curious about what the pirates were carrying, as they also found the pirates' behavior very strange. The streamer simply shouted, and the pirates fled in panic. To be honest, this is my first time on a pirate warship, and I'm incredibly nervous. After all, I just made hundreds of millions. What if something goes wrong? All that money gone unspent would be a huge loss. John Han, having boarded the pirate warship via a landing craft, cheekily boasted in his livestream about making hundreds of millions. Most of the viewers in the livestream were a little taken aback by John Han's words, because the money he was talking about was given to him by these viewers themselves. John Han's livestream was relatively active, thanks to its high level of interaction. Let's randomly pick a pirate's quarters and see what good stuff they have. After entering the warship, John Han headed straight for the pirates' quarters. Wow, the latest companion robots. But this is probably a product from a small workshop. John Han carefully selected the pirate dormitory, as it had already been scanned by drones and robots. There were two companion robots inside. The Alliance viewers were stunned to see these two companion robots, because they were two male companion robots, and their appearances resembled those of popular Alliance celebrities. Then the fans of these two celebrities found out, and a large number of them flooded into John Han's live stream. These fans shouted, "Brother hasn't authorized any company to use his image." Meanwhile, John Han was filming the two companion robots, and had even found their controllers. "Call me Daddy." John Han cheekily told the two companion robots to call him that. "Daddy." The two companion robots immediately called John Han Daddy, and their voices were exactly the same as the two celebrities' voices. Then the fans of these two celebrities lost their temper again, cursing John Han in the live stream, and calling on their friends to join in the cursing. Yang Bo shook his head at the content of the live stream. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. John Han breathed a sigh of relief. He had done this precisely to provoke the fans of these two celebrities to criticize him. Wow! This pirate has great taste. John Han then opened the pirate's locker, took out a pink dress, and gestured to the two companion robots. Then, when the celebrities' fans in the live stream saw this, they felt like the sky was falling. John Han then dressed the two companion robots in two pink miniskirts. Then the two companion robots, shirtless and wearing only pink miniskirts, appeared. The companion robots looked incredibly lifelike. "Come on, let's go see the other rooms with Daddy." John Han was very satisfied with the effect of his show. "Okay, Daddy." "Daddy." The two companion robots responded in different voices, one normal and the other in a high-pitched, effeminate tone. The fans of these two celebrities felt like the sky had fallen. John Han led the two companion robots to the other pirates' rooms. The dormitories John Han entered were definitely not those of ordinary pirates. In a short time, the number of viewers in John Han's live stream exceeded 100 million. The more popular a celebrity is, the more haters they have. These haters quickly took screenshots of the two celebrity robots' attire. Of course, there were also some perverts, who were incredibly excited by John Han's performance. Some even privately messaged John Han offering to buy the two companion robots at a high price. John Han was ecstatic because over 40 million viewers had each paid 100 credits, meaning he had earned billions of credits in a short time. John Han finally understood why Lee John always live-streamed his antics. Thinking about the number of viewers Lee John always had on his live streams, John Han felt a surge of envy and resentment. This time, John Han went to the first deputy commander's dormitory. This dormitory you see here is the dormitory for the commanders of these two warships. "Are you all ready? Let's see what surprises await," John Han said mysteriously. The first deputy commander's dormitory was opened, and all the lockers were open, with clothes strewn everywhere. The first deputy commander had taken his personal belongings with him when he fled. Wow! There are 3 companion robots, and both male and female. 3 companion robots stood inside a locker. Chapter 1366. 2 female companion robots and 1 male companion robot appeared together in a locker. So, seeing this, what do you think about how to use these companion robots? John Han chuckled. This pirate commander is too clever. Over 100 million viewers in the live stream imagined how the pirate commander would play with these companion robots. And these 3 companion robots were also celebrity models. The fans of these 3 celebrities felt like the sky had fallen. They imagined their stars playing with the pirate commander. A massive influx of these celebrities' fans flooded the live stream, hurling insults at John Han. Even the celebrity's haters secretly gave John Han virtual gifts and took screenshots. Everything in the alliance is patented, including the images of these celebrities. Although the celebrities' management companies immediately issued lawyers' letters, it was completely ineffective, because these were the pirate cruise warships. Pirate gangs are illegal organizations. Ahem, I personally think these pirates are utterly incomprehensible. I take these spoils back to the Federation, then hand them over to the federal government. I just wonder if these pirate gang members have a penchant for keeping souvenirs. If they do, I'd like to see how they use these 3 companion robots. John Han spoke with an air of high-sounding innocence. Actually, John Han was threatening, because a celebrity's management company had already privately offered a high price to buy these companion robots and related items. These companion robots are illegal, so wouldn't these pirates leave behind some data during their use? Anyway, these celebrities wouldn't dare gamble. I just received some interesting news. Everyone might witness a miracle. Since the celebrity's agency is willing to pay a high price for these companion robots and the pirates' belongings, John Han will no longer stream these items. The live stream now has over 200 million viewers. Anyway, John Han's live stream is in complete chaos right now, with fans and haters of these celebrities hurling insults at each other. And these celebrities' fans are even insulting John Han. Moreover, the platform's algorithm is incredibly powerful. It might not show other things, but it makes sure the insults between the two sides are visible to the other side. Because the platform needs traffic, its big data has already pinpointed which viewers are fans and who are haters. Therefore, John Han's live stream has reached the top spot in popularity across the entire internet. John Han then went directly to the warship's cargo hold. The pirate warships have all been modified internally. Because pirates sometimes encounter significant trouble when they go out to plunder, they can't use space jumps and have to travel through space for a year or even several years. Therefore, pirates carry a lot of supplies. The regular armies of the 3 countries all have restrictions on the quantity of supplies they can carry. Inside the cargo hold is a unique container. This container is clearly unusual just from its appearance. This container is connected to an energy system and also has an advanced cryptographic and authentication system. These 2 containers are 6 meters high, 20 meters long, and 8 meters wide. Of course, this poses no problem for the federal military, because these are, in fact, the illegal assets of pirates. The federal military has temporarily taken control of the warships. Many viewers of the live stream were confused as to why the pirates didn't have control of their warships. This also puzzled John Han, as control of these warships wasn't locked. Generally, pirates lock the system after abandoning their warships. This forces the warships to race in one direction. The time required to unlock the warship's control is unknown. Even the federal military isn't entirely confident in unlocking the pirate warship's control. John Han couldn't explicitly explain the situation. Since John Han couldn't explain, the viewers assumed it was the federal military with advanced technology. Of course, only a small portion of John Han's live stream viewers were interested in military matters. A large portion were fans and haters of these celebrities, hurling insults at each other in the live stream. After cutting off the power, the military, experienced in dealing with such encrypted containers, directly used robots to dismantle them. Of course, while the robots were dismantling, John Han remotely observed the process using drones from a distance. Therefore, the live stream footage was provided remotely by a drone. The footage of the robot disassembling the container was blurry because it involved some technology from the federal military. After the container was opened, the waiting drones entered it. The container was then reconnected to its power source. Inside the container were individual transparent nutrient tanks, each containing a living organism. The nutrient tanks were neatly arranged. The container was divided into several areas. John Han's live stream suddenly fell silent. Not a single comment appeared. These creatures exhibited a very strange state. These creatures resembled a hybrid of humans and animals. The creature closest to the drone looked like a hybrid of a human and a spider. To be precise, it had a spider-like head but a spider's body. There were 5 of these spider-human creatures. Aside from differences in color and pattern, their overall structure was similar. Forbidden research. John Han gasped upon seeing these things, exclaiming in the live stream. None of the 3 countries allow the combination of human and animal genes. This is because in the past, all 3 countries conducted research in this area, attempting to integrate animal genes into human genes. Initially, the aim was simply to fuse superior animal genes into the human body, giving humans unique animal abilities. This has actually been successful. Many people possess animal abilities, such as superhuman hearing, the ability to generate electricity, and the ability to emit light. These first-generation gene fusion test subjects were very stable, but the second generation was extremely unstable. Furthermore, they were accompanied by a decline in intelligence and bestialization. In other words, all the first-generation test subjects appeared human. However, the second-generation test subjects exhibited many bestial behaviors. The third and fourth generations even showed signs of atavism. In other words, the 4 individuals from the first generation had a high probability of transforming into bestial beings by the third and fourth generations. Therefore, the 3 countries subsequently prohibited the editing of human genes with those of animals and plants. This was because humanity feared that these individuals, incorporating bestial genes, would contaminate the entire human genome, leading to humanity's extinction. There were also concerns that human genes would accelerate the evolution of wild animals. Perhaps humans would eventually be ruled by those animals. Of course, the 3 countries were still conducting secret research, as were many illegal organizations. The Green Demon Star was a prime example, home to many genetically modified humans and mutants. However, the situation on the Green Demon Star was unique. The mutated creatures in these nutrient tanks were all alive. And this Spider-Man was nearly 1.5 meters long just from the middle of his body and abdomen. This meant it was definitely not an ordinary Spider-Man, because ordinary reptiles and spiders weren't that big, and how many experiments were involved behind these 5 successful individuals. Seal off the site. John Han immediately ordered. Prohibit any person or machine from entering or leaving the relevant area. John Han's voice was tinged with excitement as he gave the order. Although many companies were conducting this kind of gene fusion research, this time, they had been caught red-handed. And the perpetrators were pirates. This evidence all pointed to the pirates as evil, and the politicians were negotiating with them. This is the perfect opportunity to strike at those politicians. The drone continued forward, carrying experimental subjects fused with other animals. There were even experimental subjects fused with plants. The first container was full of experimental subjects fused with animals and plants. There were nearly 200 experimental subjects in total, involving more than a dozen species. When they arrived at the second container, the number of viewers in John Han's live stream had exceeded 600 million. John Han was grinning from ear to ear. The second container also contained various nutrient capsules. The first nutrient pod gave John Han a huge surprise. Inside was a middle-aged man. John Han recognized this man immediately. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Who's cloning my grandfather?" That's right, this middle-aged man was John Han's grandfather, a shareholder of a certain conglomerate in the Federation. He was also one of the heads of a large conglomerate family in the Federation. Then John Han saw several other people from other large conglomerates in the Federation. Clearly, these people were clones. After seeing these people, John Han broke out in a cold sweat. If someone controlled these people, it would have a huge impact on various families in the Federation. Besides the people from the Federation conglomerates, there were also people from some conglomerates in the Alliance. Some were even high-ranking officials in the Alliance. Ah! At the very back of the container, John Han stared in astonishment at the 2 people inside the nutrient pod. One of these people was actually the Emperor of the Empire. The other was the Emperor's first queen, although John Han didn't recognize the queen. With today's intelligent systems, a simple scan would reveal her identity. The 2 clones were lying naked inside the nutrient tank. The nutrient tank contained a pale blue nutrient solution. Yang Bo was also stunned. He hadn't expected such a major revelation in John Han's livestream. Moreover, Yang Bo's intuition told him that all of this was being orchestrated by the Water Blue Empire's royal family, or the Emperor, because no one else could obtain the Emperor's biological samples. The Empire's unique aristocratic system, especially among the high-ranking nobles, used servants who were hereditary slaves to the nobles. Outsiders had absolutely no chance of obtaining the biological samples of these high-ranking nobles. These people weren't cloned from a lab in the second world's outer space, were they? So, the Flame Dragon pirates were just acting as cargo carriers. Yang Bo immediately guessed where these things came from. On one hand, Yang Bo was monitoring the Flame Dragon pirates. On the other hand, Yang Bo knew that only the labs and armed ships in the second world's outer space were the places the Water Blue Empire's Emperor truly trusted. The second world was highly secretive, so the labs in outer space were essentially places to imprison important criminals. This kind of cloning and gene fusion experiment couldn't be done by ordinary pirate bases, because it required a lot of highly skilled technical personnel. John Han's live stream completely exploded. And John Han, shameless as ever, directly increased the live stream's payment to 10,000 credits. Even so, It couldn't stop countless people from flooding into the live stream, because Zhang Han was live streaming the clone of the Water Blue Empire's emperor. He also patted the queen next to him. Although the clone wasn't a real person, the clone's appearance was exactly the same as the original. They could see the Water Blue Empire's emperor's naked body. 10,000 credits would be more than enough, not to mention the queen. Zhang Han, in his livestream, condemned the evil pirates. These damn pirates, they actually have so many biological samples of celebrities and politicians. What are they trying to do? Are they going to use this fake emperor to replace the real emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire? These pirates even want to overthrow our family. They actually cloned my grandfather. I wonder what other people these pirates have cloned. Based on my personal guess, this isn't the first time these pirates have done this. So, who are these clones being given to by the pirates as cargo? Could my grandfather be a fake? Do you think the emperor of the empire was a fake all along? That's terrifying. Zhang Han's words sent chills down many people's spines. Especially those from large conglomerates, the thought of someone secretly cloning them, and the possibility of being replaced at any moment. Why is cloning illegal? Because these powerful and influential people dare not gamble. If cloning were legal, wouldn't they be secretly replaced one day? Ordinary people don't have much interest in cloning because cloning ordinary people doesn't make much sense. Cloning ordinary people isn't costly. But cloning those with power and influence is very feasible. And now, illegal organizations have even successfully cloned the emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire. So, is the current emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire a clone? Because these organizations wouldn't just clone one person, would they? Of course, clones can still be detected using high-tech methods. Because clones and naturally grown people, although they look exactly alike. However, the growth period is different. Naturally growing individuals experience cell metabolism during growth, resulting in differences in bone density and hair. Furthermore, the different environments and radiation levels in different people lead to subtle differences in cells. Now, the conglomerates and powerful families of the three countries are immediately demanding genetic testing of all their members. This is because these families are unsure if their members have been replaced. Pirates are now in trouble. These powerful families certainly won't tolerate pirates doing such a thing. The Blue Ocean Empire officially announced that it would conduct a second review of all exported warships. Secretly, the Blue Ocean Empire has demanded that the Pirate Alliance hand over the Flame Dragon pirate crew and investigate the laboratory where these clones are located. If they are not handed over, the Blue Ocean Empire will not provide the Pirate Alliance with any warships. TSK. What is the old emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire trying to do? Yang Bo was puzzled. Chapter 1367. The situation has now developed to a point beyond Yang Bo's imagination. Of course, the effect is 100 times better than expected. Because the pirate group's cargo contained clones, including clones of important figures from the Federal Consortium, and even a clone of the Emperor of the Blue Ocean Empire. The pirates were instantly branded as evil. The federal government also faces diplomatic pressure from the Alliance and the Empire, because the Blue Ocean Empire immediately froze the federal government's warship orders. Regardless of who the mastermind behind these pirate cargoes is, the Blue Ocean Empire's official stance must be taken seriously. Although many high-ranking nobles and individuals within the Empire speculate that these events are related to the royal family, there is no evidence, and even if there were, the Empire would not admit it. Admitting it would lead to serious diplomatic disputes and even war, because the clones included important figures from major consortia and families in the Alliance, as well as important figures from the federal government. If the Empire admitted it, both countries would believe that the Empire was attempting to subvert them. The federal government quickly issued a statement declaring that it had not negotiated with the Pirate Alliance, and that everything was a rumor. Because pirates and pirate alliances have been labeled as evil, if the federal government were to acknowledge negotiating with the Pirate Alliance, the federal government's reputation would be ruined. As for the Pirate Alliance, it is now facing enormous trouble because the Empire has frozen its warship orders. The Pirate Alliance needs to investigate the matter thoroughly and hand over the members of the Flame Dragon pirate crew before the Empire will lift the freeze on the orders. The Empire's freezing of the Pirate Alliance's warship orders has greatly displeased the various pirate groups within the Alliance. This is because ordering warships requires upfront payment before delivery. In other words, these pirate groups have already paid the Pirate Alliance. But now that the Empire has frozen the orders, the pirate groups have received nothing, no money, no warships. The Pirate Alliance has immediately issued a high bounty. The goal is to find the Flame Dragon pirate group, capture them all, and hand them over to the Empire to clear themselves of suspicion. Furthermore, the Pirate Alliance is also furious with the federal government. The Pirate Alliance believes that the peace talks are merely a delaying tactic by the federal government. The Pirate Alliance suspects that Zhang Han's live stream was a conspiracy orchestrated by the federal government. This suspicion has some merit. During the live stream, the Flame Dragon Pirates' reactions were rather strange. Zhang Han simply shouted, and the entire Flame Dragon Pirate group fled. It seemed like a charade. Yang Bo is also very interested in the origins of these clones. However, Yang Bo knows that this matter will likely end without resolution, because too many forces are involved. The person behind it will definitely kill to cover it up and quickly dispose of all clues. Of course, from Yang Bo's perspective, it doesn't matter, because he's not a judge who needs evidence for everything. In this matter, Zhang Han is the first to bear the brunt. Zhang Han is now infamous. The federal government's reputation is ruined, and in the minds of most people in the three countries, the Pirate Alliance and pirate groups are even more evil. Although the three countries are secretly conducting some gene fusion experiments, these things cannot be exposed to the light of day. What Zhang Han revealed during his live stream was, undeniably, laid bare before everyone. Zhang Han ended the live stream because the federal military had issued orders to blockade the two warships. Of course, Zhang Han's family also gained considerable benefits. All the things Zhang Han revealed ultimately had to be dealt with. But to silence Zhang Han, the person involved, and to resolve the matter peacefully, then Zhang Han needed to be given sufficient benefits. Zhang Han himself couldn't obtain that much benefit, but his family could. For example, the companion robots of several Alliance celebrities featured in Zhang Han's live stream. The agencies representing these celebrities have contacted Zhang Han's family, wanting to obtain everything related to the companion robots, including video footage. Because these celebrities also have rivals, including their agencies, which also have competitors. If these agencies don't deal with it quickly, these things might fall into the hands of their competitors. Although these agencies are unsure if they have more information about the companion robots, they dare not gamble, because Zhang Han and his family are a federal conglomerate. These conglomerates can obtain any information they want, as long as they're willing. Although these agencies have ostensibly sent Zhang Han a lawyer's letter, don't forget Zhang Han also has another identity. He's a member of the federal military. The Alliance's lawyers are only effective within the Alliance itself. Their main purpose is to target the anti-fans within the Alliance. The lawyer's letter primarily states that these companion robots are not authorized by the celebrity, and are therefore illegal. So, if anyone uses these companion robots to spread rumors or do anything else, that's illegal. As for the lawyer's letters to Zhang Han and the federal military, they're nothing. Zhang Han looked at the balance in his wallet, grinning from ear to ear. Calming down, Zhang Han thought of the person who provided him with this intelligence. He resolved to cling tightly to that person's coattails. However, Zhang Han couldn't contact Crazy 9527 right now, because Zhang Han knew he was too famous now, and the federal military was closely monitoring his warships and the pirates' warships. The federal military also knew that the clones on those two ships could be traded for a lot of benefits. These clones would definitely be snapped up by various conglomerates at high prices, because these conglomerates wouldn't allow the biological samples of their important family members to be leaked. To gain more benefits, the federal military naturally had to closely monitor and prevent the leakage of these clones' biological samples. A few days later, another federal fleet was attacked by a pirate group. The federal military lost 2 more Class B warships and 4 Class C warships. There were few casualties this time because the pirates had driven all the Federation soldiers off the warship. The Federation military and the federal government strongly condemned the pirates. Several elders of the Pirate Alliance Council turned green with anger. The bosses behind these councils were extremely dissatisfied with these elders. This situation was not what these bosses wanted at all. The Pirate Alliance was merely a tool for these bosses to suppress dissent. And now the Pirate Alliance had been labeled evil. If the actions of these business owners are exposed, their respective conglomerates and families will be wiped out. Although these business owners know that the Flame Dragon Pirate Gang has nothing to do with the Pirate Alliance, outsiders don't see it that way. To outsiders, pirates and the Pirate Alliance are one and the same. The peace talks between the Pirate Alliance and the Federation have been disrupted. The next focus will be on Yang Bo's identity. Yang Bo, now Prince Holden, lay on the rooftop terrace of Prince Holden's castle in the Second World, enjoying the natural sunshine while pondering. This matter has gone a bit too far, causing the Empire to freeze warship orders from the Federation and the Pirate Alliance. This doesn't fit my plan. If the Federation and the pirates have no warships, where am I going to rob them? So let them continue to develop this matter. Yongbo won't cause any more trouble in this situation. Because Yongbo needs more warships. Although Li Jian has already started building warship docks, it's cheaper and faster to rob them than to build them himself. Furthermore, the warships manufactured by Li Jian couldn't be obtained by Yongbo. Yongbo, under his current identity, still needs to seize the main warships. Mainly because Yongbo's current identity makes it inconvenient for him to manufacture new main warships himself. Of course, if Yongbo were to manufacture main warships under his current identity, it would probably take 10 years or more. Yongbo knew that it would be too difficult for him to manufacture warships under his original identity. Li Jian was able to manufacture warships entirely because of his current position at headquarters, where he had a group of people behind him. Building warships requires a lot of materials, which in turn require mining equipment. Most importantly, Yongbo's identity is crucial. Even if he could build warships, he couldn't reveal it. One person building warships would make him a prime target for 3 nations. Therefore, the only way Yongbo could acquire warships is by scavenging, and for Yongbo to scavenge warships, some warships would need to go missing. The anti-government forces' actions on March Star are the perfect opportunity to elevate my identity as Yongbo. Yongbo was already planning to utilize the anti-government forces. Although he lacked concrete information, Yongbo knew the anti-government forces were planning something on March Star. He couldn't escape. Regardless of who was behind these anti-government forces, they were here to cause trouble. They wanted to gain more benefits. And on March Star, they couldn't gain more benefits without targeting him. Moreover, on the surface, he was still a staunch ally of Zonghua Town. As the sun set, Yongbo absorbed some soul particles with his spiritual power. Of course, Yongbo wouldn't project his mental energy too much. He confined it to a very small area, so it wouldn't be detected by the armed ships in the sky. Yongbo left the second world again and returned to March Star. How about I go with you guys for mecha training tomorrow? Yongbo asked Su Wei and the others during dinner that evening. Have you been up to nothing lately? Su Wei and the others were curious when they heard Yongbo's question. It's been a long time since I piloted a mecha. This time, Yongbo planned to make a name for himself by training in a mecha. Because Yongbo couldn't unleash his extraordinary strength. So, facing the anti-government forces, the enemy would definitely have some weapons. The training mech was the best choice. The training mech was tough and resilient, with excellent resistance to damage. Okay. We sisters will beat your training mech to a pulp. Su Wei quickly agreed upon hearing this, because Yongbo had initially used his training mech to utterly defeat Su Wei's and her 2 companions' mechs. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had also heard about Yongbo's training mech. Su Wei and her 2 companions talked about everything with him. Zhou Kersen asked curiously, Yongbo, is your training mech really that powerful? I single-handedly beat all 5 of you to a pulp. I'm taking a break recently, getting some exercise. Yongbo said with a smile. Lu Jingxiang shook her head at Yongbo. Logically speaking, it's impossible. Your swordsmanship is so good, how could your talent in mecha be so terrible? What's so strange about that? Look at all the people in the Swordsmanship Association. How many of them are famous mecha pilots? Yongbo said casually, when he heard Lu Jingxiang questioning him. That's because Yongbo has other talents. His other talents happen to conflict somewhat with his mecha talent. Su Wei chuckled. Su Wei knew that Yongbo had a talent for alchemy. In fact, this was the explanation Yongbo had given to Su Wei and the other 2 before, saying that being an alchemist required steady hands. Because when alchemists are preparing energy potions, steady hands are essential. Mecha pilots, on the other hand, require fast hands. I plan to train for a while, and then customize my own mecha. I have a decent talent for software. I can develop some intelligent programs myself. As long as I don't encounter a mecha master, I believe the intelligent system can handle it perfectly well. Besides, I won't be on the battlefield. Yongbo explained while eating. Mecha pilots need fast reflexes, mainly because in war, if the mecha is interfered with, the intelligent system will be paralyzed. This is because the intelligent system relies on data transmitted from various sensors on the mecha. Based on this data, the intelligent system reacts. Therefore, if the mecha suffers strong interference, the data transmitted by these sensors becomes inaccurate, and the intelligent system's reaction will also be inaccurate. Although mechas have some anti-shielding measures, they are limited by the mecha's size. Faced with the strong interference from warships or specialized jamming aircraft, the mecha's anti-shielding measures are useless. Because mechas need various sensor data to support the intelligent system, anti-shielding measures cannot completely cover the sensors. Because if the sensors were completely covered, it would be impossible to obtain real-time external data. After the mech is interfered with, the pilot needs to observe the outside world through the transparent cabin on top of the mech and manually control the mech to fight. This is why mechs require fast reflexes. It doesn't mean the intelligent system is unusable. Actually, it doesn't matter. People like us never even get a chance to go to the battlefield. Su Wei and the others didn't object to Yang Bo's idea. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief after convincing the others. Yang Bo planned to customize a mech, combine it with his hacking skills, and then create a new system. That way, if he achieved any outstanding results while operating the mech in the future, he could give the credit to the system. This world is terrifying. I never thought even emperors could be cloned. After dinner, the group chatted over tea. Su Wei and the others assumed Yang Bo was unaware of recent events, and they also wanted to see how things were progressing. I don't know if it's true or not, Yang Bo replied casually. Chapter 1368. Anyway, there were all sorts of opinions online, with some saying the live stream was fake. Others said it was deliberately staged by the federal military, mainly targeting the Pirate Alliance. Regardless of whether this matter was true or false, the cloned Empire's emperor had to take the appropriate stance. Moreover, the Empire had already frozen the Pirate Alliance's warship orders. Therefore, based on this result, some suspected that the live stream was a Federation publicity stunt. Others said it was orchestrated by the Alliance, mainly to slander the Empire's emperor. So Yang Bo's answer didn't surprise several people. I also think it might be fake. Logically speaking, the emperor's biological sample couldn't possibly have been leaked. It's just that the appearance looks similar. There are many ways to achieve that. Several women also whispered among themselves. Su Wei didn't comment on this matter, because the emperor was, after all, Su Wei's elder. Haha, this Zhang Han is too shameless. Yang Bo saw Zhang Han's live stream content again and laughed heartily. Because ostensibly, this was the first time Yang Bo had seen Zhang Han's live stream. Exactly, Zhang Han's reputation is ruined in our alliance. The companion robots he showed in his live streams are modeled after several popular celebrities. Now, fans of those celebrities are hurling insults at Zhang Han everywhere. But I think for the Federation, this kind of criticism is nothing, since Zhang Han has made a fortune. I think Zhang Han's live streams were all an act, otherwise, what a coincidence. I also think it's a Federation-coordinated effort to target the Pirate Alliance. I think this is just factional infighting within the Federation. After checking the news and chatting for a while, he logged back into the Second World game. Yang Bo's character in the Second World game hadn't changed much. He was still stationed at the border. The changes in his territory were minimal, because the development potential of ancient civilization territories in the Second World was very low. Even though players in Yang Bo's territory had created some machinery, such as watermills and animal-powered harvesters, land was limited, and the population the entire territory could accommodate was also limited. Plus, they were being monitored, so developing something like an industrial revolution was impossible. They could only manage simple handicraft workshops. The next day, Yang Bo and Su Wei arrived at the Marchstar mech training ground. Marchstar originally only had small mech training facilities. Now, this mech training ground also served as the 9th Fleet's training ground. Therefore, the training ground was very large. It was a dual-use military and civilian training ground, established by the Marchstar government itself. Yang Bo has only been here twice, very rarely. The facilities here are top-notch. The training areas for military personnel are completely separate from those for ordinary citizens. Su Wei and the others spend most of their time training on their own. There's no need for mecha masters to spar with them. Mecha training primarily focuses on improving reaction time. Mecha masters only need to engage in combat training periodically. There are also many training-specific mechas here, and even more models. Different models of training-specific mechas have different functions. Yang Bo's warehouse houses general-purpose training mechs. Of course, mech training here requires a fee. Furthermore, any damage to the training facilities or mechs during training must be compensated. Su Wei, Annie, and Xia know that Yang Bo is also very skilled with his training mechs. The three of them used to train with Yang Bo, and they were completely outmatched by his training mechs. However, that training took place in the mech warehouse behind Yang Bo's villa. The environment there was only suitable for close-quarters mech combat. This is a professional mech training ground with many specialized areas. Mechs can conduct long-range combat drills and high-altitude combat drills here. Of course, it can also simulate mech training in space. Which training mech do you want to choose? Suwei asked directly. I start with virtual training. Yongbo didn't come upstairs, but chose another training area. Because Yongbo wanted to give outsiders the impression that he wasn't good at mechs. The general-purpose training mechs he used to train within the mech warehouse were somewhat unsuitable here. Furthermore, this mecha training institution has a strict procedure. Before personally piloting any mecha, one must pass a virtual assessment. This is partly for the safety of the mecha pilots, and partly for the safety of the mechas and equipment within the training institution. Although Yongbo could skip the virtual assessment process, he had to go all the way. There are several types of mechas being trained here: range training mechas, melee training mechas, offensive training mechas, and defensive training mechas. Of course, there are also general-purpose training mechs like Yongbo's. Alright then. Then we train ourselves. Suwei and the others had already passed the assessment, so they were able to train in mechs. Actually, many people in mech training institutions still primarily use virtual training. Because virtual training is cheaper. Virtual training costs only a few hundred credits per hour, while actual mech training can cost up to hundreds of thousands of credits per hour. Because mech prices fluctuate greatly, the cheapest mechs might cost a few million credits. The most expensive mechs might cost hundreds of millions, or even billions of credits. There's also a venue usage fee. Mech training venues are quite large, and these venues are specially constructed to simulate various environments. Alright then. Yongbo nodded. Then Yongbo registered an account on the mech training software. The virtual mech training uses the software from the Alliance Mech Association. All mech pilots in the entire alliance conduct virtual training on this software. After registering an account, Yongbo then recharged his account. Because this virtual reality software also costs money, this virtual reality software requires some hardware facilities. These are the simulation pods for various types of mechs. The simulation pod is like the cockpit of a mech. Yongbo directly chose the training mech. There are 5 types of training mechs: melee, defense, and attack. The defense type is further divided into melee defense and range defense, while the attack type is mainly divided into energy attack and melee attack. Yongbo looked at the data of these types of mechs and ultimately chose the defense mech. Training mechs primarily serve as sparring partners for other mech pilots. Many mech pilots begin their training in training mechs. This is because training mechs are the easiest to control. Furthermore, training mechs provide valuable training opportunities. Yongbo chose a humanoid defensive mech, 10.2 meters tall, equipped with a heavy rocket backpack, S-grade alloy external armor, and a 3-meter diameter energy shield. The defensive mech is unarmed, but possesses mech arms. Its total weight reaches 510 tons. Although equipped with a heavy rocket backpack, its maximum power operation time cannot exceed 15 seconds. This is mainly due to the mech's immense weight. The mech appears bulky due to the numerous S-grade alloy external armor plates attached to its body. This training mech relies primarily on these external armor plates to withstand various attacks. The material used for these alloy external armor plates is the same as that used in warship armor. After selecting his training mech, Yongbo followed the instructions to the virtual reality pod. The virtual simulator is like a sphere with a diameter of 2 meters. Behind this sphere is a robotic arm. The layout inside the sphere is exactly the same as the cockpit of a training mech. The robotic arm mainly simulates various movements from the cockpit. After Yongbo entered the simulator, the hatch closed. Now, Yongbo is inside the simulator, just like he's inside the mech. After following the procedures, Yongbo tested the training mech. Then, Yongbo carefully read the operation manual, and was able to log into the software for online training. Moreover, Yongbo discovered that training the mech could earn him money. In addition, there are top-tier training masters, whose hourly rates can reach tens of thousands of credits. This is because top-tier training masters can improve an opponent's skill level. They can point out weaknesses in the opponent's training. They can also provide targeted suggestions to help develop a unique fighting style. Many industries have sparring partners. For example, sword associations also have sparring partners. There are also various boxing or combat sports, where top-tier sparring partners are not cheap. Of course, there are also billiard sparring partners, and these top-tier partners are even more expensive. After reviewing the information, Yongbo followed the procedure and entered the virtual training platform. Virtual mech training is divided into single-player training and online training. Single-player training involves training with a system-controlled robot. Online training involves training with other players. This is also the largest training platform in the entire interstellar space. It is also the largest mech combat platform in the entire interstellar space. All organizations within the Alliance recognize the data from this combat platform. If you pass the mech level exam on this platform, you will no longer need to take the level exam at the Mech Guild, because the Mech Guild also uses this software for its exams. Yongbo just used the software to randomly generate a name. Little Cow runs fast. Getting a good name on this platform is impossible, because the total number of users on this platform exceeds 600 million. So all the good nicknames have already been taken. Yongbo received numerous invitations as soon as he logged into the battle platform, because 99.9% of the users on this battle platform are using combat mechs. Those using training mechs are either beginners, professional sparring partners, or of course, complete noobs. This battle platform is like a game. What do players in games love to do most? Stomping noobs, of course. So when many people see a newbie enter the battle platform lobby with a training mech, others immediately send invitations to Yongbo. Yongbo looks at these invitations. He doesn't accept them. Some even offer to pay him directly, a certain amount per hour for sparring. Don't think the sparring money is easy to earn. You have to persist for an hour to get paid an hour. If you can't persist for an hour, then naturally, they won't pay you. Yongbo rejects their invitations, and directly selects beginner-level battle training on the battle platform. After selecting, Yongbo sees a system prompt. Training mechs participating in beginner-level battle training will have a very poor experience. Yongbo skips the prompt and selects one-on-one beginner-level battle training. Beginner-level battle training is also called trainee mech pilot battle training. Although theoretically all participants at this level are novice mech pilots, the skill gap within each level is quite significant. Yongbo chose automatic matchmaking, and was quickly matched into the arena. The arena is a map primarily focused on melee combat. Yongbo's chosen defensive training mech was perfectly suited for this map. The system also considered Yongbo's chosen mech type during matchmaking. Yongbo's opponent was a 9th generation mech. Upon seeing a training mech opposite him, the 9th generation mech couldn't help but curse, "Shit! Why did this damn system match me with a training mech? You're wasting my time." Yongbo didn't know the other person's name. The Alliance valued personal privacy highly, so one could choose not to reveal their nickname. Yongbo wanted others to know about his growth, so he didn't hide his nickname at all. "Damn it, hurry up and click start. I'm in a hurry." Yongbo heard the other person shout impatiently, then immediately clicked ready. Yongbo was very familiar with the 9th generation mech, having encountered it many times before. The opponent was using a standard 9th generation mech. The arena was a map with a diameter of 1,200 meters. The central arena was only 200 meters. The rest was the arena itself, and the stands on either side were also part of the map area, meaning mechs could fight in the stands. It simulated an ancient arena. This arena was only 50 meters high. This was a standard melee map, and a classic one at that. It was the favorite map for countless fighting mechs, because the mechs here had that visceral, bone-crunching feeling. Yongbo noticed that more than 30 people had already started watching the match in a short time. After Yongbo finished preparing, a countdown appeared on the arena. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The large red numbers changed continuously. Once the countdown was complete, the 9th generation mech charged towards Yongbo's training mech, like a cannonball. The 9th generation mech simultaneously activated its flight pack. The combat mech was far superior to the training mech in terms of speed and energy control. Yongbo controlled his mech, leaning slightly forward. The dozens of spectators were astonished to see Yongbo controlling the training mech in this way. Seeing Yongbo controlling the training mech, these people assumed he was going to engage in a direct confrontation. The opponent's 9th generation mech, seeing Yongbo's mech completely motionless, sneered inwardly. Clearly, the opponent thought Yongbo was preparing to use the training mech's defenses for a head-on clash. The 9th generation mech slightly lifted its control stick. The mech instantly launched itself into the air, and then its two legs instantly kicked towards Yongbo's mech. It looked like a lightning-fast kick from a movie. The onlookers, seeing this, were about to leave, because the training mech hadn't moved at all. Such an attack at the 9th generation mech's high speed would send it flying. But the next second, the 9th generation mech slammed onto the arena with a thud. The training mech, however, simply stood upright. The 9th generation mech was on the arena behind the training mech, its entire body slightly deformed. Then it displayed, "Little Bull Run wins." What happened? Quick, replay the video. The dozens of spectators rushed to watch the replay. It turned out that the moment the 9th generation mech kicked the training mech, the training mech was leaning forward, but at that moment, the training pilot leaned back, So the 9th generation mech's first kick missed, and it immediately followed with a second kick. However, the 9th generation mech's second kick also missed, because the training mech's body was leaning back again. Just then, the training mech grabbed the 9th generation mech's 2 feet, because the 9th generation mech's 2 feet had already missed. Then, the training mech, holding the 9th generation mech's 2 feet, suddenly leaned back. It directly slammed the 9th generation mech's massive body onto the arena behind the training mech. The dozens of spectators in the stands were stunned after watching the replay, because the training mech's reaction was too fast, and the timing was perfect. It's safe to say that even a fraction of a second faster or slower would have resulted in the training mech being kicked to the ground by the 9th generation mech. And it seems the 9th generation mech is in such a sorry state precisely because of its own accumulated speed. Chapter 1369. The 9th generation mecha pilot was completely dumbfounded. How could he have lost? His 9th generation mecha's performance was far superior to the opposing training mecha. Why was the opponent so fast? The 9th generation mecha pilot was a junior mecha pilot. Although he was a junior pilot, the performance difference between the two mechas was too great. The 9th generation mecha pilot found himself back in the lobby the next second. He quickly reviewed the recording. This guy is definitely a high-level mecha pilot, maybe even a master level one. That freak. He's here to bully newbies. That bastard. After watching the recording, the 9th generation mecha pilot had only one reaction. The training mecha pilot was far more skilled than him. Because this training mecha, during the battle, only performed a few very simple maneuvers. To be precise, the battle ended with only 3 maneuvers. Leaning back, then grabbing his own legs that had been clapping, he slammed himself onto the ground behind the opponent's mech. At this point, the opponent had already defeated him. The opponent's mech straightened up. This was a move, but it happened after the victory. If it were executed more precisely, the opponent would have made 2 moves. 2 leaning back. Hugging his own mech's legs, he used the mech's own strength to slam his own mech behind him. The training mech was very strong. Because the training mech itself was heavy, and there were no other extra modules consuming energy. That bastard. Trying to bully newbies? Let's see how someone bullies you. The 9th generation mech's pilot posted the recording on the Battle Platforms forum with the title, "An old pro pretending to be a newbie to bully newbies." This title immediately attracted a lot of attention. Because everyone loves watching newbies get stomped. And the newbie zone isn't necessarily for novice mech pilots. Some mech pilots earn money in the newbie zone. These pilots, while always in the newbie zone, are actually quite skilled. They mainly serve as practice partners for these newbies. These people saw Yang Bo's nickname. So they all invited Xiao Kuaipao to join the battle. Since Xiao Kuaipao was still in a match, these people quickly went to his game. Upon arriving at the battle room, they discovered there were already several thousand spectators. And more people were joining. This battle map was the space station. The space station is a nightmare for many new mech pilots. Because the environment inside the space station is complex. Some areas on the space station map are weightless, some are gravity-bound. Some areas have automatic defense systems. And some areas have strong interference, which can disrupt the mech radar and other systems. Many new mech pilots, entering the space station map for the first time, are completely disoriented, losing their bearings as they move. Furthermore, the space station's terrain is cramped. This presents a certain advantage for mech training. After Yang Bo defeated the 9th generation mech, the battle platform prompted him to continue to the next match. Yang Bo chose the next match without hesitation. Then he discovered that the map for this match was the space station. Yang Bo carefully studied the characteristics of the space station map. Inside the room was an 11th generation mech, and a modified one at that. This alone indicated that his opponent was either wealthy or powerful. Because mech training involves familiarizing oneself with the characteristics of various mech models. In other words, the mech pilots training here will use the mechs they actually use in real life. Mechs of the same model will have different modification paths and usage methods. Furthermore, on this battle platform, you need to pay for special modified mechs. Because different mechs require different modifications, the platform needs some general data about the modified mechs. That is to say, each modified mech has its own unique characteristics. Of course, there are also official modification schemes. The 11th generation mech pilot, also a junior mech pilot, is no match for others in the mid to high level areas because of his custom-made mech, so he needs to constantly adapt in the beginner area. Why is there a training mech? The 11th generation mech pilot was somewhat speechless to see a training mech matched with him. In most mech pilots' minds, Training mechs are NPCs, even less impressive than the robot mechs in single-player training. Let's get started. Don't waste my time, the 11th generation mech urged, seeing that the training mech hadn't started immediately after entering the room. Okay, Yongbo replied. Then click start. The space station has a diameter of over 20 kilometers and 6 levels. It contains hundreds of modular modules. Both sides are vying for control of the space station, essentially a capture the flag game. The side that gains control of the space station wins. Yongbo's training mech and the opponent's 11th generation mech randomly appeared inside the space station. However, to everyone's surprise, both mechs randomly appeared in the same module simultaneously. The odds are too low. The training mech is doomed. That's for sure. The 11th generation mech immediately activated its autolock and long-range attack. There's no interference here yet. The 11th generation mech's combat power is at its maximum. The mech pilots watching the battle discussed amongst themselves. These mech pilots were watching as if they were actually there. The virtual characters could talk to each other. Of course, it depended on each person's choice. Some chose to watch the scene alone, while others chose to watch in groups. Yongbo hadn't expected that his training mech and the opponent's 11th generation mech would be randomly placed in the same compartment. This compartment was damaged, and the mech was missing. The instant the two mechs appeared, the 11th generation mech's laser cannon locked onto the training mech and opened fire fiercely. The mech's intelligence system was also extremely advanced. The reason why mech pilots were required to have such high skills was mainly because various interferences on the battlefield could render the mech's intelligence system inoperable. And in this kind of combat scenario, unless the opponent was a specially designed interference mech. Yongbo reacted quickly, realizing he was in the same compartment less than 20 meters away from his opponent. He immediately raised his right hand, bracing himself against the first wave of energy cannon fire. The laser was invisible, but when it struck the training mech's arm, it exploded in dazzling bursts of light. The training mech was covered in defensive armor. The dazzling light was the energy reaction from the laser striking the armor. This energy reaction propelled the training mech backward at high speed. The onlookers had barely finished speaking when the 11th generation mech launched a long-range attack. The training mech only had time to raise its arm. Onlookers assumed it would be defeated instantly by the ranged attack. While the training mech had external defensive armor, no armor can provide unlimited protection. Under prolonged attack, this armor would eventually be penetrated. However, to everyone's surprise, after being hit by the laser attack, the training mech instantly shot forward. This was because the 11th generation mech's laser cannon automatically locked onto the training mech. Therefore, the training mech appeared to dash into a tunnel, sparks flying everywhere. This. Many were utterly shocked. The pilot inside this training mech is indeed a master, one pilot remarked, noticing something amiss. This training mech is using the energy from the 11th generation mech's laser explosion as its power source. In other words, while the 11th generation mech's laser cannon damaged the training mech's base armor, the destructive energy generated by the laser and the defensive armor propelled the training mech. If you don't believe me, slow it down. You see the training mech's arms constantly changing. A knowledgeable mech pilot quickly explained. Many people were reviewing the recording while observing the two mechs in the room. The 11th generation mech pilot was somewhat bewildered. His laser cannon had only been fired for a second, and the opponent had vanished. So the 11th generation mech pilot immediately used the intelligence system to control the mech and give chase. The others reviewing the recording of that 1 second finally saw it clearly. The training mech's arm was hit by the laser cannon, generating thrust. The training mech then swung its arm, using this thrust to propel the mech in a bizarre trajectory directly into the passageway leading to the adjacent compartment. Many people gasped, because in zero gravity, they had to calculate the laser energy released by the 11th generation mech and the thrust of the explosion generated by the training mech's external defensive armor. They also had to adjust the arms to adjust this counter thrust. This involved many complex calculations, and because there were so many variables, the ability to react in such a short time relied on experience, not calculation. Although these things could be calculated, there were too many variables to calculate before the event actually occurred. The 11th generation mech rushed towards the adjacent compartment. The onlookers stared wide-eyed. Because after the training mech entered the adjacent compartment, the adjacent compartment was also damaged and in a state of zero gravity. After entering this compartment, the entire mech spun rapidly, like a giant, rapidly spinning top. The massive training mech slammed into the compartment wall. Then it bounced back and quickly crashed into another wall. It looked like a bouncing ball thrown into a confined space, constantly bouncing against the walls. Just when everyone thought the training mech had gone out of control, they discovered that after several impacts, it had somehow managed to fly back to the passage it had entered through at an incredibly high speed. Then it collided head-on with the 11th generation mech that had just entered. Furthermore, the training mech was positioned in a blind spot, despite the 11th generation mech having radar. The 11th generation mech had just reached the latter half of the passage. Before it even exited the passage, it was suddenly struck by the training mech. The 11th generation mech was instantly set flying. Then it slammed heavily onto the cabin. The training mech used the impact to stand directly in the passageway. It was like a billiards game where the cue ball hits the black ball. The cue ball stays in place, while the black ball flies away. Then the system displayed that the training mech, Little Maverick, had won. The cockpit of the 11th generation mech had deformed. You can do this? The spectators were dumbfounded. They had expected the two mechs to fight fiercely in this environment. But now, the battle was over in less than 5 seconds. To be precise, only 3.5 seconds. Everyone quickly reviewed the replay and discovered that the training mech had crashed into the cabin wall. It wasn't a crash at all, rather, the training mech's arms and legs struck the wall directly, changing the mech's direction. Furthermore, the training mech was spinning at an extremely high speed before hitting its opponent. In other words, the training mech was still spinning when it hit the 11th generation mech. The 11th generation mech not only withstood the high-speed impact of the training mech, but also its rotational force. This is similar to the spin required to throw a shot put, using that force to propel the ball. The training mech used the same method, its own rotational force directly striking the opponent's mech. No wonder the opponent's mech deformed. Logically, forces are reciprocal, but don't forget, the training mech is inherently tough. Yang Bo felt this was a minor incident, a victory won too easily. He had many ways to win. But this was the most logical, and also the most eye-catching. The reason Yang Bo ended the battle so quickly was that he didn't have time to waste here for long. Yang Bo chose to match again. This time, however, the platform suggested he could choose a higher level area. So Yang Bo chose the beginner's area. He had chosen the beginner's area for the previous 2 matches. Instantly, he was matched with an opponent in a modified 8th generation mech, looking like a Black Knight. Ha ha. Ha ha. Didn't expect to be matched with me. I see just how powerful your training mech really is. The 8th generation mech's pilot laughed heartily. Yang Bo was still a little confused, but after opening the forum, he understood he had become famous. His clean and decisive victory in the first match had already attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, his opponent's accusation of him stomping on newbies in the first match had drawn even more attention. Then, the replay of his second match appeared on the forum. This further increased his popularity on the platform. And Yang Bo discovered that his opponent was streaming. Furthermore, the number of viewers had exceeded 50,000. After both sides were ready, a map appeared randomly. This time, the map was an island. Run, little bull. Today I'm going to take you down with mecha and melee weapons. I show you what happens when you try to show off. I hate 2 kinds of people the most in my life. Those who show off, and those who bully noobs. The mecha pilot of the 8th generation publicly declared. Heh, show your nickname first if you dare. Hiding like a coward is like a rat in the sewer. Yang Bo retorted without any politeness. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, the other party realized he had forgotten to display his nickname. He was incredibly embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Enough with the nonsense. Just waiting for you to start. Yang Bo said irritably. The other party immediately opened his displayed nickname, grinding his teeth in anger. Yang Bo looked at the other party's nickname and shook his head. The other party's name was Angry Birdman. Chapter 1370. Yang Bo discovered that the number of spectators had exceeded 200,000. And the number was still increasing. Yang Bo had used the same combat method in the previous battle before. However, Yang Bo now had an excuse, his exceptional hacking talent. He could use his superior computing power to perform the calculations. Moreover, because he had used it under different identities before, using it now wouldn't arouse suspicion, as people were constantly simulating and learning the various combat methods of the mechs. And Yang Bo believed that someone would soon be able to simulate the combat method he used in the previous battle. The combat method from the previous battle seemed extremely simple, but it was very complicated to execute. Mainly, it required a massive amount of instantaneous computing power, because the time the mech was in contact with the cabin wall during the collision was extremely short. It was necessary to calculate the amount of force required for the mech's hands or feet at the instant of contact with the wall, and the direction of that force. This was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. Of course, this didn't mean that no one could accomplish it. The average person was a mech master and had a high probability of being able to. Mech masters and mech grandmasters possess not only exceptional combat awareness, but also, and perhaps more importantly, superior computational abilities. They also have enhanced predictive capabilities. This is why, even in today's high-tech era, mechs still require human pilots. This includes fighter jets and warships. It's because intelligent systems lack the intuition and predictive abilities of humans. Intelligent systems make predictions based on collected data. If any of the data is incorrect, the predictions will also be flawed. Furthermore, it's fundamentally impossible for an intelligent system to predict a person's choices. Because faced with the same situation, 100 people might have 100 different choices. Of course, this is in extreme cases. Therefore, an intelligent system simply cannot predict everyone's reaction. Not to mention, intelligent systems require external sensors to collect various data, and once subjected to strong interference, the sensor data becomes distorted. The number of spectators in the battle room has exceeded 800,000 and is still increasing. Because Yang Bo's previous 2 matches have already spread throughout the forums. His training mech instantly killed an 11th generation mech. And in such a unique way. Furthermore, the method Yang Bo used to instantly kill his opponent looks incredibly simple. In reality, it's extremely difficult. The fighting style of this guy, Little Bull Run, looks incredibly satisfying. Angry Birdman and Yang Bo simultaneously chose to start. The scene around their mechs changed instantly. Whether it was due to someone controlling them or not, the 2 mechs randomly appeared on the beach of the island. The distance between them was no more than 100 meters. Ha ha. Angry Birdman laughed loudly when he saw Yang Bo in the distance. Simultaneously, the mech activated its flight backpack, and one hand directly picked up its melee weapon, an 8-meter-long plasma slicing blade. The plasma slicing blade gleamed with a blue light. The number of spectators had exceeded 2 million, and was still increasing. In the eyes of the spectators, the 8th generation mech, trailing a blue light, slashed directly at the training mech. Yang Bo's training mech stopped in its tracks. The opposing 8th generation mech twisted and contorted. That was the phenomenon of the mech breaking the sound barrier. The training mech raised its energy shield. The 8th generation mech's plasma sword was originally intended to slash directly at the training mech. However, seeing the training mech raise its energy shield, it changed its attack on the spot. It changed to a diagonal slash, but just as the 8th generation mech changed its attack, the training mech suddenly took a step forward. Bang! The distance between them was too close, only 200 meters. The 8th generation mech's weapon was aimed at the training mech's original position. But the training mech suddenly took a step forward. This directly disrupted the 8th generation mech's attack. Because the distance was too close, and this change happened in the blink of an eye, the 8th generation mech had no chance to react. The 8th generation mech was solidly hit by the training mech's energy shield. In real combat, the 8th generation mech would have been destroyed by Yang Bo's ramming ability long ago. However, this is a virtual battle, so Yang Bo's superpowers are unusable. Alarm sounds echoed throughout the 8th generation mech's cockpit. The 8th generation mech's defenses weren't as strong as the training mech's. The 8th generation mech hadn't even regained its footing. The training mech lunged forward, followed by a sweeping kick. The 8th generation mech reacted quickly, leaping into the air. The training mech, shielded by its energy shield, executed the sweeping kick, leaving the pilot crouching on the ground. The 8th generation mech had barely jumped when the training mech lunged upwards again. Then the 8th generation mech was sent flying. The 8th generation mech still hadn't regained its balance. Because the training mech was heavy, and Yang Bo was using a heavy-hitting attack method. That is, utilizing the training mech's arms. A direct, short-range, heavy blow. The training mech itself had abundant energy, as it lacked additional weapon modules. Therefore, in terms of the power output of its 2 arms alone, the training mech was far superior. The 8th generation mech was sent flying far to the ground by this blow. The Angry Birdman took a deep breath. The series of attacks had left the Angry Birdman flustered. The opponent's on-the-spot reaction was too strong. Good. The Angry Birdman gritted his teeth and said, "Enough with the nonsense." Yang Bo controlled the training mech, standing on the beach. The spectators stared wide-eyed. This little bull's on-the-spot reaction was too strong. Any action, if it had been even 0.01 seconds later, would not have achieved the current result. Little Bull Run is amazing. This guy's reaction time is at least master level. Shaw, can a master be like Little Bull Run in the last match? Maybe it was an accident. Could he be a mecha master? A mecha master in the beginner's arena? Little Bull Run's last match might have been a coincidence, maybe luck. Judging from your words, you're obviously a beginner. Luck and coincidence are both part of victory in mecha battles. If you're capable, why would you rely on coincidence? That angry Birdman was so arrogant just now, but he's a noob. Little Bull Run is just too strong. Just then, angry Birdman, controlling his 8th generation mecha, slowly walked towards the training mecha. The mecha's melee weapons were dragged behind him. Angry Birdman stared intently at the training mecha. The training mecha hunched over, placing its energy shield in front of it. The angry Birdman observed the training mech's stance, riddled with weaknesses. However, after the previous exchange, he was uneasy. Could these weaknesses be intentional? The angry Birdman decided to play it safe. The two were now only a few dozen meters apart. The angry Birdman swung his plasma sword. He launched a probing attack with a sweeping motion. The training mech's shield slammed into the plasma sword. The angry Birdman immediately changed his attack. However, the training mech's shield was larger, so it also changed its attack. Because of the speed, both only had time to change their moves once. The plasma sword made intimate contact with the energy shield. The next second, a sudden change occurred. The energy shield's protective barrier vanished. More precisely, the training mech released its grip on the energy shield. The training mech's hands grabbed the 8th generation mech's plasma sword. Then, something astonishing happened. The 8th generation mech's plasma sword was snatched by the training mech. The angry Birdman hadn't expected his opponent to drop the energy shield. The angry Birdman had already withdrawn his grip on the mech the moment the plasma sword touched the glowing shield. Because the plasma sword couldn't break the energy shield. He just hadn't expected the training mech to suddenly release the energy shield and try to take his sword. The angry Birdman's reflexes were lightning fast. The 8th generation mech instantly locked onto the sword. Then the angry Birdman screamed. Because the training mech had both hands on the sword. The training mech spun around on the spot, and the angry Birdman found himself flying away. Then the 8th generation mech slammed heavily onto the beach. It turned out the training mech's attempt to seize the plasma sword was just a feint. The training mech's arms were incredibly tough. More importantly, the angry Birdman had already reduced the plasma sword's power, because even at its highest power, the plasma sword couldn't break through the energy shield. The 8th generation mech was locked in place, its plasma sword in its grasp. Then the training mech, holding the sword with both hands, performed a back throw. The 8th generation mech slammed heavily onto the beach. The angry Birdman increased the plasma sword's power. While performing the back throw, the training mech also spun around and landed on top of the older 8th generation mech. The 8th generation mech tried to flip over. The training mech sprang into action, then, like an octopus, entangled itself around the 8th generation mech. Like one wrestler locking down the other. And now, the 8th generation mech's mech-style mech weapons were completely useless. Because they were too long. The spectators stared wide-eyed. While mech battles have many outcomes, this was a rare occurrence. The angry Birdman relentlessly controlled the 8th generation mech, but unfortunately, he couldn't break free from the training mech's control. The training mech was inherently tough and powerful. The angry Birdman felt like he was about to collapse. No matter what he did, he couldn't free the 8th generation mech. Despicable. Such a high level of skill, and he has to come to the beginner's area. The angry Birdman cursed inwardly. The two mechs remained on the beach, the 8th generation mech unable to break free from the training mech's control. After 1 minute, the system automatically declared Little Bull the winner. Angry Birdman logged off immediately. Because it was too embarrassing. His 8th generation mech was completely controlled by a training mech. Yang Bo also left the battle platform. Yang Bo felt that 3 matches today were enough. Let the dust settle. Let the hype surrounding this matter simmer for a while longer. He'd play 3 more matches tomorrow. Although Yang Bo finished 3 matches, it took him less than 10 minutes in total. 99.9% of that 10 minutes was spent on other things. The first match was a one-hit kill, the second a one-hit kill, the third match lasted 1 minute and 30 seconds. Yang Bo came out of the virtual pod. Outside, he heard many people discussing it. Where is this Little Bull runner from? Don't know. This guy is definitely a mecha master. Bullshit, the battle platform is just virtual, like a game. Look at all those mecha masters in the game. How many are there in real life? You're talking nonsense. If you're so good, you learn Little Bull Runner's tactics. Even in a virtual game, you be a noob. That's slander. Let's have a match if you dare. Who wants to fight a noob like you? Don't waste my time. TSK, Why did Little Bull Runner choose to train in Mecha? Is he a complete beginner? Impossible, right? There must be a reason he chose to train in Mecha. Do you think he might not have any Mecha talent, which is why he chose to train in Mecha? Haha, you're going to make us all laugh to death. Little Bull Runner doesn't have any Mecha talent? Go and watch his 3 combat videos carefully. I did watch his 3 combat videos. You guys can calculate how fast his hand speed was using the training mech. Actually, his hand speed hasn't even reached the speed of a junior mech pilot, considering the simpler control mode of the training mech. So his mech talent must be very, very low, almost non-existent. He must be relying on supercomputing abilities and predictive abilities. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly when he heard someone analyze it this way. Although he won all 3 combats and caused a sensation, Yang Bo kept his hand speed under control. This was Yang Bo's strategy for dealing with some clever people. You know what? Your analysis makes a lot of sense. I think this Little Bull Runner is probably a master of ancient martial arts. I also think he's a master of ancient martial arts. His fighting style is completely different from ours. Others analyzed it this way. Yang Bo listened to these discussions, and then wandered around for a while. When Yang Bo arrived at the mech training ground, this place offers realistic mech training in 2 modes, live training and drone mech training. Then Yang Bo made a surprising discovery. These drone mechs actually had backdoors implanted in them. Yang Bo had previously implanted backdoors into experimental robots while playing games. These robots were the military's most advanced experimental robots. Because once these experimental robots were finalized, they would be mass-produced. Then the system's backdoors would be copied to other robots. But he hadn't expected that the drone mechs and the robots used the same framework. However, Yang Bo also understood that drone mechs and robots shared many similarities. Therefore, it made sense for drone mechs to use the system framework and underlying logic of robots. Little Bull Run, it was you. Back at the villa, Yang Bo told Su Wei and the others about his results that day, and their eyes widened in surprise. How was that? Pretty impressive, right? Yang Bo said proudly. I felt a bit familiar with Little Bull Run's fighting style today. It's the method you used when you sparred with us. How did you do that? Annie asked, suddenly realizing. It's using my super strong calculation ability. And my understanding of ancient martial arts. Of course, and some of my predictions. You know, if you watch my swordplay competition, my predictions are quite accurate. I think mechs don't need fancy methods at all. And training mechs has many advantages. Yang Bo explained. The others felt something was off about Yang Bo's reasons. Because while the reason sounded plausible, there was one undeniable fact. That was Yang Bo. The combat power he displayed with his training mech was insane. Su Wei and the others were speechless. Are you going tomorrow? Of course I'm going. I need to familiarize myself with all the different training mechs and then customize my own. And I need to develop my own unique fighting style, so I need more data. I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. I'm going to make a model based on today's data. Yang Bo said, then went to the next room. And then he started tinkering. Yang was going to create a special model of training mech system for himself. Chapter 1371. Yang Bo wanted to give the outside world the impression that the reason he could perform so many high-difficulty maneuvers with his training mech was due to. One reason was his unparalleled hacking talent, surpassing others in computational ability and intuition. Another reason was the unique system of his training mech. In fact, every mech pilot has special settings for their mech. Because everyone's operating habits are different. Just like everyone's driving habits differ. Everyone's mobile phone usage habits differ. So mechs are no exception. Mech modification and customization is a huge market. Those with the ability make major modifications. Those without make minor modifications. Whether it's hardware or software settings. Many mech pilots have their own unique combat styles. Therefore, it's necessary to improve the synergy between the pilot and the mech through both hardware and software. The higher the synergy, the more the pilot can utilize the mech's performance. Yang Bo began tinkering in his hacking studio. Su Wei and her friends went to train their superpowers. Little Bull Run became incredibly famous. Mainly because Little Bull Run used a special mecha, and his winning method was quite niche. Mechas have high public acceptance. This is mainly because the league officially promoted the status of mecha pilots. Because, as a cannon fodder profession, without some romanticization, frankly speaking, no one would become a mecha pilot. However, no one knows Little Bull Run's true identity. No one knows where Little Bull Run is from. The battle platform is officially run. Official platforms tend to be better at protecting personal information privacy. Because if a problem arises, the person responsible will face public protests. The company, on the other hand, can only resolve the issue through legal means. Many people started replicating the fighting styles from the 3 battle videos of Little Bull Run. Of the 3 fighting modes showcased by Little Bull Run, someone successfully replicated the first one. In the first battle, a 9th generation mech leaped into the air and unleashed an attack similar to the Foshan Shadowless Kick, but Yang Bo seized the opportunity, grabbing the opponent's legs and using the force of the incoming attack to slam the opponent onto the arena. A mech master, after testing over 130 battles, succeeded in the first one, because the speed of both sides is very high. Even a 0.01 second delay would prevent achieving the same result. Several other mech masters subsequently successfully replicated it, but mech pilots below the master level failed to replicate it. This seemingly simple technique requires extremely precise control of timing. Because the mechs have flight packs, even a slight delay allows the opponent to activate their flight packs, preventing the same effect. As for the second battle, no one succeeded at all. Even several mecha masters attempted to replicate the same combat tactics. All ultimately failed. This is because, while the mecha is spinning in zero gravity and colliding with a wall, the mecha's hands and feet must move simultaneously, not only propelling the mecha to continue its rapid spin, but also using the reaction force to control its direction. The mecha must reach a certain speed of rotation within a very short time. The mecha must also accurately aim its trajectory upon impact. Furthermore, the timing must be perfect to directly collide with the opponent, using the opponent's mecha to dissipate the force from one's own mecha. Someone successfully replicated the rotation, but the target arrived too late. Most rotations failed. There were simply too many variables involved. The battle map was an abandoned space station. Many objects floated inside the space station, and colliding with them could alter the mech's trajectory. As for the third match, Yang Bo arrived at the mech training center the next day and logged into the battle platform, only to find that only one person had successfully replicated the rotation. Moreover, the opponent's background was shrouded in mystery. After watching the opponent's combat video, Yang Bo knew that the opponent was a master of ancient martial arts, and a close combat expert at that. This was because the opponent's mindset in controlling the mech was completely different from that of a traditional mech pilot. Traditional mech pilots treat mechs as tools. Ancient martial arts masters, on the other hand, treat mechs as enlarged versions of themselves. Yang Bo's performance in yesterday's 3 matches also carried the style of ancient martial arts. This was intentional on Yang Bo's part. Once his true identity was revealed, everyone would understand. Yang Bo didn't need to explain, because he was, after all, the founder of Yang-style Meteor Fist. Furthermore, he's a super hacker. So, the combination of these two factors allows him to use the training mech so effectively, no one doubts it. As for why no one has successfully replicated it, it was during yesterday's second battle. Yang Bo wasn't surprised at all. Because the second battle was genuinely difficult. Yang Bo discovered that the Little Bull Run account was still a novice. Although he achieved 3 victories yesterday, Yang Bo used the training mech. Junior, intermediate, and advanced mech pilots can all pass online assessments or be evaluated based on data from the battle platform. However, those at the advanced mech pilot level and above require actual assessment. Yang Bo's training mech didn't meet the data evaluation criteria. However, Yang Bo could already select the advanced arena. This meant that while the battle platform couldn't rate Yang Bo, his skill level was sufficient to try his luck in the advanced arena. Yang Bo immediately activated automatic matchmaking. Furthermore, Yang Bo didn't use any filtering options, meaning he could enter the beginner, intermediate, and advanced arenas. Run, Little Bull. Yang Bo was instantly matched with an opponent using a 9th generation mech, and a modified one at that. Ha ha. Ha ha. The opponent laughed heartily, and then their mech's appearance instantly changed. From this alone, it was clear the opponent was skilled. Because the opponent's mech had quickly equipped itself with many other modules. And the opponent had also mounted missile modules, seemingly intending to launch a long-range attack. Yang Bo, however, didn't care. Failure was acceptable. After both sides selected their mechs, a random map was generated. When the map was randomly generated, the opponent couldn't help but curse, because the classic space station map had appeared again. Yang Bo chuckled but didn't say anything. However, the number of spectators had already exceeded 2 million, and was still rapidly increasing. It's the space station map again. Little Bull Run, you won again. Little Bull Run, the other side was unlucky, choosing the missile module and adding a flight module. That's what attracts me most about this battle platform. No matter how big the gap is between the two mechs, the map can sometimes make up for it. That's true, but in an environment like the space station, the 9th generation mechs still have their unique advantages. It all depends on the random distance between the two sides. If it's like last time, then Little Bull Run is finished. In an environment like space, dodging missiles is very difficult. Little Bull Run looks like an ancient martial arts master. I also think Little Bull Run is one of those old relics. I said yesterday, Little Bull Run is an ancient martial arts master. Don't talk, look. What if he gets instantly killed again? Someone said. Don't you know to turn on jamming mode? Exactly, what right do you have to tell us to be quiet? Even the police can't tell us to be quiet. Report this guy. People around reported the person, and then his virtual image disappeared. His account was restricted from logging in. This is the current situation in the Alliance. Sometimes an unintentional word can cause huge trouble. At this moment, Little Bull Run and the 9th generation mech both chose to start on the battle platform. The 9th generation mech was equipped with a flight module, a missile module, and a drone module. To everyone's relief, the two mechs did not appear in the same compartment simultaneously. The 9th generation mech appeared in a damaged compartment. The 9th generation mech released 2 drones. These 2 drones acted as the 9th generation mech's eyes. Just then, the 9th generation mech heard a voice. Little Bull is gaining control of the space station, 59 seconds remaining. Upon hearing this, the 9th generation mech couldn't help but curse. What kind of lousy system is this? Then, the 9th generation mech quickly flew towards the space station's control center. Because Yang Bo's training mech randomly appeared in the space station's control room. However, gaining access to the space station required holding out for 1 minute. Just as Yang Bo gained access, he heard the system's voice. Then the system started counting down. After 3 seconds, Yang Bo retreated, ceasing control, and the countdown stopped. The 9th generation mech had just flown through one compartment and arrived at the second. He noticed the system's countdown had stopped. So he slowed down, sending 2 drones to scout ahead. Just as he deployed the drones, the system countdown started again, this time starting at 60 seconds. By this time, the 9th generation mech had already passed through the second compartment. The third compartment was still operational, so the entire compartment had a gravity system. The 9th generation mech had to slow down, because suddenly plunging into gravity from a weightless environment would render it unusable. The 2 reconnaissance drones weren't so lucky. They went directly from the weightless zone into the gravity zone and were instantly destroyed. The space station's compartments weren't large, only a little over 100 meters in diameter. The drones were too fast. In the weightless environment, they could reach high speeds with very little energy. However, in a weightless environment, drones have very few ways to decelerate. The distance was too short for them to slow down. The 9th generation mech stopped and then slowly passed through the gravity compartment. At this moment, the control system's access countdown disappeared again. The 9th generation mech immediately became alert. Then it released 2 more small drones, this time at a slower speed. The 9th generation mech arrived at the space station's control room in half a minute. 2 drones had already scouted the control room, but there was no sign of the training mech. The control room itself was damaged. The 9th generation mech looked at the controller inside. The mech only needed to stand in front of it to gain control in a minute. The 9th generation mech knew the training mech was definitely waiting for it in secret. The 9th generation mech's pilot sneered inwardly, then went directly to the controller. The system's voice sounded again, and a 60-second countdown began. The 9th generation mech waited warily. The countdown numbers decreased steadily. 45 seconds, 44 seconds, 43 seconds, 42 seconds. Up to 30 seconds, the Little Bull Run mech still hadn't appeared. Then 20 seconds. The 9th generation mech's pilot was puzzled. Meanwhile, the audience witnessed something else. At this moment, the Little Bull Run training mech was spinning rapidly inside a compartment. It was also using its flight pack to propel the mech's rotation at an astonishing speed. As the countdown reached 12 seconds, the Little Bull Run training mech's spinning speed and impact velocity increased exponentially. Because no sound could be heard from inside the damaged compartment, everyone saw the Little Bull Run training mech ejected. The 9th generation mech pilot suddenly heard a rapid alarm. The pilot saw the footage transmitted from the drone, activated the missile module, and released all 12 micro-missiles simultaneously. The 12 micro-missiles flew directly towards the adjacent compartment. Inside the adjacent compartment, the Little Bull Run training mech bounced up and down like a bouncy ball within the damaged space. 12 missiles, launched by a drone, locked onto the Little Bull Run training mech. The Little Bull Run training mech instantly bounced to the top of the compartment. The 12 missiles accelerated and swept directly towards the Little Bull Run training mech. However, after impacting the top of the compartment, the Little Bull Run training mech bounced to the right. The 12 missiles quickly changed direction. The Little Bull Run training mech bounced against the right side of the compartment wall and landed directly at the compartment's entrance. Just then, the 12 missiles arrived at this entrance. The Little Bull Run training mech was instantly bounced back. The 12 missiles made another sharp turn. They chased after the Little Bull Run mech. The 9th generation mech pilot heard the countdown. 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, then he saw a dark shadow hurtling towards him. The 9th generation mech's laser cannons fired swiftly. However, these laser cannons didn't do much damage to the professional training mech. Boom! 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 The 9th generation mech was bracing for the impact when, unexpectedly, the training mech instantly bounced to the side. Then the 9th generation mech saw 12 missiles. Because the training mech didn't dodge this time, the 12 missiles unleashed their final burst of power. The training mech dodged instantly, and the 12 missiles struck their pilot directly. Theoretically, there should be an IFF, identification friend or foe system, but it was too fast. Too fast, because the missiles had locked onto the training mech. I understand. The training mech's tactics are simple. To gain control of the space station, it must be in one location. The training mech locked onto the location when it left. Then the training mech's pilot calculated carefully. So, as long as the 9th generation mech stayed there, it couldn't escape the training mech's calculations. A spectator shouted. Those around them suddenly realized what was going on, because the point of control couldn't be changed. TSK TSK. Although they had expected today's outcome to be unusual, they hadn't anticipated it would be so niche. Chapter 1372. This Little Bull Run is terrifying. The most terrifying computing power. If this were any other mecha game, I think the opponent was cheating. This is clearly a trap. Radar isn't very effective in places like space stations, because most of the materials there are energy resistant. Little Bull Run uses this method to lock onto the 9th generation mecha's location. Then it gets its own mecha to an incredibly high speed. It uses its own mecha as a weapon to directly attack the opponent. What you all said isn't actually the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is, he dodged 12 miniature missiles at the end. I think that last part is a bit strange, like a bug? Don't you guys understand why he dodged 12 missiles at the end? Do you know what a boomerang is? His mech pilot was spinning at high speed. The 9th generation mech probably never imagined that it would be destroyed by its own missiles just seconds before victory. Little Bull Run is amazing. Look at the stats from this battle. Little Bull Run's hand speed isn't even as fast as a junior mech pilot. But the opponent still won. The spectators discussed animatedly. These people understood Little Bull Run's tactics. Most of the materials used in the space station are energy-insulating materials, partly to prevent damage to humans and objects from various cosmic rays. They also serve as insulation, because temperature is also a form of energy, so this material can insulate against both the high and low temperatures of space. Therefore, the mech's radars can only detect targets at a limited distance inside the space station's compartments. The space station map is classic precisely because radars can't detect each other, making encounters very easy. Furthermore, the space station's compartments are relatively cramped compared to the mech's, so once an encounter occurs, the outcome will be decided in an instant, depending on who reacts faster. It tests the mech pilot's on-the-spot reaction. Little Bull Run, relinquishing control of the entire space station. This is inherently a trap, because the space station's control center remains unchanged. When the 9th generation mech seizes control of the space station from its stationary position, Little Bull Run learns the opponent's location. Then Little Bull Run's mech spins at high speed, while simultaneously colliding at high speed. It's precisely this abnormal speed that allows it to evade the pursuit of 12 micro-missiles. Otherwise, in such a confined environment, the mech would have no way to evade missile pursuit. That's insane! Someone needs to recreate this. I played through this space station map to death, and this is the ending. Little Bull Run is amazing. This guy must be incredible in real life. Isn't that obvious? I'm starting to wonder if this guy is a cyborg. You mean his brain is a supercomputer? Dude, don't be ridiculous. Cyborgs can't fit into supercomputers. Do you know how much energy a supercomputer needs? Besides, the data calculated by the supercomputer is useless in this map. Because you don't know how the 9th generation mech pilot reacted, or when he launched the missile. A missile search time of 0.01 seconds can completely change the outcome. Little Bull Run is incredibly skilled in real life, and his on-the-spot reaction time is amazing. Little Bull Run must be a psychic. Not only does it require extremely high-level algorithms, but it also demands incredible on-the-spot reaction ability. Looks like someone's guess yesterday was right. Little Bull Run is definitely a master of ancient martial arts. Those who practice ancient martial arts, don't they have a saying, no moves are better than moves? That's what on-the-spot reaction means. TSK. It's no wonder the 9th generation mech was unlucky. The chosen flight module was completely useless. I think Little Bull Run's combat style is unbeatable on the space station map. Either you chase after him, or if you try to gain access to the space station, he lock onto you. TSK. It's amazing how a cumbersome training mech can be operated so nimbly. Those watching repeatedly watched Little Bull Run's combat video. At this moment, Little Bull Run was matched with another mech pilot. The spectators didn't leave the Little Bull Run room. Meanwhile, Yang Bo received numerous private messages. Some wanted to date, others offered to pay for sparring partners. Some even invited him to participate in real-world mech competitions. Furthermore, some invited him to be a spokesperson. Yang Bo uniformly used the system's built-in automatic reply, "Thanks, not needed at the moment." Little Bull Run. I seen your combat videos. I admit you're amazing. But a training mech is still a training mech. Do you dare to fight me in a ring match? Before Yang Bo could speak, the mech pilot he was matched with spoke first. The opponent actually had 3 mechs, a 9th generation mech, an 11th generation mech, and a 14th generation mech. And these mechs all looked custom made. Showing off! Yang Bo chuckled at the opponent's words. You already used auto-matching, yet you still have so many demands. If you can't handle it, don't play. Yang Bo's words startled the opponent, who then became somewhat embarrassed and angry. Little Bull Run. I'm asking you if you dare to agree to my request. The millions of spectators, hearing this, began to mock. Where did this nouveau riche come from, showing off 3 mechs right off the bat? That's what you call having a lot of equipment but no skill. Why bother with matchmaking if you can't play? Exactly, making demands even in matchmaking mode. What kind of spoiled brat is this? 3 custom-made mechs, and he still wants to make demands on a training mech? Are all rich people this brainless? The onlookers all cursed the opponent. After hearing the opponent's words, Yang Bo simply clicked ready. Yang Bo wasn't going to give the opponent a chance. Anyway, he was just following the system's rules. Seeing the Little Bull running fast, the opponent didn't answer but instead prepared himself. He sneered and said, I show you that in the face of an absolute difference in equipment, all strength is an illusion. The onlookers laughed. Show your nickname first if you got the guts. A coward who doesn't even dare to reveal his name, yet he dares to spout nonsense here. I've seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone this shameless. This guy's plan is too good. If he doesn't reveal his nickname now, and loses, no one will know who he is. If he wins, he reveal his nickname. This guy wants to choose a map. Isn't he just trying to become famous by riding on the coattails of the Little Bull's Run? Shameless. Yang Bo's opponent didn't hear the audience's voices. Because players can choose to mute the surrounding audience's noise. Because sometimes, the audience's noise can interfere with a player's performance. The opponent directly chose a 14th generation mech, entirely gold in color. And it was a custom model. The opponent was equipped with a shield and a mech weapon, the latest generation of energy concentrating cutting blade. This mech weapon uses energy stones. Because only the immense energy of energy stones can support the cutting blade's maximum destructive power. The opponent also brought a missile module. Clearly, the opponent had sacrificed flight and long-range attack capabilities. Therefore, after seeing the mech and weapon the opponent had chosen, Yang Bo knew that the missile module must contain some special missiles. However, he didn't know exactly what kind of special missiles. The pilot of the 14th generation mech also chose to begin. Ha ha. Ha ha. The pilot of the 14th generation mech burst into laughter when the random map appeared. This was the classic arena map, meaning the center resembled a ring, surrounded by what looked like an old-fashioned gladiatorial arena. The audience began to discuss the map. The training mech is at a disadvantage on this map. It's a pity the 14th generation mech didn't choose the flight module. I think this 14th generation mech pilot is an idiot, letting the training mech engage in melee combat. Look at the weapons he's carrying. I also think the 14th generation mech pilot is an idiot. Although his weapons and equipment are good, the training mech's melee capabilities are undeniable. I think someone interfered with this training. Your suspicion is quite reasonable. After all, it's a 14th generation custom mech. If even this kind of mech is defeated by the training mech, the stock price of the mech manufacturing company will definitely plummet. No wonder I basically always lose when I fight those advanced mechs. You lose because you're too weak. The 14th generation mech pilot laughed loudly. Amidst the laughter, the two landed on the arena. Little Bull, run. I know what you're planning, you insidious, despicable, and shameless bastard. You want to use this method to prove that the mech pilot's ability is the most important thing. But what I'm proving is that the mech itself is the most important thing. In the face of such a huge gap in mech power, the mech pilot's efforts are utterly futile. The 14th generation mech pilot pointed his mech weapon at Little Bull and shouted. Yang Bo understood why the other party was so hostile towards him upon hearing this. This involves two schools of thought within the mecha industry. There are two viewpoints within the mecha pilot profession. The first is the pilot-centric view, believing that pilots are the soul of the entire mecha industry. The other is the view that mechas are the soul of the entire industry. These have become the two major schools of thought within the mecha industry, and these two schools frequently clash. Both sides try to prove themselves right in various ways. Yang Bo's recent actions clearly led the other side to believe that he was supporting the mecha pilots. Yang Bo didn't say anything, but instead activated the energy shield of his training mecha. Ha ha. The pilot of the 14th generation mech laughed, and then the missile module activated instantly. 4 red micro-missiles were launched in an instant. Energy jamming missiles. What is this guy doing? This guy is too smart. This guy is going to use energy jamming missiles to destroy the radar and sensor data of the training mech. Little Bull Run relies on the mech's radar and onboard computer data. And the opponent is obviously going to destroy Little Bull Run's data acquisition source. Many spectators exclaimed upon seeing this scene. Yang Bo knew the opponent's intention when he saw the micro-missiles launch. Of the 4 micro-missiles, 1 exploded instantly, and the other 3 were still flying, but the 14th generation mech had already charged forward. The opponent did this for a reason. Because the destructive power of these micro-energy jamming missiles is limited, knowing in advance that the opponent intends to destroy them allows them to shut down all the various sensors and probes of the entire mech. The opponent left 3 energy jamming missiles behind to prevent Yang Bo's mech from shutting down its sensors and probes to avoid the energy impact of the first missile. Yang Bo saw the opponent charging towards him. Although he didn't know the power level of the mecha's melee weapons, given the opponent's audacity, these weapons must be incredibly powerful. The destructive force of mecha's energy-based melee weapons varies depending on their power level. Yang Bo opened the cockpit's protective shield, making the area in front of the cockpit transparent. Yang Bo saw that the cockpit of the 14th generation mecha was also transparent from the outside. However, this was a one-way system. Those inside could see out, but those outside couldn't see in. The opponent was like a charging swordsman with a shield. Yang Bo, on the other hand, only had his shield and fists. Yang Bo's training mech didn't move, but held its shield up, waiting for the opponent to charge. The 14th generation mech activated its rocket pack during its charge. With a shield in one hand and a mech weapon in the other, it charged directly at Yang Bo. The arena map wasn't large, so in the blink of an eye, the 14th generation mech was in front of the training mech. The 14th generation mech, shield in one hand and weapon in the other, unleashed a sweeping attack. The training mech's shield blocked very little of the weapon, but the energy shield on its shield flashed frequently, indicating that the opponent's energy weapon had high attack power. After the 14th generation mech's mech weapon struck the training mech's shield, it instantly retreated, while its other energy shield collided with it. In other words, the 14th generation mech used this method to transform. Then, the 14th generation mech's melee weapon was withdrawn and unleashed another sweeping attack. The training mech seized the opportunity, its energy shield clashing against the training mech's. The 14th generation mech sneered. Its energy engine and output power were immense. Furthermore, it hadn't selected many weapons and equipment when choosing its mech, resulting in tremendous force on its shield. However, the next second, the 14th generation mech pilot's expression changed drastically, because he felt no force feedback upon the shield's impact. Then, the next second, the 14th generation mech pilot felt the entire mech lose control. Then, the next second, he collapsed onto the arena, everything going black. The surrounding audience clearly saw that when the 14th generation mech rammed its shield into the training mech, the training mech's shields appeared to be clashing, but in reality, there was no force involved. Instead, the two energy shields simply grazed each other as the training mech sidestepped. The 14th generation mech's strength was too great, causing it to lose its balance. At this moment, the training mech stretched out its leg and tripped the 14th generation mech, sending it crashing to the ground. The training mech then followed up with an elbow strike. TCH. Yang Bo couldn't understand what the 14th generation mech pilot was thinking. The opponent wasn't using the mech's computer, and could only observe the battlefield through the transparent canopy of the cockpit. This was practically self-defeating. Compared to his own training mech, the 14th generation mech was essentially useless. Its advanced radar, advanced quantum computer, and advanced intelligent technology were all rendered ineffective. Otherwise, the mech wouldn't have lost control. Haha. The 14th generation mech self-defeated itself to fight the training mech. A skilled observer in the crowd burst into laughter at this scene. This can't be a shill hired by Little Bull Run, can it? The radar, computer, and AI system of the 14th generation mech are all blocked, so it's like training a mech. The others realized. Haha. I knew it. There's a lot of equipment but no skill. I wonder which landlord's stupid son this is. He's probably lost his inheritance now. I haven't even realized it yet. I thought using jamming missiles with the 14th generation mech was such a brilliant strategy. So you're a noob. Yang Bo shook his head and logged off. Mech pilots fighting through the transparent cockpit can't unleash the mech's full combat potential. Of course, the other side's idea was correct. They believed they needed to rely on data provided by the mech's computer. Chapter 1373. Su Wei and the others had been watching Yang Bo's match today. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo won cleanly again. Hearing the surrounding discussions, they listened intently. This Little Bull Run is simply amazing. Exactly. Look at his hand speed on the results screen. It's not that fast, not even at the level of a beginner mech pilot. But Little Bull Run's timing is excellent. That's one aspect, but more importantly, his opponent seems to have something wrong with his brain. You can't say that. Even if I were a mech pilot of the 44th generation, I would think Little Bull Run needs basic data provided by the mech's AI for calculations. I didn't expect Little Bull Run to be stronger than I imagined. It seems that in the mech pilot profession, the pilot's individual ability is the most important. I also think the pilot's ability is the most important. Look at Little Bull Run. They defeated the 14th generation mech with a training mech, and in a head-on battle at that. Bullshit! The 14th generation mech pilot is an idiot. The 14th generation mech pilot using jamming missiles was a complete pig's choice, ruining all of his mech's advantages. The 14th generation mech has advanced intelligent systems, advanced radar, and advanced quantum computers. Just because this idiot used jamming missiles, all those advantages were gone. I seriously doubt this guy's true fighting style is what he appears to be. Because this battle proves the importance of mech pilots. Su Wei and the others also knew about the conflict between the two major schools of thought within the mech pilot profession. However, these people were more concerned about their opinion of Yang Bo. They stopped participating in mecha training and went to find Yang Bo. After leaving the battle platform, Yang Bo browsed the forum. He felt it wasn't very interesting, because most of the people there weren't as skilled as him. Yang Bo was considering whether to participate in practical training. Then he received a message from Su Wei, and the group decided to go shopping together. Yang Bo hadn't been shopping in a long time. Because of its sparse population, the shopping centers in each city of March Star were basically clustered together. Yang Bo used to prefer online shopping, simply using his flying car to pick up his purchases. Yang Bo, I didn't expect your skill level to improve so much. We thought we could easily beat you. I thought our progress was already fast enough, but yours is even faster. Su Wei and the others walked with Yang Bo, talking in hushed tones. It's alright, Yang Bo said modestly. I'm shopping like crazy today. Yang Bo didn't want to elaborate on the matter. On one hand, it's time to go shopping. On the other hand, my mecha talent is already quite high. The more I say, the more flaws I reveal. Training mechas certainly have some advantages in actual combat, but they are also more of a weakness. Furthermore, mecha combat often involves teamwork. Training mechas don't have much capability in such team battles. Unless in specific, demanding environments. Mecha's ranged attack capabilities are also extremely powerful. In team battles, a training mecha will be targeted and destroyed in one wave by ranged mechas. The mech combat training platform primarily trains mech pilots' reaction abilities. Therefore, these maps are meticulously designed. In a normal environment, general-purpose mechs can fly higher and attack from a distance. The training mechs are completely unable to damage these mechs. Of course, Yang Bo only wanted fame, to make people think he was also incredibly skilled at piloting the training mechs. This way, in the event of a major emergency, using the training mechs wouldn't arouse suspicion. Yang Bo knew that the more famous he became, the more trouble he would face. As time went on, some of his trump cards would be exposed. He was doing this to prepare for his future explosion. When Su Wei and the others heard Yang Bo say this, they started discussing it amongst themselves. Although Su Wei and the others didn't go shopping much, they liked to surf the internet. So they were very familiar with this year's trendy clothes and bags. In Yang Bo's eyes, these bags were just ordinary gadgets. But there was no way around it. Women just liked these things. Yang Bo followed behind the women, carrying their bags with great interest. Although Yang Bo and his group were a bit odd, they didn't attract the attention of others. Because the alliance highly values personal privacy, most people appeared indifferent to others and their affairs. Sometimes, saying something carelessly could result in a fine or even jail time. Yang Bo used to be like that too. When he lived in welfare housing, even when he went out, he acted as if he were oblivious to everything else. He wandered around for several hours, had a meal, and then returned to the villa. Yang Bo, when do you plan to conduct actual combat training? Annie asked after returning to the villa. In a couple more days. I need to get used to the data of a few more training mechs. Yang Bo wanted to wait a few more days mainly to let things develop further. Also, he wanted to get used to different training mech models through online combat training. Although Yang Bo had already decided what kind of training mech he wanted to modify. Because Yang Bo had a mechanic mode, he could design his own training mech according to his needs. But designing his own training mech sounded a bit daunting. Even the simplest training mech couldn't be completed by one person. The design and manufacturing difficulty of training mechs was no less than that of high-end mechs. Because training mechs are essentially sparring partners, if the sparring mechs weren't good, they wouldn't be effective at all. Designing a completely new mech required a team. Moreover, many fundamental patents in mech development are now held by large companies. For example, the mech's joints, materials, various systems, energy and control systems, detectors, and so on. Even the color schemes for the mechs have been patented extensively. Therefore, designing a truly unique mech is incredibly difficult. Mech manufacturing companies erect thick patent barriers. From hardware to software, from appearance to the basic framework, it's all covered in countless patents. So when Yang Bo spoke to Su Wei and the others, he only mentioned optimization. Using several types of training mechs was a suitable excuse. Mainly, Yang Bo happened to have some free time recently, and he wanted to use this time to gain more experience, so he could start working on it himself. This one too. So many people are talking about you, saying your mecha pilot talent has reached the Grandmaster level. Lu Jingxiang said, smiling at Yang Bo. Yang Bo chuckled, I wish I had that level. You guys still need to work hard. Once you reach the master level as mecha pilots, I buy you space mechas. Yang Bo still had several space mechas. Su Wei and the others rolled their eyes at this. A mecha pilot's professional level is related to both talent and superpower level. Only when the superpower level reaches a certain level can hand speed break through. Because extremely high hand speed requires very high physical strength. It's said that Grandmaster level hand speed can break the sound barrier. Mecha operation is within a relatively small range. Within such a small range, breaking the sound barrier, and then freely stopping various movements. How much force must the fingers and arms withstand instantly? Although everyone liked the space mech Yang Bo mentioned, reaching the master level was impossible without several years of dedicated training. Mech training was physically demanding due to the intense focus required. Long hours of mech training were unthinkable. Furthermore, Su Wei and the others also had to undergo superpower training. Seeing Su Wei and the others' expressions, Yang Bo didn't say much. Yang Bo knew someone suspected him, Wang Mushue. But it didn't matter, the other party had no evidence. Little Bull Runs Fast had become a household name within the mech pilot industry. A single training mech achieves such a winning streak. Most importantly, numerous videos online show attempts to replicate the feat, but only one succeeded. Each attempt was extremely difficult. Furthermore, Yang Bo's battle videos have been analyzed by countless people. The analysis concludes that theoretically, it's flawless. Take Yang Bo's second battle on the space station, for example. Knowing the opponent's location, he used his training mech as a high-speed weapon to attack. Theoretically, and in terms of data models, this is perfectly feasible. However, in actual operation, numerous problems arose. First, there's the timing of the opponent's 12 micromissiles. If the missiles are released too late, the training mech will meet the target in the passageway between the two compartments, making it impossible for the training mech to dodge. If the missiles are released too early, they will interfere with the training mech, causing it to drift further from the target. This means that by the time the training mech attacks the target, the control countdown has already ended. This also includes the final blind battle between Little Bull and the 14th generation mech. When a mech's controls are disrupted or blocked during mech battles, it's called blind combat. This is because at this point, the mech's intelligent systems and other systems become completely ineffective. You rely solely on the mech itself and its limited field of vision. While the view from the cockpit is decent, don't forget how large the mech is. It's like someone standing in a 4-story building, looking out from a window on the 3rd floor. You can only see a limited area directly in front of the window. You need to turn the mech to see everything else, up, down, left, right, and behind. Therefore, controlling the mech from this perspective creates many blind spots. This was affectionately called blind combat by the mech pilots. Because in close combat, the opponent is about 4 stories tall. It's like 2 4-story buildings. Close quarters combat relies entirely on subconscious reactions. A mistake easily leads to failure. However, Little Bull's reaction speed in blind combat was phenomenal. Although his mech piloting speed wasn't high, every maneuver was incredibly precise. Even a fraction of a second later or earlier wouldn't have achieved the same result. Therefore, many have tried to replicate this scenario, but none have succeeded. Of course, the time frame is too short. Given time, someone will eventually succeed. Yang Bo, under the pretext of researching and training mechs, returned to his workshop. The most pressing international issue right now is the authenticity of the clone of the Water Blue Empire's emperor. The Water Blue Empire has sent a special delegation to the Federation. The Water Blue Empire and the Pirate Alliance have also launched a bounty on the Flame Dragon pirate crew. However, the Flame Dragon pirate crew has already fled. Yang Bo also lost track of the Flame Dragon pirate crew, as their warships were all sailing silently. However, Yang Bo guessed that they would change their guise and identity before causing trouble again. Because no one knew how many pirate crews there were, and some crews even had multiple identities. The Pirate Alliance was also rife with internal conflicts. Many pirate crews were extremely dissatisfied with the Pirate Alliance's elders. This was because these crews had given money to the Pirate Alliance to purchase warships. But now the Empire had frozen their orders. What made things even worse for the pirate crews was that the Empire was about to deliver its warship orders to the federal central state. The pirate crews knew this situation was detrimental to them. So, they vented their anger on the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance elders were in a state of panic, as they had no idea the Flame Dragon pirates would pull such a stunt. The Pirate Alliance elders were trying various methods to quell the Empire's anger. They were also secretly contacting the Empire. There were also imperial factions within the Pirate Alliance elders. But this time, they were helpless because the Emperor and Empress were involved. While internal conflicts among the Empire's nobility were significant, the Emperor remained the symbol of the Empire. Although the Empire's nobility knew this matter was far from simple, how could a pirate crew obtain the Emperor's biological sample, and the Empress's, and so many other famous figures, even many key family members' biological samples? If a pirate crew possessed such power, it wouldn't be a pirate crew. Therefore, the Empire's nobility also wanted to know who was behind this pirate crew. Because these nobles feared their own biological samples might also be leaked. Of course, it's not just the imperial nobles, but also the financial groups of the Alliance and the Federation. Although only a portion of the key figures from these financial groups appeared in the live stream. Aren't those financial groups that didn't make it through worried that the biological samples of their key figures might also be leaked? Therefore, the Pirate Alliance is in big trouble this time. Biological samples are extremely important to these financial groups and families. Especially in the Alliance. Because in the Alliance, as long as you can prove you're a member of a certain family, you can inherit their estate. This has led to a disagreement within the Pirate Alliance's Elder Council. Because the elders of the Pirate Alliance are backed by financial groups from the Alliance and the Empire. These financial groups are demanding that the elders find the mastermind behind everything. However, the Pirate Alliance's most important task right now is to appease the other pirate groups. So the Pirate Alliance is in a difficult position. On one hand, the elders are being pressured by their backers to find the mastermind as soon as possible. On the other hand, the pirate groups are also causing trouble. Yang Bo is merely observing the situation, and doesn't plan to interfere for the time being. Yang Bo wanted to wait for the anti-government forces to cause trouble in March Star. Chapter 1374. Although the situation is somewhat out of control, the overall direction is not fundamentally problematic. The appearance of clones of the Emperor and Queen of the Blue Ocean Empire is a major blow to the Emperor, his prestige having reached rock bottom. Because those in the know understand, how were the Emperor's biological samples leaked? And the queens? What organization could obtain biological samples from so many important figures and celebrities from 3 countries to create clones? At least within the Blue Ocean Empire, other noble families, even those within the royal family, will be more wary of the emperor. Because whether in the imperial nobility or the Allied Federation financial groups, family members are bound together by blood ties. What is someone trying to do by cloning important family figures? It must be for evil purposes, right? Otherwise, why would they do it? Not only the imperial nobility, but also the financial groups of the other 2 countries will be dissatisfied with the emperor. It's just that some things, without evidence, are simply ignored. But then again, even if there were evidence, what could be done? The Blue Ocean Empire would not allow the emperor to bear the blame, and would actively sever any leads. Yang Bo had been secretly plotting against the emperor, aiming to plunge him into immense trouble, so that when he seized the Second World, the emperor's counterattack would be significantly weakened. Another objective of this incident, sabotaging the peace talks between the Federal Central State and the Pirate Alliance, was also successfully achieved. The next day, Yang Bo returned to the Mecha Training Center. Upon logging onto the virtual forum, he discovered that this world was full of all sorts of intelligent people. Some on the forum speculated that Little Bull Runner came from March Star. The reasoning was simple. Little Bull Runner's daily online time was roughly the same as March Star's. Furthermore, it's unlikely that someone like Little Bull Runner would appear on other administrative planets, because those planets have complete selection mechanisms, and mech pilots of Little Bull Runner's caliber would have already been recruited by various major forces. Only the training center on March Star is a recent construction. Of course, this is just speculation, as many people disagree below. What? Can't we play online at night? Can't it be a high-level player bullying a weaker opponent? Can't it be a high-level player trying to prove something? It's about the mech-based fighting style, specifically Little Bull Runner trying to prove that mech pilots are more important than mechs. Yang Bo checked the forum. Someone had successfully replicated his second battle on the space station. A mech master made his opponent stand still while he controlled his training mech to continuously rotate and ram into him, successfully replicating the classic scene, and the opponent was killed by his own missile. It was considered a success because the mech master and his opponent agreed on the time to release the missile. As for who this mech master is, it's unclear. His nickname is Mech Tiger. And this guy is going to send Little Bull Runner a battle invitation. Many people don't acknowledge this replication, believing it was prearranged, and that the test for mech pilots is, after all, on-the-spot reaction ability. However, others do agree. Anyway, in the Alliance, even good news will find someone pointing fingers and criticizing. Yang Bo ignored the invitation, checked his training data, and saw he could be randomly matched with novice, beginner, intermediate, and advanced mech pilots. Master level and above require an assessment before matching. Yang Bo entered the training hall and selected another model of training mech, this one being a melee training mech. Then, automatic matchmaking was activated. On the training platform, unless it's a real-world team, it's rare to team up with outsiders. This is because teaming up would reveal a lot of data, such as combat styles. Although the mech pilot training platform looks like a game, it isn't. On this platform, you can't train haphazardly. Within a team, everyone has different roles and training content. Unlike in a game where you can just mess around. This relates to real-world teamwork. Randomly messing around during virtual training can easily lead to muscle memory or bad habits. Once these habits develop in real life, they can easily wipe out your team or even cause the entire mission to fail. Of course, there are team battles in training, but these are mostly with amateur mech pilots. They only get to encounter real mechs in the training center, and otherwise just watch. Mechs themselves aren't cheap, and they require maintenance. A mech storage facility alone can bankrupt many people. Yang Bo was matched with an 8th generation general-purpose mech this time. He seemed to be a novice. "Aw, little cow run. I got matched. I'm rich. Master, can I stream?" The pilot of the 8th generation mech screamed upon seeing Yang Bo, calling out Tao 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 Jiayu 011. "Sure." Yang Bo immediately responded with a text message. Thank you, master. Master, please don't hold back later. Hit me hard. The more spectacular the better. Ha ha, ha ha. The other person sounded quite young. Yang Bo knew that the other person could earn some money by streaming. Okay. Yang Bo replied immediately, then prepared to randomly select a map. Master, can we choose the space station? The other party pressed. Yang Bo didn't answer, directly selecting a random map. Seeing Yang Bo's silence, the other party knew his choice. Choosing the space station was clearly an attempt to recreate the classic scene from last time, hoping to earn more revenue from the live stream. The other party waited 5 minutes before agreeing, obviously preparing for the live stream. When two mechs appeared on the map, Yongbo knew it was the map for guarding the base entrance. Guarding the base was a team map. A single player had to defend one entrance. The map depicted a human alien base, shaped like a pentagram. The entire alien base was situated within a crater. What annoyed Yongbo was that his trained mech pilot was on the attacking side, while the opposing mech pilot was on the defending side. The base's entrance was located in the center of the pentagram structure. The pentagram structure had a diameter of 1,500 meters. The entrances and exits for spaceships, fighter jets, and mechs were located in the center of the pentagram. Yongbo's training mech landed beside the meteorite crater. The crater was 900 meters deep. The crater was 40 kilometers in diameter. The enemy's 8th generation mech was atop the pentagram-shaped building. The pentagram-shaped building was high in the center and low around the perimeter. The 8th generation mech's pilot was live streaming, laughing loudly in the chat. Haha, I never thought I'd be on the defensive. This map is perfect for me, the 8th generation mech's pilot said in the live stream, while simultaneously activating the mech's automatic attack. When Yongbo's training mech appeared at the edge of the meteorite crater, it had already erected an energy shield. The 8th generation mech's laser cannon struck the energy shield directly, unleashing a massive energy surge. The energy surge impacted the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Yongbo controlled his training mech. Leaping backward, he vanished from the 8th generation mech sight. Some alien planets have wind, others are vacuum environments. Over 40 million viewers were watching inside Yongbo's training mech room. These viewers shook their heads upon seeing the map. In this environment, it was incredibly difficult for a training mech to win against a normal 8th generation mech. This map should be used for training mechs to directly guard the entrance. I can't imagine how training mechs can win in this environment. Training mechs have a significant advantage in special environments, but not so much in this open space. The training mech's alloy armor can withstand laser cannon attacks. However, any defensive measure has its limitations. Little Bull, run. What's going on? The gravity on this map is too high, twice the standard gravity. If the gravity were only a fraction of the standard gravity, the training mech would have enough power to approach quickly. Maps in the mech virtual training battle platform, even the same map, can have different environments. This map has air and double the gravity. Because the gravity is too high, the mech's flight pack can't propel the mech very fast. Also, there's a 10-kilometer distance between the 5-star base and the crater. The 8th generation mech has a sufficient firing arc. Yongbo first controlled the training mech, circling the crater once. The mech pilots watching the battle had no objections to Yongbo's actions. In their eyes, this was the proper procedure for mech warfare. Unless it was an encounter battle, this kind of offensive and defensive battle required prior reconnaissance of the terrain. Yongbo actually had many ways to achieve victory. It's just that some methods couldn't be used. For example, Yongbo could contact the opposing mech and implant a hacking program into the communication signal. This would easily interfere with the opponent's mech. He wouldn't even need to control the opponent's high-five. He could simply use the hacking program to disrupt their mech's programming. Then his own mech could arrive as quickly as possible. However, Yongbo wouldn't use this method because it was too overpowered. This method was reserved for actual combat. Yongbo circled the crater and quickly locked onto a nearby mountain. While running, Yongbo noticed that the map showed wind. And this mountain was precisely upwind. Generally speaking, if there's wind on an alien planet, then that planet also experiences storms. Because of the extreme temperature difference between day and night on the alien planet, the storms are also very powerful. If there were no time constraint, Yongbo could wait for the storm to arrive before attacking. Because when the storm arrives, it will stir up a lot of dust. This kind of dust weather is very effective at interfering with energy weapons. Whether it's laser weapons, particle weapons, or microwave weapons. They are useless in a dust storm because the dust will block the transfer of energy. Yongbo controlled the training mech to climb towards a distant mountain. To avoid being locked onto by the 8th generation mech, Yongbo climbed up from where the 8th generation mech couldn't see him. The number of onlookers has exceeded 70 million, more than the number of registered mech pilots in the Alliance. Because many of them are new mech pilots. These new mech pilots haven't received certification from the Mech Pilot Association. Some viewers have already figured out what Little Bull is planning. Little Bull, run. Get ready to go to the mountain next door. Jumping from such a height, with the help of the rocket pack, theoretically, you should be able to land on the base. But with such high gravity and such high speed, how will Little Bull Run's mech absorb this massive impact? Hard to say. Little Bull Run, if he's planning this, he must have a plan. That 8th generation mech is unlucky. It's been streaming for half a day, and Little Bull Run hasn't appeared. It's also his fault for being too hasty, attacking Little Bull Run from a distance right from the start. If I were matched with Little Bull Run in the same room, I fight him in melee. That's what everyone likes to see. If you fight Little Bull Run, you definitely get instantly killed in melee. Instantly killing me is perfectly normal. Yang Bo knew his actions wouldn't fool the spectators. Yang Bo controlled the training mech, using the rocket pack to climb to the mountaintop. It was a dormant volcano, the summit only 2 kilometers from the crater. Yang Bo silently calculated for a moment, then controlled the training mech, leaping towards the edge of the dormant volcano. Simultaneously, he placed the energy shield beneath the mech. The rocket pack activated the instant the training mech leaped into the air. Such a commotion naturally did not escape the notice of the 8th generation mechs guarding the base. The 8th generation mech's automatic attack system instantly opened fire on Yang Bo's training mech. The lasers released by the 8th generation mech continuously collided with the energy shield, unleashing massive energy shocks. I know. Little Bull Run? You're so smart. Did you guys notice that when the laser stimulated the energy shield, the massive energy shock slowed the mech's descent? If it descends at this speed, there shouldn't be a problem. TSK TSK. Amazing. Someone in the spectators shouted. Then everyone else immediately understood. The 8th generation mech's pilot, however, clearly hadn't noticed this, and was frantically yelling in the live stream. Little Bull, run. You're dead. Haha, I used you as a target in midair. The 8th generation mech's pilot obviously didn't realize the problem. However, someone in the live stream reminded the pilot. This pilot saw the reminder in the live stream, but didn't stop. He was confident he could destroy the energy shield of the Little Bull Run training mech before it landed. The energy shield's energy was limited, and its power output was also finite. An 8th generation mech, unleashing a berserk barrage of attacks. Yang Bo's training mech had only covered 2/3 of the distance. The energy shield became ineffective. The main culprit was the 8th generation mech's energy cannon relentlessly unleashing lasers. The Little Bull Run mech was in midair, one hand shielding its chest in front of the cockpit, the other its head. The lasers were blasting blinding sparks from the alloy armor plating on the mech's surface. This was laser corrosion of the armor plating. The 8th generation mech pilot went even crazier. The next second, the Little Bull Run training mech seemed to lose control, spinning rapidly in the air. A rapid alarm sounded from inside Yang Bo's training mech. Die! 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 The pilot of the 8th generation mech screamed wildly in the live stream. Seeing the training mech veer to the other side, the 8th generation mech far away had relaxed its guard. And the training mech was plummeting at an incredible speed, spinning wildly as it fell. The 8th generation mech looked at the training mech's landing point, a full 100 meters away. It couldn't help but burst into laughter, because at that speed, the training mech would have no chance of survival upon impact with the base's surface. Just as the training mech was about to crash into the base's surface. The next second, the 8th generation mech saw a flash of silver light, then everything went black. The system notification said it had lost. The spectators were also shocked, quickly replaying the recording, and exclaimed in disbelief after watching it. Chapter 1375. But at that very moment, Little Bull's training mech crashed heavily onto the base, ejecting the mech pilot. Yang Bo ejected from the mech. His life jacket had a built-in rocket booster, using solid fuel. After ejecting, Yang Bo landed on the base surface from several hundred meters in the air, propelled by the life jacket. Actually, Yang Bo had already won at this point. The viewers watching the replay had strange expressions. The 8th generation mech had been stabbed directly into the cockpit by a mech-mounted dagger. Holy crap, this is the first time I've seen a mech win with a dagger. Yeah, didn't some pilots suggest removing the dagger before? I never thought it could be used like this. Little Bull's on-the-spot reaction is too strong. He's probably a super strong fighter in real life. Everyone discussed among themselves. In the slow-motion replay, Little Bull's operation was incredibly simple. After the training mech's energy shield was destroyed, the 8th generation mech's laser directly struck its alloy overlay armor, causing the mech to lose control due to the immense energy. Little Bull used his rocket pack to accelerate the mech's spin. Just as the mech was very close to the ground, the training mech pulled out its equipped dagger. Most mechs are equipped with daggers for close combat in confined spaces. Using the mech's immense spinal momentum, the training mech threw the dagger. The dagger's tip had an energy-penetrating device, Upon contact with anything, it would unleash a powerful energy blast, piercing the opponent's armor. This series of actions was simple, requiring relatively low hand speed, but it demanded precise timing, as the window of opportunity was fleeting. So, the 8th generation mech's cockpit being pierced by a dagger is one thing, but more importantly, it's the dagger's energy penetration mode. The energy and metal jet penetrating the mech's cockpit armor would destroy everything inside. Therefore, the 8th generation mech was immediately judged to have lost by the system. Although the training mech also crashed, it happened a little later than the 8th generation mech. Even if the Little Bull Run mech failed to eject, the system would still judge it as having won. Of course, in a real combat scenario, if the Little Bull Run mech failed to eject, it would be a mission failure, because the base has more than one mech. That's awesome. Wow, I can't believe it. I feel like a new mech style is about to be born. Keep dreaming. Not everyone is Little Bull Runner. So many mech pilots have tried to recreate Little Bull Runner's classic moves, and what was the result? Yeah, but looking at the data, Little Bull Runner's performance is misleading. I wonder who Little Bull Runner is. Probably not. This time, the match is clearly with newbies, meaning Little Bull Runner's account itself is still a newbie. Not necessarily. Maybe Little Bull Runner didn't even use any other mechs. Everyone was discussing. After Yongbo left the match, he was prepared to lose one game. Winning and losing is what makes a skill, but of course, Yongbo wouldn't intentionally lose to anyone. So he continued matchmaking. Unexpectedly, this time he was also matched with a training mech. Little Bull Run, I heard so much about you. The other party didn't display their name, but their training mech was modified, all yellow, and they used two special mech melee weapons that looked like two hammers. Yongbo quickly recognized the other person, one of the 6 gold medal sparring partners, nicknamed Bumblebee. The 6 gold medal sparring partners charged 100,000 credits per hour. A single session lasted at least 50 hours, meaning a minimum fee of 5 million credits per session. That seems expensive, doesn't it? But sparring partners aren't easy to book. You can't book one unless you reach a certain level. Bumblebee, it's an honor to meet you. From the other person's words, Yongbo judged that he was a master of ancient martial arts. Because this way of greeting was very unique. When ancient martial arts are practiced to a high level, a person's reaction speed and subconscious reflexes are excellent. However, Yongbo felt that ancient martial arts masters were not suitable to be mecha pilots, because the combat philosophy of mecha pilots was completely different. What is a true mecha pilot? It's teamwork. What you're good at isn't important. What matters is what the team needs you to do. And within a mecha pilot team, sacrifice is essential. Mechs, often seen as cannon fodder, are the most vulnerable units on the battlefield. Manned fighter jets and warships are far safer than mechs. This is why mech pilots are so highly regarded in society. They truly have the highest risk factor. This refers to weapons and equipment controlled by humans. Ancient martial arts are more about individual combat, and the combat systems of mechs and ancient martial arts are completely different. Of course, in this society, there's nowhere for ancient martial arts masters to showcase their skills, so it's not unreasonable for them to serve as sparring partners. Please, the other party said. He didn't even know Bumblebee's real name or nickname. It was just a nickname. Please. Yongbo directly clicked to start randomly. At this moment, the number of spectators in the room had exceeded 20 million. And it's still increasing. Two masters clash. Let's see who wins. This is going to be interesting. Little Bull Run has created many memorable moments with its training mechs. I wonder if it will continue. Definitely. I know Little Bull Run's combat philosophy is the core of mech combat. Defeat the enemy in the fastest and shortest time. I think so too. On the battlefield, opportunities are fleeting. Little Bull Run did very well in the last match, showing the spirit of sacrifice of its mechs. Right. Not necessarily. A true mech pilot needs a team spirit. This kind of solo fighting will never get you anywhere. You're just talking nonsense here. How many of you here have the chance to go to the battlefield? Look at the battle between the Alliance and the Pirate Alliance. And Governor John Lee's several live streams. Mechs don't even get a chance to participate. I think an era has passed. Just then, the audience noticed a random map appearing. Wow, it's an arena. This is real close combat. Yongbo looked at the map that appeared. It was an arena only 50 meters in diameter. The allowed height was only 15 meters. This map was relatively niche. Mainly because this map completely tested the mech's close combat abilities. Furthermore, after starting, the map would continuously shrink every minute. After 3 minutes, there would be interference, which would disable the mech's radar and AI systems. At most 10 minutes later, the map would shrink to a diameter of 10 meters. Yang Bo clicked start. His opponent also clicked start. Then the two appeared on the arena. Both mechs were about the same height, but Bumblebee's training mech had been modified. It looked slimmer, likely due to the reduced weight of its external armor. This made the mech more agile during operation. Also, the opponent had two special weapons. And the opponent's rocket pack was also modified. Yang Bo had just watched some of the opponent's promotional videos. The opponent's customized mech had many modules. Different modules were used depending on the sparring partner. Bumblebee's mech took out two hammers and made a starting gesture. Seeing this, Yang Bo immediately discarded his energy shield. Then he made a starting gesture with his mech's two fists. Bumblebee's mech pilot's lips twitched when he saw Maverick's run fast mech's move. The spectators were also somewhat confused by this. Why did Maverick Run drop its shield? Bumblebee's two hammers have built-in energy attacks. Is Maverick Run about to create another memorable moment? Impossible, the arena walls are force fields. The mechs won't bounce off them. Maverick Run will never again be able to attack with its mechs using rapid spinning ramming. Just then, both mechs activated simultaneously. The rocket packs are incredibly heavy. Of course, there's a time limit to the full power of the rocket packs. However, in such a confined space, the rocket packs can't operate at full power. Bumblebee's mech held two hammers, one in front of the other. Maverick Run's training mech only had two fists. The 50-meter distance of the arena was like a small balcony for two 9-meter-tall mechs. Bumblebee's mech, seizing the opportunity, extended its right hammer a short distance. Meanwhile, its left hammer retracted. Mech warfare doesn't rely on the sheer force of the swing, but rather on the speed and power of the mech itself. It's like cavalry warfare in the past. Cavalrymen on horseback didn't wield their weapons, they simply gripped them tightly. They relied on the horse's speed to cut through their opponents. Bumblebee intended to attack Maverick with its right hammer. The retraction of its left hammer was a follow-up move. However, at the same moment, Maverick's rocket pack activated at full power. Then, Maverick's mech tilted, barely grazing Bumblebee's right hammer. Because Maverick's rocket pack accelerated instantly, Bumblebee's pilot misjudged the hammer's impact point. Bumblebee's pilot quickly steered the mech around. However, after Bumblebee's mech turned, it didn't see Maverick's mech. Bumblebee's mech pilot broke out in a cold sweat. Then came the mech's frantic warnings. Then everything went black. Failure. Instant kill. The entire room of over 30 million spectators was stunned. Maverick's maneuver was simple. While dodging Bumblebee's mech, its rocket pack was at full power. Then Maverick's training mech traced a semicircle along the edge of the ring. Maverick's rocket pack was at full power the entire time. So when Bumblebee finished turning, Maverick's mech was already behind it. Bumblebee was sent flying, landing with a dagger on its back. The audience noticed a deep mark on the ring. Only after reviewing the replay did they realize that Little Bull's mech used only its 2 feet to change direction, with the rocket pack providing some fine-tuning as well. The rocket pack's thrusters could be adjusted to a small angle, only a few degrees. Because the rocket pack propelled a mech to such high speeds, this angle was sufficient. It's like driving on a highway. The steering wheel's angle of movement is extremely small. The audience was numb. The top sparring partner was defeated in one move. And the top sparring partner even had a weapon. I can't imagine what it would be like if Little Bull had a weapon. Someone sighed. Yeah. I never expected this map to have this kind of ending. Little Bull Run, I knew it would be another spectacular ending as soon as you dropped your shield. That's a misconception. It seems like the shield can defend, but once you have a shield, you're fighting the Bumblebee mech head-on. The Bumblebee mech's 2 hammers are custom-made. The energy shield won't last long. How do you think we can counter Little Bull Run's fighting style? If it were me, I retreat and stand on the outside. Then Little Bull Run, just turn around. Right, Little Bull Run's external armor is very thick. It can withstand 1 or 2 hits without a problem. Little Bull Run isn't afraid to die. Just charge in and see who dies first. I think the only way to spar with Little Bull Run is with a dedicated sniper mech. Useless, unless in extreme environments with nowhere to hide. Also, the mech needs to be able to stay high in the air. The training mechs even have energy shields. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Yang Bo felt that was about enough for today and logged off. After logging off, Yang Bo didn't immediately leave the simulation pod. Yang Bo browsed the forum for a while. He found that the most popular topic was the Little Bull Runs Fast meme. It had over 30 billion posts, and this post had only been up for 2 days. Yang Bo looked at it. It was all about how to deal with him. This kind of discussion had the most posts, each with its own assumptions. After browsing for a while, Yongbo finally left the simulation pod. Leaving the simulation pod, he noticed someone was watching. I knew it. Yongbo hadn't left the simulation pod immediately after logging off because he was afraid someone would be paying attention to it. Because some people on the forum had already guessed that he was on March Star. Yongbo didn't dare underestimate the netizens' imaginations. Some people might have unusual thought processes and want to pay attention. If he had left the simulation pod immediately after logging off, they might have become suspicious. Yongbo then went to watch Su Wei and the others' combat training. Practical training is expensive because the mechs themselves are quite valuable. The training drones are also very expensive. Hiring professional training instructors, or even master-level mech pilots, would cost even more. Su Wei and the others are still doing basic mech training. To be precise, they don't need to learn tactics until they reach the level of advanced mech pilots. What I'm focused on learning is hand speed and on-the-spot reaction time. Yongbo, you're amazing. Exactly. Training mechs is like playing with toys in your hands. Back at the villa, Yongbo was quite pleased with the compliments from Su Wei and the others. Oh, not at all, it's just that I have quick reflexes, Yongbo replied modestly. Yongbo, how about you become our training partner from now on? Su Wei asked expectantly. Ahem, my training mech is only impressive online. In reality, mechs have long-range weapons and can call in fire support. So you guys need to train hard. I'd be relying on you for protection from now on. I'm operating the training mech now, so I won't be a burden to you later, Yongbo quickly explained. Because Yongbo didn't have time to be their sparring partner all the time. Alright then. I'm going to get back to my work. Yongbo wasn't planning to go to the mech training center tomorrow. He was going to customize a training mech. Then he'd wait for the anti-government forces to cause trouble. Then, he could use the training mech to fight these anti-government forces legitimately. Besides, Wang Mushua had arranged to meet him tomorrow. Also, as a super hacker, he submits some vulnerabilities to the Defense Department, so no one would be surprised if he found a warship later. Chapter 1376. TSK. The next day, after Su Wei and the others went to the Mecha Training Center, Wang Mushua came to Yongbo's villa. Her bright eyes scrutinized Yongbo, as if she wanted to tear his brain apart to see what secrets he held. I see how long you can keep hiding this. Those movements you made while training your mecha. They're somewhat similar to some people's. Yongbo didn't hide the fact that he was also a little bull runner. Because Su Wei and the others already knew, there was no need to hide it. I don't understand what you're saying. My mecha talent isn't good, that's why I use a training mecha. But I have a brilliant mind, and I also have ancient martial arts talent. Yongbo, of course, couldn't admit it. He couldn't admit it now, and he would never admit it later. Because he used someone else's identity to help Wang Mushua quell the rebellion with his mecha. He even managed to escape quickly because the military came to arrest the person he was impersonating. Wang Mushua knew that person was on March Star at the time. But when the military came looking for him, he had disappeared. Yongbo was on March Star at that time. However, Wang Mushua had no evidence. But Yongbo's mecha's fighting style was too similar to his opponent's. No matter the opponent, he always dealt with them in the fastest way possible. Your excuse is quite good. I admit I can fool most people, but you can't fool me. Wang Mushua was skeptical of Yongbo's explanation. Because what Yongbo said was plausible. I have no reason to lie to you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I think you, as a fleet commander, are skeptical of everything. It's only me. Anyone else would have been annoyed by your suspicions long ago. Yongbo not only denied it, but also turned the tables. I don't understand why you're putting on such a show lately. Is there some bigger plan? Wang Mushua felt that Yongbo's recent deliberate attention suggested something was amiss. However, she lacked further information to make a judgment. Yongbo rolled his eyes and ignored her. Of course, Wang Mushua had no idea how extensive Yongbo's information sources were. It could be said that Yongbo's intelligence-gathering capabilities were even more impressive than the Alliance's intelligence department. At least the Alliance's intelligence department couldn't read other people's memories. Who hasn't dreamed of piloting a mecha? Besides, Su Wei and the others have excellent mecha talent. I can't let them down. And I need to test some of my ideas. Now that the testing is successful, I customize a special training mecha. Utilizing my hacking talent, my mental strength talent, and my ancient martial arts talent. You've seen the result? My combat power in the training mecha is in no way inferior to that of a high-level mecha pilot. Of course, I admit that in war, this perception might be flawed. But I think at most I face things like terrorist attacks. I can't personally participate in wars. If I were to participate in wars, the alliance would probably be gone by now. Yang Bo offered a hypocritical explanation. Wang Wuxue still doubted Yang Bo's motives, but Yang Bo's explanation was flawless. Yang Bo's hacking talent, mental strength talent, and ancient martial arts talent were indeed impressive. Furthermore, she had analyzed the combat data of Little Bull Run. It was entirely due to the mech pilot's powerful analytical and on-the-spot reaction abilities. However, Wang Wuxue's intuition told her that Yang Bo was hiding many things. But she couldn't find any evidence. Nor did she have any sources to support her intuition. And more importantly, Yang Bo already possessed super hacking talent, super ancient martial arts talent, super mental strength talent, super pharmaceutical talent, and a monstrous superpower talent. How could someone with such monstrous talents possibly possess other talents? Even if she herself was a genius, her current mental strength talent and warship command talent already made her feel inadequate. She needed to constantly learn, especially in the last 2 years. A lot had happened in the interstellar world. For example, the rise of Li John in the Federation. Starting with a mech in a short time, he became a governor, or rather, 2 governors in actual control, one in Kalaya and one in Gutra. Don't be fooled by the new governor of Gutra. Don't forget that Li John left behind 2 warships. This was unthinkable before. Furthermore, there was the war between the Pirate Alliance and the federal state of Mudya. This also changed the nature of warfare. I feel I haven't had enough time to study my 2 talents and their related specialties. Of course, everyone's talents and learning are different. But any achievement Yang Bo has in any one area feels unmatched, even by the most talented among geniuses. How amazing is his hacking talent! He single-handedly breached the security network of an entire planet, paralyzing its network and communication systems. Not to mention his talent in pharmacism, he still needed Yang Bo's energy potions to stabilize his fleet. His talent in ancient martial arts was even more remarkable. He created the incredibly powerful Meteor Fist, and practically monopolized the contribution points of the relevant industry associations in 3 countries. And then, there was his mental strength talent. Yang Bo's mental strength could easily suppress her. And then, there was his superpower talent, light-based superpowers, and the ability to unleash lasers. Sometimes Wang Wuxue had the illusion that Yang Bo wasn't human. He was more like a robot, but a robot wasn't this powerful. He was somewhat like a legendary god. Take a look at my training mech plan, Yang Bo said, presenting his custom mech design. Wang Wuxue also understood mechs. After all, as the fleet commander, she needed to command mechs in combat. She definitely needed a certain understanding of the mech's performance. After reviewing the designs, Wang Wuxue looked at Yang Bo in surprise. You designed all of these yourself? Have you forgotten my hacking talent? If I wanted, I could reference any design from the research institutes of those mecha companies. Yang Bo replied proudly. You're just trying to fool me. Which mecha company's research institute doesn't register patents beforehand? These mecha companies have thick patent walls for every model of mecha. These mecha companies have developed their mechas generation after generation, establishing thick patent walls very early on. Although I don't know all the mecha patents, since you're ordering custom designs, these designs must have their own patents. Wang Wuxue looked at Yang Bo with a smile. Yang Bo shook his head. Although these designs are my specialty, I can buy some basic patents and then optimize them. And I plan to manufacture the machines myself. Even if it infringes on patents, I won't bear any responsibility, because I'd be manufacturing the mechs for my own use. There won't be any profit. Wang Wuxue's eyes widened. You manufacture the mechs yourself? It's no difficulty for me. Next, I'm going to manufacture the robots myself. Anyway, I have plenty of time, and I can see a lot of robot designs and manufacturing. Besides, even if I infringe on patents, it doesn't matter. I don't plan to profit from it. Yang Bo wanted to gradually demonstrate his abilities. The reason Yang Bo let Wang Wuxue know about these abilities was because he planned to entrust the future fleet command to Wang Wuxue. He would remain hidden behind Wang Wuxue. Pushing Wang Wuxue to the forefront had an advantage. If someone wanted to scheme against him, they would only assess Wang Wuxue, not him. Wang Wuxue couldn't refute Yang Bo's words. Because Yang Bo has a talent for hacking, he has no problem with software. Even if he were to take a step back, he could simply copy other people's software and robot designs. As Yang Bo is correct, even if he uses someone else's design, there won't be any penalties as long as he doesn't profit from it. This is especially true in the mecha industry. Because no matter what method he uses, the cost of manufacturing a mecha himself is many times higher than buying one. Even someone like Yongbo, using intelligent manufacturing robots. The manufacturing cost is also much higher than the cost of mass production by the mecha company. Alright then, as long as you think it suits you. Wang Wuxia had a bad feeling about this. She felt that Yongbo was hiding a huge secret from her. It was a woman's intuition, and also the intuition of a psychic superpowered individual. Hee, what did you want to see me today? Can't you even look at yourself? Come on, let's go upstairs. You're so shameless. You have the nerve to call me shameless? You secretly came to see me just to. Yongbo picked her up. Then they went upstairs. A few hours later, Wang Wuxia left, and Yongbo released Shen Gongbao and the others. The little guys, Shen Gongbao and the others, are getting smarter and smarter. And their numbers have increased because Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also like furry little animals, like gerbils. On the Mecha Pilot battle platform, many people were eagerly waiting for Little Bull to run fast. Many people were also posting on the forum, challenging Little Bull to run fast. Few can successfully replicate the iconic moments of Little Bull Run. However, Little Bull Run hasn't appeared yet, leaving many disappointed. Su Wei and her 5 companions form a Mecha Pilot team. The 5 are still in the process of coordinating and training. Currently, they are using the most basic tactics. Neither Mecha Pilots nor Mecha Pilot teams need to consider their own tactics before reaching the Master level. Because before the Master level, Mecha Pilots primarily focus on learning. Before that, they lack the ability to create their own tactics. The 5 train at different times each day, mainly depending on the individual trainees. Mech Pilot training also varies in difficulty. Su Wei and her group were beginner Mech Pilots. At the beginner level, they could last longer. At the intermediate or advanced level, they would fail quickly. After their mech training, they rested while browsing forums. Mech Pilots usually receive massages and relaxation after training. Now, Su Wei and her group loved browsing the forums. They repeatedly looked at the memorable scenes Yongbo had created with his training mech. They chatted as they went. I didn't expect Yongbo to be so amazing with just a training mech, Lu Jingxiang said. I think Yongbo should use a full-fledged mech. Full-fledged mech operation is more complex, but not by much. Zhou Kersen agreed. And he said, there are still some differences. The mech's hand speed is mainly affected by interference. And the training mech is tough and resilient. If Yongbo were using a live mech for this kind of combat, he wouldn't be able to create such a memorable scene. The women chatted while watching the forum users praising Yongbo. No, praising Little Bull Run. Sometimes, the women would secretly post their own comments praising Yongbo. The more impressive Yongbo was, the smug the women felt. Especially those posts speculating that Yongbo had reached the Grandmaster level of mech pilot. The women would like to like them all. If these women knew that Yongbo's mech piloting level had surpassed that of a Grandmaster, they probably wouldn't think that way. Of course, Yongbo wouldn't let them know his true mech piloting skill level. Unless absolutely necessary. After Su Wei and the others returned from their mecha training, they found Yongbo still working on his training mecha design. The group chattered excitedly about what they seen on the forum. Yongbo listened patiently. When discussing his ability to operate a normal mecha, Yongbo explained, my mecha talent isn't great. Although I can use a normal mecha now, I can't use it in special situations. I might as well stick to the training mecha. Lu Jingxiang chimed in. Surely you rarely encounter special situations, right? Not necessarily. Terrorist attacks are becoming increasingly rampant. Just 2 electronic jamming bombs. The mecha's intelligent control system will malfunction due to sensor data errors. Yongbo's explanation left the others speechless. After all, terrorist attacks on March Star weren't uncommon. They even launched a nuclear attack, causing nuclear contamination. Just then, Yongbo noticed a message from Zhang Buizhen. More accurately, it was for Mr. Jiu. Zhang Buizhen wanted to ask Mr. Jiu to investigate whether anyone was planning to cause trouble on March Star. Because March Star was going to host an ancient martial arts tournament, Yongbo placed Mr. Jiu's watch in Bart's private laboratory. Yongbo directly controlled the alien creature that had released the spiritual seed. He replied to Zhang Buizhen that he was currently unavailable. The reason Yongbo didn't use Mr. Jiu's identity to agree to this was to incite the anti-conquest armed forces to cause trouble, so he could gain fame. If he agreed using Mr. Jiu's identity, and then a large-scale terrorist attack by anti-government forces occurred, wouldn't that damage Mr. Jiu's reputation? After receiving Mr. Jiu's reply, Zhang Buizhen continued to send messages, but received no further replies. Uncle Nyo, what does Mr. Jiu mean? Zhang Buizhen felt uneasy when he noticed Mr. Jiu wasn't replying. Chapter 1377. Young Master, perhaps you're overthinking it. Mr. Jiu might really have something to do. After all, the recent war between the Federation and the Pirate Alliance has attracted many mercenary and adventurer groups. They mainly smuggle supplies to the Federation's central gang. Most of these adventurer or mercenary groups have their own armed ships. They're small targets, not easily noticed. Uncle Nyo didn't know what Mr. Jiu was thinking, so he could only explain it this way. Zhang Buizhen shook his head and said, Mr. Jiu has a large organization. I'm afraid he take on missions that are detrimental to us. These mercenaries and adventurers sometimes take on missions to make their clients feel threatened. Our arena tournament this time is of great importance. Many forces want to use this opportunity to interfere in our March Stars affairs. The arena tournament has a huge influence, but if something goes wrong, the impact on us will be enormous. I feel uneasy if Mr. Jiu doesn't take on missions, Zhang Buizhen continued. March Star has developed to this point, and foreign capital hasn't fared well here. Foreign capital has previously attempted to restrict the development of March Star through various means. They even sent pirates to attack shipping routes, hoping to seize more of March Star's profits. Moreover, March Star's potential is growing stronger, having risen more than 10 places in the overall ranking of all administrative stars within the Alliance. One reason is the emergence of various mutated creatures that can be used in energy potions. Another reason is the discovery of interstellar creature hatchlings. The location where the interstellar creature hatchlings were discovered has been strictly restricted to entry by the March Star authorities. Furthermore, a series of extremely stringent conditions were established. Anyone wanting to study these interstellar creatures must first invest a certain amount of money in March Star to secure a spot. This means the research results must be shared with March Star. In other words, March Star must share the results of these companies' enormous research efforts, which require significant human, material, and financial resources. Of course, the market outside of March Star belongs to other companies. Even with such stringent conditions, there are currently no spots available. Obtaining a research spot requires a vote in the March Star House of Representatives and Senate, and it requires unanimous approval from both houses. In short, it's about getting these companies to provide them with a single unit of political achievement or benefit. Although theoretically Zhang Buizhen could make the decision, he also needed his subordinates to benefit as well. This way, his subordinates wouldn't complain. Uncle Nyo could only shake his head at his young master's idea. Mainly, Mr. Jiu's performance was too abnormal, and in previous crisis management, Mr. Jiu had always performed perfectly. This made his young master have a very high opinion of Mr. Jiu. Uncle Nyo was aware of his young master's conflicted feelings. On one hand, he wanted to distance himself from the other party to avoid relying too much on them. On the other hand, he wanted their protection in case of important matters. Young master, why don't you just ask them directly? I think some things are easier for us government officials to handle. Uncle Nyo could only offer this suggestion. Zhang Buizhen nodded upon hearing this. Young master, the Zhang family members have applied for visas? Uncle Nyo asked in a low voice. Deny them. In the past, anyone who has targeted us, we find excuses to deny their visas. Zhang Buizhen sneered. After the pirate terrorist attack on March Star, the March Star Council passed a proposal that citizens from outside March Star must apply for a visa in advance to enter March Star. While theoretically, all Alliance citizens can travel freely within the Alliance, the Alliance's administrative stars are highly autonomous. Furthermore, the Alliance has too many administrative stars, and Tianza Star also suffered a terrorist attack, leading to the implementation of a new visa policy on Tianza Star and its capital star system. Yang Bo saw Zhang Buizhen's message again. He replied using an interstellar creature. Sorry, our team is currently on a mission in the Federation and doesn't have time to return to the Alliance. Yang Bo certainly couldn't tarnish Mr. Jiu's reputation, because if Mr. Jiu accepted the job, and the anti-government armed group, the Freedom Front, caused trouble, wouldn't that damage Mr. Jiu's reputation? Yang Bo had already planned to use the Freedom Front to boost his own fame. That's why he didn't accept Zhang Buizhen's job. Then Yang Bo thought about the company. Although Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also handled company matters, they spent most of their time at their villa. Yang Bo was worried that the anti-government forces of the Freedom Front might target the company. Therefore, Yang Bo decided to give several people in the company extended leave. Anyway, all companies in the Alliance had annual leave. The next day, Yang Bo arrived at the company. Li Qiubai looked at him with incredibly resentful eyes. Li Qiubai was a double agent for both the Imperial Swordsmanship Association and the Alliance's Common Research Institute. The Swordsmanship Association sent Li Qiubai to explore the second world, the power Yang Bo had comprehended there. The Common Research Institute, on the other hand, was targeting interstellar life. Li Qiubai had been there for a long time, but neither mission had made any progress. Initially, Li Qiubai was full of confidence. After all, Yang Bo was a homebody. And having 5 girlfriends already, he knew this guy's personality was similar to that of an average homebody. A bit of a flirt, however, he didn't expect things to turn out so differently later on. This made Li Qiubai suspect that Yang Bo had been drained dry by his girlfriends. Another employee was Yulia, the former crown princess Nolan of the Empire, who had changed her name. "Boss." Li Qiubai's eyes were resentful, but he quickly asked after seeing Yang Bo. "There's not much going on at the company lately, so I'm planning to give you both your annual leave," Yang Bo said, looking at the two of them. "Annual leave for Alliance employees is paid." "Ah." Yulia and Li Qiubai were also a little surprised to hear that Yang Bo was giving them annual leave. Yulia had obtained official status in the Alliance by paying for it through a refugee organization. Because March Star was going to hold an ancient martial arts tournament soon. Yulia was still a little worried, afraid that her true identity would be exposed. Yulia had initially thought that arriving on the remote Star of March would make it difficult to encounter anyone from the Empire. She never expected Star of March to be hosting the Interstellar Inspiration Tournament. Many families from the Empire, along with the Empire's Ancient Martial Arts Association, would be there. As someone she knew from the former crown princess of the Empire, many of them practiced ancient martial arts. Yulia had already planned to stay in her dormitory during the tournament and not go anywhere else. Unexpectedly, her boss was giving her a day off. Moreover, Yulia found working for this infamous janitor incredibly easy, fearing the company might go bankrupt. "Boss, is there something wrong with the company?" Yulia asked Yang Bo. "Nothing's wrong. It's just that some things from the upcoming arena matches will affect me, so there won't be any business for the company." Yang Bo couldn't possibly say he was afraid the Freedom Front's anti-government forces or other terrorist organizations would target his company and implicate them. Li Qiubai said, "Boss, it's okay if there's no business. We can stay at the company. Besides, the holiday is a bit too sudden. We weren't prepared to enjoy our vacation. Personally, I refuse to take a holiday." Li Qiubai's words almost made Yang Bo roll his eyes. In the Alliance, annual leave was either applied for in advance or notified by the boss beforehand, because of vacation planning. "Alright then, you can start planning now. Annual leave officially starts in a week, a month and a half of paid leave. Of course, if you want to travel, you can also take leave. I won't deduct your salary," Yang Bo said. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, Li Qiubai replied, "I refuse, because I have no travel plans recently." Li Qiubai was naturally unwilling to accept Yang Bo's offer of a vacation. As a double agent, he hadn't completed a single mission. Yang Bo, on the other hand, had created an academic website and published only 2 papers, barely touching on interstellar life. It had been so long since he published another paper, leaving Li Qiubai impatiently waiting. Not to mention anything related to the power of the second world. How could he possibly take a month and a half off when he hadn't completed a single mission? Furthermore, Li Qiubai felt that Yang Bo's sudden decision to give him leave was irregular, and the continued extension of leave suggested something was amiss. Although he lacked concrete evidence. This was a professional intelligence operative's intuition. Upon hearing Li Qiubai's words, Yulia considered the situation carefully. She realized that traveling wasn't advisable at the moment. Members of the ancient martial arts associations from 3 countries were already arriving in March Star. Traveling now might lead to encounters with acquaintances. "Boss, I don't plan on taking leave for the time being either. Since traveling wasn't an option, working at the company was the safest course of action." She could get off work at the company and leave the dormitory, avoiding being seen by others. She would travel after the arena competition. Yang Bo, having released his spiritual seeds to the two, was aware of their thoughts. What troubled Yang Bo was that firing a male employee in the Alliance was easy, but firing a female employee was much more difficult. "Let me be blunt. As you know, our planet has suffered terrorist attacks in the past. Many capital entities within the Alliance want to seize some of our planet's resources. So, in the meantime, there might be some terrorist attacks. And as you also know, I exclusively license the development rights for the mutated creatures on my private land to certain companies, which displease some capital entities, and last time, terrorists attacked me. So this time, they are very likely to target me again. It's fine for me to live in the villa. But the company is more dangerous, so you better not come to work." It's best not to stay in the company dormitory. It's best to leave March Star for a while, because those terrorists might kidnap you. Yang Bo decided to be direct. Ah! Li Qiubai and Yulia exchanged surprised glances. However, Li Qiubai's surprise was somewhat feigned. He believed what Yang Bo said, because he had considered kidnapping Yang Bo more than once. If it were simply a mission from the Common Research Institute, he would have kidnapped Yang Bo long ago. But there was also a mission from the Imperial Swordsmanship Association, so kidnapping was impossible. Besides, the Institute might have already assigned missions to others, because the Institute still hadn't obtained the entry ticket to research interstellar life. The Common Research Institute had already opened a branch on March Star and donated a considerable amount of money. But unfortunately, the new list didn't pass the council's vote. In other words, the companies on the new list hadn't contributed enough. The Research Institute must be anxious, because the companies on the previous list have already started their investigations. Boss, that's not right of you. Because of you, we might be in danger. And can you guarantee that once we leave March Star, they won't kidnap us elsewhere? Li Qiubai immediately found an excuse. Li Qiubai realized this was a good opportunity to get close to Yang Bo. He'd been here so long, and the mission hadn't made any progress. I only said there was a possibility. Yang Bo regretted coming. He should have sent Lu Jingxiang and the other person instead. Then what do you suggest we do? As your employer, I have no obligation to guarantee your safety. Yang Bo shook his head. Then you decide, we're not giving you time off. If we get attacked by terrorists, you won't be able to escape responsibility either. Li Qiubai helplessly passed the buck to Yang Bo. Think about it yourselves. Don't put your safety in my hands. Yang Bo said and left. Yang Bo decided to have Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen persuade the two. After watching Yang Bo leave, Li Qiubai grabbed Yulia's hand and said, we two can't agree to the boss's demands. Otherwise, if something happens, it'd be our own responsibility. Yulia really wanted to leave March Star and hide far away. She didn't want to be a fugitive again. Besides, if there was a terrorist attack, she might be on TV and recognized. But Yulia still hesitated. But what? Those terrorists might already be watching us. If we leave now, we might give the terrorists an opportunity. Besides, March Star has conflicts with the Pirate Alliance. What if we encounter pirates on the way? We might end up at a pirate base, becoming breeding machines for them. And look at the lives of those people the Alliance military rescued from the pirate base recently. Let me tell you, the boss's villa has its own defense system. Because the boss's private land has many protected animals and mutated creatures. So it has a powerful security and defense system. The boss is fully capable of guaranteeing our safety. We stay at the boss's house, 2 people to a room. We come back to work after the arena competition. Li Qiubai whispered to Yulia. Yang Bo was speechless on the way back. Yulia was clearly persuaded by Li Qiubai, mainly because Li Yang's rescue of those people from the pirate base had been widely reported in the media recently. Moreover, Yulia was also afraid of running into familiar people when she went out now. What kind of mess is this? Yang Bo felt that sometimes he wasn't ruthless enough, mainly because he hadn't lived long enough. If he had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, he might not have developed human emotions. Chapter 1378. No wonder you had time for mecha training lately. After Yang Bo returned home, he told Su Wei and the others about the company's affairs, and they suddenly understood. Yang Bo's sudden decision to go for mecha training had puzzled them, and they wondered if there was a problem. Now they realized that Yang Bo was worried about the upcoming ancient martial arts tournament. Leave this matter to me, Lu Jingxiang said. Yang Bo nodded. Then I authorize you fully. By the way, how's the alien life research going? You haven't published any papers for quite some time, and now many people are questioning the academic website you built. Lu Jingxiang asked again. This kind of research isn't that fast. Mainly because I had some other things to do lately. Some things need repeated verification. Yang Bo made up an excuse. So, do you still want to go to the Mecha Training Center for further training? Su Wei asked again. There's no need for actual combat. If we do, others might discover I'm just a little bull run, a nickname for a character. I already arranged for someone to buy you space mechs. Yang Bo felt it necessary to prepare space mechs for the group. Ah! The women were very excited upon hearing this. That must cost a lot of money. Yang Bo, I have some money here. Su Wei said. I have some money here. Annie and Xia also said. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen had a lot of money when they separated from Yang Bo. They had received a considerable amount from the Imperial Swordsmanship competition with Yang Bo, but later lost it all in the stock market. The two felt somewhat awkward upon hearing Su Wei and the other two say this. I don't want your money. This is something I'm providing for you free of charge. I'd be counting on you to protect me with your space mechs in the future. Of course, I want a space mech myself. Don't tell anyone else about this, keep it a secret. The key to space mechs is their unpredictability. Yang Bo shook his head. A single space mech costs at least tens of billions of credits. Moreover, due to Bart's space mech return to city technology, the price of space mechs has skyrocketed. Now, the space mech manufacturing company's orders are booked for several years in advance. Especially after the Federation's Gutra state was captured by the governor of Korea state. Space mech orders exploded. Those wealthy individuals, families, and conglomerates don't want to face such a situation in the future. With a space mech, the head of the family can use the mech's return to city technique to escape first. This can preserve most of the family's wealth. Therefore, a considerable amount of capital has recently flowed into Empire Devon Star. Because the location for the space mech's teleportation spell was on Devon Star. This was something Yang Bo hadn't anticipated. We'd definitely listen to you. Su Wei and the others were excited. Space mechs were luxury items, more expensive than any handbag or other luxury goods. In terms of price and status, the only thing that could rival space mechs was a private spaceship. Actually, your mech control skills aren't bad either. Hearing Yang Bo say this, Su Wei and the others felt a bit pressured. Don't feel too much pressure. Our alliance is still very peaceful. It wasn't that Yang Bo intentionally wanted to put pressure on them. Yang Bo hoped that Su Wei and the others would become increasingly capable. Yang Bo knew he couldn't remain unknown forever. He also knew that while his current strength was extraordinary, there was always a possibility he might overlook. Furthermore, he planned to acquire the second world and even more planets in the future. He would face countless difficulties, both overt and covert. Some people would inevitably target those close to him. Yang Bo simply hoped that Su Wei and the others would become stronger. In the face of unforeseen events, every extra second they could hold out would increase their chances of victory. Yang Bo also knew that his spatial teleportation wasn't omnipotent. Spatial teleportation could be affected by energy interference. Energy interference would cause errors in spatial teleportation. Yang Bo could sense that the energy consumed in each teleportation varied. Of course, distance played a role, but the primary factor was energy interference. Space jumps for spaceships. The same applied. If they encountered energy storms or similar events, they couldn't perform a space jump. Historically, more than one spaceship had lost contact during a space jump. Yang Bo knew that no one was 100% invincible. Furthermore, Yang Bo didn't know if anyone else besides himself possessed the ability of spatial teleportation. After all, the human population was so vast. Yang Bo maintained a sense of awe towards everything. Su Wei and the others nodded. The next day, Yang Bo arrived in Korea State. Yang Bo didn't make a public appearance, but instead appeared inside a Class B warship. Yang Bo left behind warship guards and the warship's dock. The warship dock was under construction, with materials arriving continuously via airborne teleportation and automated construction robots working day and night. Meanwhile, the robots that manufactured the robots were also producing more robots. Yang Bo checked the construction progress of the warship dock. Then he began optimizing the robots. Although Yang Bo had already formulated a construction plan, the robots inevitably encountered various problems during construction. This was a problem that needed to be addressed in both theory and practice. Fortunately, Yang Bo's optimization speed was fast. The construction of the warship dock also attracted the attention of the Federation. The warship dock was such a large structure that it couldn't be hidden, especially with the continuous supply of various materials. Of course, Yang Bo didn't intend to keep it a secret, because Yang Bo planned to sell warships in the future. Spreading the news now would benefit him. Yang Bo planned to sell warships, partly to raise money, and partly to win over others. Most importantly, he wanted to be able to transfer power directly between himself and Li Jian, who would sell warships to Yang Bo. This would also create an alliance of interests between the two. If anyone tries to harm Yang Bo, Li Jian can step in and cause trouble. This way, no one will know their true identities. To be honest, Li Jian's current influence is already enormous. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, Li Jian's identity also carries many risks. Although Li Jian outwardly controls the states of Korea and Gutra, he relies on companies in Korea. Many believe Li Jian's foundation is unstable. Even the companies in Korea believe they could seize control of the warships from Li Jian at any time. However, The companies in Kalaya haven't yet fully infiltrated their ranks. Of course, only Yang Bo knows he can bankrupt these companies at any time. But Yang Bo won't act first. He wait for these companies to make the first move, then he leave them with nothing. If these companies don't act, he won't either. Because Gutra and Kalaya need management, and the warships need control. Intelligent systems can't replace humans, especially in key positions. This is a result the three countries have already discovered through experimentation. Because intelligent systems obtain data through various sensors. Once these sensors are interfered with, providing incorrect data, the intelligent system will also make incorrect choices. Interfering with intelligent systems is too easy. The simplest way is with energy bombs. Directly use energy bombs to interfere with the intelligent system sensors. This is why, in such a civilized society, a warship still needs so many people. Yang Bo finished optimizing the system for the warship's dockyard manufacturing robots. Zhao Dongfeng of the Alliance's Third Fleet, outwardly enjoying immense success, is actually experiencing great inner turmoil. Because Zhao Dongfeng was originally abandoned by the He family of the Alliance's Third Fleet. Zhao Dongfeng was originally a member of the He family, but the family changed his surname to avoid gossip during his promotion. This is a common practice among many political and military families in the Alliance, having their descendants change their surname. Otherwise, the public would see that 85% of the main officers in the Third Fleet are surnamed He, and that 80% of the officers in the Third Fleet are from the Shinha faction. Once public opinion takes hold within the Alliance, there will naturally be those who take advantage of a misfortune. Changing surnames changes everything. Even if it's a father and son, one a leader and the other a subordinate, with different surnames, it's difficult for others to know they're related. Because personal privacy is highly confidential within the Alliance. Those who don't know will never know, and those who do know aren't surprised at all. Zhao Dongfeng, seemingly riding high, is actually facing a major crisis. Because the He family didn't include Zhao Dongfeng on their list of prospective members. And now Zhao Dongfeng has made a significant contribution. This has led to internal conflict within the family. In other words, the He family originally intended to give a position to another prospective member. But now that Zhao Dongfeng has unintentionally made a contribution, the position must go to him. Every prospective member in the family has someone behind them. Zhao Dongfeng also has someone behind him, but their influence isn't as great as the other person's. If Zhao Dongfeng's person had greater influence, then Zhao Dongfeng could become a prospective member. Therefore, the conflict between Zhao Dongfeng and his prospective member is intensifying. Moreover, the family never intended to cultivate him in the first place. So, after Zhao Dongfeng distinguished himself, he not only failed to gain recognition from the family, but was also summoned for a talk by the family patriarch and the presiding official. This infuriated Zhao Dongfeng. He then had a huge argument with the family. Many family members advised him to behave himself and not cause trouble. Zhao Dongfeng, whose temper was already volatile from being suppressed by the family, gritted his teeth upon hearing this. "You won't let me distinguish myself? I distinguish myself anyway," he thought. "You mentors think I stole your positions. Then I steal even more positions." Additionally, Zhao Dongfeng contacted Quangbia 9527, but received no response. Zhao Dongfeng knew his military achievements were due to Quangbia 9527. Quangbia 9527 silence made Zhao Dongfeng uneasy. Yang Bo's silence was intended to increase Zhao Dongfeng's psychological pressure. He chose Zhao Dongfeng because he saw his predicament. Yang Bo had anticipated Zhao Dongfeng's situation within his family. However, regardless of family rules, military merit was paramount in the army. Furthermore, the Alliance Council and its politicians were happy to see the internal conflicts within the He family escalate. Therefore, as long as Zhao Dongfeng continued to accumulate merit, the government would not restrict his development. In fact, they would push Zhao Dongfeng forward to sow discord within the He family. But the prerequisite was that Zhao Dongfeng had to prove himself. After settling matters at the warship dock, Yang Bo returned to Devon Star. Only then did Yang Bo contact Zhao Dongfeng in the game using the identity of Quangbia 9527. "Congratulations, General." "Congratulations." Yang Bo sent Zhao Dongfeng a message first. Zhao Dongfeng was currently on leave. After his leave, Yang Bo would be the commander of the squadron. The squadron's warships needed maintenance after a major battle. On the surface, Zhao Dongfeng seemed relaxed, but in reality, he was under a lot of pressure. Seeing the message from Quangbia 9527, Zhao Dongfeng was so happy he almost jumped for joy and quickly replied, "Sir, you finally replied? I've been quite busy lately. I read your message, and I think we can cooperate more deeply." I can continue to provide you with information, but what can you provide in return? Yang Bo messaged the other party, reassuring them first. Sir, as long as it's not illegal or criminal, and doesn't involve betraying the country, I will do my utmost. Zhao Dongfeng also had his bottom line. Zhao Dongfeng suspected that this wild speed 9527 wasn't as simple as he thought, because the information provided was too accurate. The key is that you currently have nothing? No money, no people, no influence. And do you know what kind of information I sell to others? How much would others pay me? For example, those people your family mentors? Yang Bo messaged again. Sir, our family's mentors don't contact outsiders, nor would they use your information. Because for our family's mentors, their contributions are clean. Zhao Dongfeng could roughly guess that the people providing him with the information were mostly from within the pirate crew, perhaps even the pirates' opponents from last time. For now, I don't have money or enough influence, but once I grown stronger, I will definitely give you a sufficient reward. Zhao Dongfeng was telling the truth. Yang Bo saw the message and said another, who can predict the future? I have a suggestion, let's meet privately. Then we take a photo together. That way I can give you more information. Zhao Dongfeng's expression turned serious after seeing the message, because if they had a photo together, the other party would have leverage over them. I need to think about it carefully. Zhao Dongfeng was unsure what to do. I wait for your good news. Yang Bo wasn't worried about Zhao Dongfeng's refusal, because Zhao Dongfeng had no other choice. Give me an answer within 3 days. Otherwise, I go find someone else. Yang Bo sent Zhao Dongfeng the message and then went offline. Chapter 1379. Zhao Dongfeng saw the last message Quangbu 9527 had sent him, and a thought struck him. Could there be others like him? However, Zhao Dongfeng shook his head. This kind of thing was too normal in the alliance. Like politicians, their achievements were the result of exchanges of interests between their families. The same was true in the military. Those trained by his family became rising stars in the military thanks to the family's power. It seems this Quangbu 9527 has a lot of power behind him. They chose me because of my strained relationship with my family. Because they only choose people like me, the other families don't need their help. Zhao Dongfeng understood why Quangbu 9527 had approached him. After logging off the game, Zhao Dongfeng stood by the window. Looking at the scenery outside, Zhao Dongfeng sighed deeply. This was the military camp dormitory. He should have been in the family manor, but now he felt out of place with his family. Those old fogies felt they had disrupted the family's plans. Those grooms thought they were showing off. Even the servants on the manor felt they should obey the family's arrangements. The family even wanted to transfer him to the Ministry of National Defense. A transfer to the Ministry of National Defense was actually a demotion in name only. Because the Ministry of National Defense was a civilian position, although he could jump 2 ranks now, his future prospects were gone. Because civilian positions were purely about seniority, with no future in military service. Zhao Dongfeng knew, of course, that the family was completely abandoning him in this way. Just because he had rendered meritorious service. Just because he wasn't groomed by the family. The family was using him as a stumbling block and kicking him aside. Zhao Dongfeng grew increasingly angry. Because of his military achievements, he deserved a promotion. Just then, Zhao Dongfeng received another message from his family. Second uncle. Zhao Dongfeng immediately called back, shouting, Xiao Feng, have you thought this through? The Ministry of National Defense has recently opened a position, and many people are eyeing it. And if you go to the Ministry of National Defense, you get the family's support. Zhao Dongfeng's second uncle was the Minister of the Strategic Command of the Alliance Ministry of National Defense. It sounded like the Strategic Command had a lot of power, but in reality, it didn't have much. Because the internal power structure of the Ministry of National Defense was too complex, involving not only several major military families, but also people placed there by the parliament. Therefore, the Ministry of National Defense needed to resolve other internal conflicts before making any decision. Zhao Dongfeng sneered inwardly upon hearing this. If he really joined the Ministry of National Defense, he wouldn't get the family's support at all. Because the core of the family is the Third Fleet. The other party's words also implied that without joining the Ministry of National Defense, one would not receive the family's support. Not only would one not receive the family's support, but one might also be ostracized. The implication was that staying in the Third Fleet would not benefit you. You must obediently listen to the family's arrangements. Second uncle. I can join the Ministry of National Defense, but I want to join a powerful unit, like the Defense Intelligence Agency or the General Staff. Zhao Dongfeng didn't want to fall out with the family, So he presented them with a difficult problem. The Ministry of National Defense has many powerful departments, but the competition within each department is fierce. The most powerful units within the Ministry of National Defense are the Defense Intelligence Agency and the General Staff. Ahem, Xiao Feng, you're still young, there's no need to focus on these departments. Xiao Dongfeng's second uncle coughed twice. Because it's simply impossible. If it were Xiao Dongfeng's position before his meritorious service, he could easily have entered these two departments. But now, after his meritorious service, the family has promised him a 2-rank promotion. Xiao Dongfeng was originally a lieutenant colonel, a squadron leader in the fleet. This meritorious service makes him the acting commander of a squadron. The squadron commander is a colonel, and also the captain of a squadron ship. A 2-rank promotion would make him a commodore. And in the Ministry of National Defense, in these two powerful departments, a commodore is at least a deputy minister. He would have taken such an opportunity. Never mind, I'd rather be my squadron commander. Xiao Dongfeng refused after hearing his second uncle's suggestion. Xiao Dongfeng knew he would face suppression from his family, but regardless, he had rendered meritorious service. A 2-rank promotion was out of the question, but promotion to colonel was entirely possible. Because his achievements were genuine, not obtained through back channels. Even with family pressure, a single promotion was still achievable. Xiao Feng, what you're doing is putting your second uncle in a difficult position, the other person said, their tone turning sour upon hearing Xiao Dongfeng's words. Xiao Dongfeng remained silent. His family's calculations were shrewd. By transferring him to the Ministry of National Defense, they were both removing him as a stumbling block and allowing someone else to fill the position he vacated from the fleet. Actually, the family is doing this for your own good. Your superpower talent is limited. If you continue in the military, the family won't have enough resources to support you. Xiao Dongfeng's second uncle added. Besides, He Xiaofeng has excellent talent, but he hasn't had the opportunity. After you come to the Ministry of National Defense, it's a good opportunity to let He Xiaofeng gain experience in a fleet. Xiao Dongfeng's lips twitched with anger. He Xiaofeng, the family's protege. Before, when he saw him, his eyes were always looking down on him. Sometimes during fleet meetings, he acted all high and mighty. And because his surname is He, he's always surrounded by a group of sycophants. Xiao Dongfeng chuckled upon hearing this. Second uncle's plan is too good. I haven't even left yet, and you're already eyeing my position. Xiao Dongfeng's second uncle's tone turned somewhat unfriendly. Xiao Feng, we're doing this for your own good. You're staying in the fleet conflicts with our family's plans. Conflict? So be it. I, surnamed Zhao, am not afraid, but you surnamed He are. If you push me too far, I directly defect to the council and reveal my background. Xiao Dongfeng was furious. Xiao Dongfeng was naturally short-tempered. His family had rarely supported him in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a mere lieutenant colonel. Xiao Dongfeng's second uncle sneered upon hearing this. Xiao Dongfeng, saying that is a bit unethical. If you weren't from the He family, could you have become a lieutenant colonel? Could you, as a lieutenant colonel, be acting as the commander of a squadron? If you weren't from the He family, could you have directly entered the fleet after graduating from school? The family has its own plans. Hearing this, Xiao Dongfeng became even angrier. If you're so capable, let those trainees from the He family compete fairly with me. What bullshit trainees? If you're so capable, go and earn military merit. Shameless. You're using your elders to covet other people's positions. Besides, you supported me before, weren't you just trying to get something in return? Xiao Dongfeng was already short-tempered, and on top of that, he had been abandoned by his family for a long time. Abandoned by his family, and not even surnamed He. Therefore, Xiao Dongfeng's situation in the fleet wasn't very good, especially when interacting with his colleagues. Because in the fleet, not many people knew he was from the He family. He changed his surname to avoid suspicion. And even if they knew he was surnamed He, so what? He'd been abandoned by his family. So for a long time, Xiao Dongfeng lived a very repressed life. Because in the Third Fleet, once abandoned by the He family, there was no future. As for being transferred to another fleet, there was absolutely no possibility. Because other fleets were also controlled by other families. Xiao Dongfeng even considered retiring. When Xiao Dongfeng's second uncle heard him say this, he laughed angrily. Heh, don't think you're so great just because you made one contribution. Without the family's support, what's the use of making any more contributions? This time, it wasn't an elder in the family who put you in charge of a fleet. You can forget about making any contributions. Hearing his second uncle's words, Xiao Dongfeng sneered. Then how have I made any contributions? You got a clever plan. You kicked me from the fleet to the Ministry of National Defense, thus completely removing this stumbling block. After I left, not only was my position given to someone else, but the promotion that should have been mine was also given to someone else. And you keep saying it's for my own good? Thank you. You said you support me by changing my surname? Before, the family didn't support me. That was fine. It was because I wasn't capable enough. But I clearly made a contribution, yet it's my fault. I didn't use any of the family's resources to achieve such a great achievement. Not only did the family not support me, but they also blamed me for disrupting the family's plans. What kind of family is this? If you don't support me, I don't believe your He family can control everything in the Third Fleet. Zhao Dongfeng's second uncle was stunned by Zhao Dongfeng's words. Although the Third Fleet wasn't entirely controlled by the He family, development within the Third Fleet was inseparable from the He family. Because in the military, power is always checked and balanced. To develop within it, one needs the cooperation of those around them. I'm not leaving the fleet. If you force me to leave the fleet, then none of us will have an easy time, Zhao Dongfeng said before hanging up. Initially, Zhao Dongfeng was actually being accommodating because the He family wielded immense influence in the Third Fleet, and equally so in the Ministry of National Defense. He needed to further his career within the fleet, otherwise, if the He family targeted him from top to bottom, it would be a huge problem. But they wouldn't let it go. Even their protégés had their eyes on his current position. In other words, the family had already planned everything, leaving him with no choice. So Zhao Dongfeng immediately turned hostile. Going to the Ministry of National Defense would truly mean the end. His previous meritorious service, along with others in the family, seemed like luck. But he knew it wasn't luck. If it were truly luck, Zhao Dongfeng felt he might have gone to the Ministry of National Defense, been promoted 2 ranks, and settled for a brigadier general position. But now, even if he stayed in the fleet, he'd only be a colonel. If he earned more military merit, becoming a brigadier general would be a certainty. The family not only couldn't help him, but they were also targeting him. So he had nothing to hold on to. Zhao Dongfeng quickly logged into the game and sent a message to Quangbu 9527, I agree to meet you. Yang Bo knew what was happening with Zhao Dongfeng, but didn't reply immediately. After sending the message, Zhao Dongfeng waited for a reply. His mind started racing, because Quangbu 9527's last sentence implied a change in support. That meant he wasn't the only one on the other side. Zhao Dongfeng could understand, because every family had someone like him. Seeing that the other party hadn't replied, Zhao Dongfeng grew increasingly worried, fearing they had abandoned him. Moreover, Zhao Dongfeng was also plotting revenge against the family. Because Zhao Dongfeng knew the methods these warlord families used. These families employed incredibly ruthless methods against those who disobeyed. They would make these disobedient people lose everything. Some were even driven to suicide, because these families needed to maintain their authority and ensure that no one within the family dared to harbor the slightest dissent. These people need to be used as living examples to constantly warn those who follow. For these families, external troubles aren't their biggest fear, internal strife is. Therefore, Zhao Dongfeng is already thinking about how to act preemptively. The Third Fleet isn't monolithic, nor is it entirely composed of He family members. There are also people supported by the Alliance Council. The 3rd Squadron can't stay, it needs to be transferred to another squadron. Perfect, after I'm promoted to colonel, I can independently command a squadron. The 6th Squadron. The 6th Squadron has the fewest He family members. Zhao Dongfeng has already decided which squadron he goes to after being promoted to colonel. The 6th Squadron is the least favored in the Alliance's 3rd Fleet. Because most of its officers are people placed there by the Council. These people can never expect to gain merit in the 3rd Fleet. On the contrary, they be the ones to take the blame for anything. Promotion for officers in this squadron is also quite difficult. Although most of the officers in this squadron are people placed there by the Council. However, the military has its own rules, and promotions follow its own procedures. But for Zhao Dongfeng, in the 6th Fleet, at least he wouldn't be hampered. His only way to break through his current predicament was to earn merit. And to earn merit, he needed to command the fleet. If, in other fleets, he, as commander, issued orders that his subordinates disobeyed or deliberately delayed, he would lose his chance to earn merit, and might even face a military court. Yang Bo waited 2 hours before replying to Zhao Dongfeng. Okay, I arranged the time and place. Wait for notification. I've broken ties with the He family. I want more opportunities to earn merit. Upon seeing the message from Crazy 9527, Zhao Dongfeng quickly sent a message. Zhao Dongfeng had figured it out. The only one who could help him now was this 9527. Because Zhao Dongfeng couldn't openly side with the Alliance Council, otherwise his family would likely use additional means to eliminate him. Zhao Dongfeng knew that even if he sided with the Alliance Council, he wouldn't receive its full support. The council had its own protégés, and might even suspect he was a spy sent by the He family. Therefore, Quangbia 9527 was Zhao Dongfeng's only hope. If you're willing, enough merit can make you a general. Yang Bo promised Zhao Dongfeng a lucrative offer. Great. Zhao Dongfeng was immediately tempted by this news. Of course, Zhao Dongfeng knew he would have to pay a price. And Quangbia 9527's identity was probably extraordinary. But now, he was forced into a corner. His family was deliberately targeting him. Chapter 1380. Although Yang Bo agreed to Zhao Dongfeng's request, he didn't immediately take a photo with him. Yang Bo wanted to put more pressure on Zhao Dongfeng. Furthermore, the longer it dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for him. On one hand, he wanted Zhao Dongfeng to remain unsure whether he had come from abroad or was already within the alliance. Yang Bo still needed to use his identity as the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, also known as Third Master. After dealing with Zhao Dongfeng, Yang Bo decided to temporarily refrain from developing his influence within the alliance military. Li Yong's First Fleet, Zhao Dongfeng's Third Fleet, Wang Mushua's Ninth Fleet. It's a pity my ability to control others with mental seeds can't be exposed. Once exposed, I become an enemy of the entire society. The key is that this thing has an upper limit. Yang Bo knew that it was only because his mental power was abnormal. If his mental power were weaker, he might have already become mentally ill. Because by reading other people's memories through mental seeds, he could experience them, as if he had experienced them himself for a short time. If his mental power were weaker, he might believe he was someone else, thus causing a split personality. It's like watching certain movie scenes. If you get too immersed, the emotional impact can linger long afterward. Of course, the influence of these memories weakens over time. Yang Bo's mental power is abnormally strong, which is why he can simultaneously release mental seeds into so many people. Now, Yang Bo has no problem accessing these people's memories. It's like reading someone's diary. Moreover, Yang Bo doesn't often access other people's memories. If this abnormal ability were to become known to others, especially those in power and influence, they would eliminate Yang Bo completely and immediately, because they also fear being controlled by him. If Yang Bo knew someone possessed such a monstrous ability, he would be worried too. Yang Bo arrived in Prince Holden's territory in the Second World. Yang Bo came here partly to impersonate Prince Holden. The other reason was to observe Aria's changes, and see what would happen after she absorbed the soul particles. Yang Bo himself didn't absorb any more soul particles because something felt strange. Why did those illusory soul particles in this world become absorbable soul particles after encountering sunlight? Originally, they were illusory soul particles emerging from the ground, but this made Arya and the others think they fell from the sky. Why would these soul particles emerge from the planet's interior? This was what worried Yang Bo. What kind of being can continuously release soul particles? Why are they illusory again? All Yang Bo could do now was observe. It wasn't that Yang Bo didn't want to explore this planet properly. Rather, Yang Bo decided to observe Arya now, and use her to explore this world. Because Yang Bo wasn't entirely confident he could uncover the truth. Because this world has long been monitored by the Emperor. And since the Emperor hasn't found the answer after all these years, Yang Bo doesn't believe he can find it easily. Alia is the key. As long as Alia continues to grow, he will gradually be able to learn the truth about this world. In fact, technology isn't omnipotent. Yang Bo himself has experienced this firsthand. For example, his invisibility ability is undetectable by any means. Even in the interstellar age, thoroughly exploring a planet is incredibly difficult, especially inhabited ones. This is because such planets contain magma, which continuously releases energy. Human exploration of these planets is largely passive. That is, we rely on energy fluctuations from internal energy reactions to deduce information. Active probes simply cannot penetrate the entire planet, let alone detect the intense energy reactions within. A good example is that March star supposedly harbored interstellar life forms, but humanity has been searching for years without finding them. Furthermore, Yang Bo in the Second World currently lacks better methods. The Emperor's armed ships and space laboratories are orbiting the planet. If Yang Bo used his superpowers, he would be quickly discovered. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yang Bo decided to observe Alia while gradually guiding her, correcting her training methods to help her grow faster. Yang Bo also has many speculations. such as those involving legendary ghosts and gods. So, are these ghosts and spirits located in another dimension? Or are they hiding on this planet, simply keeping their existence secret? Yang Bo had many guesses, but the truth could only be revealed through patient waiting. Then Yang Bo arrived on Devon Star. He first returned to Bart's Manor, enjoying tea and leisure with Bai Lu, Ning Shui, and Hong Xiu. Then, the next day, he inspected the return device for the mech-based teleportation technique. This place will be open to the public later. Of course, not everyone can visit. Only wealthy individuals who use the mech-based teleportation technique can come and visit. In other words, after triggering the mech recall device, the mech and its occupants will be teleported back here. Construction here will take some time to complete, but the construction speed is fast. Because we're in the era of intelligent construction now. There are a lot of people inquiring about the mech recall technique. However, the space mech company from the Alliance seems somewhat dissatisfied with our modifications to their mechs, Alan whispered beside Bart. They want a piece of the pie? Yang Bo asked. Yes. These greedy capitalists haven't seen how many orders we brought them. Alan nodded. Hearing this, Yang Bo sighed. The technology for space mechs isn't particularly difficult for us. But there's a big problem involved. Alan's eyes widened. You mean we can manufacture space mechs too? The patents for space mechs are held by the Alliance? Yang Bo chuckled. You don't think my lab is just for show, do you? In terms of space technology, our lab is the most advanced. As for the patents, we can completely circumvent them. Su Ruoxin, who had accompanied Alan and Bart on the inspection, spoke up. In that case, let's manufacture the space mechs ourselves. Yang Bo shook his head. We can't manufacture space mechs ourselves. Because it would make our clients uneasy. Space mechs also have the ability to teleport back to their city. If we control them all, our clients will worry. And it will also provoke a backlash from the capitalists in the Alliance. Don't even mention our overseas clients, let alone other nobles within our own country. Alan understood upon hearing this and nodded. If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't dare buy from a rival. There are already many conflicts among nobles. If a product is entirely produced by one noble, those nobles with whom they have a bad relationship certainly won't buy it. If the manufacturing of space mechs and their teleportation abilities are all controlled by Bart, then many orders will be lost. Could it be that the Alliance's space mech company saw this and wanted to get benefits from us? Su Ruoxin also understood and asked. Yang Bo didn't answer, but instead said, you can contact the space mech company. See what their demands are first. If they want money, we pass it on to our clients. Of course, before signing the contract, we can release the news to those clients who have pre-ordered space mechs. Hearing this, Alan gave Bart a thumbs up. That's a great idea. Yang Bo's plan was simple. The space mech manufacturing company belonged to the Alliance. And within the Alliance, ownership of products purchased by individuals belonged to the individuals themselves. In other words, once these customers purchase the mechs belong to them personally. Mech modifications within the Alliance adhere to one principle. The modifications must not harm others. Therefore, mech modification has developed into an industry within the Alliance. Furthermore, if mech modifications involve the mech's internal hardware and software, because the mech already belongs to the customer, it is their private property, and the customer has the right to dispose of their private property. Furthermore, mecha companies must provide free access to certain compatible external ports. If a mecha company doesn't provide these ports, it will be sued. However, mecha modifications rarely involve software issues. This is because the entire mecha software is a system. Most mecha modification companies simply don't have the capability to analyze and optimize the entire software, let alone modify it. Therefore, mecha modifications mainly involve external modules. Modifying a space mecha into a mecha teleportation system mainly involves adding some external modules, and doesn't require technical authorization from the space mecha manufacturing company. So once customers find out, the space mecha company will be in big trouble. At the very least, it will involve unfair competition. And we could also hire the Alliance's lawyers to sue the space mecha company. Alan added. Yes, but we need facts first. Yang Bo nodded. In other words, first negotiate with the space mecha company, then obtain some written documentation. Then sue them. Then, can we make something like a space capsule? Su Ruoxin asked from the side. Of course, but we don't have any market share right now. Besides, don't you think a simple space capsule is pointless? After all, using the mech teleportation technique will inevitably lead to danger. Space mechs still have some combat capability. A space capsule is just a sitting duck. So it's hard to find a market for it. Yang Bo had also considered a space capsule, but using the space mech teleportation technique would definitely be the most dangerous situation. Space mechs at least have some energy weapons and some combat capability. Of course, the space capsule could serve as a second-generation piece of equipment, essentially a point-to-point teleportation system. However, the space mech's return to city technique needs to first gain market share and a certain reputation before a second generation can be launched. At noon, the group ate together. "How's the matter of His Majesty's clone going?" After lunch, Yang Bo asked while sipping tea. "It's definitely fake." Alan answered first. Su Ruoxin shook her head with a wry smile. "I don't know what's going on lately, but our royal family has encountered one thing after another." Sigh. Yang Bo feigned a sigh. Although Yang Bo was disguised as Grand Duke Bart, he didn't have the same influence as other Grand Dukes. Therefore, Yang Bo didn't participate in the Empire's daily management, leaving the voting rights to the Emperor. Because Yang Bo didn't have enough time and energy to participate in the Empire's management. The reason Yang Bo asked this was to pretend he was conducting experiments in the laboratory, and was unaware of what was happening outside. After finishing their tea, Yang Bo returned to the Circle Hotel with Su Ruoxin. Su Ruoxin has her own manor on Devon Star, but Yang Bo, disguised as Bart, can't go there because it's too conspicuous. "I don't think my father's clone's corpse is fake. I've seen the related videos." Su Ruoxin finally spoke up. "And my mother's clone doesn't seem fake either. Now, everyone in our royal family is in a state of panic. I don't know if there might be another me somewhere, ready to replace me at any moment. Not to mention all the princes in the royal family." "Sigh," Su Ruoxin said, hugging Bart. Yang Bo had long suspected that the cloning issue wasn't so simple. But he hadn't expected it to have such a huge impact. "Your father isn't a fake, is he?" Yang Bo asked, half-jokingly, a thought flashing through his mind. Su Ruoxin's eyes widened upon hearing this. Then she felt a jolt. If Bart could think this way, wouldn't others think the same? The Emperor's situation seemed somewhat dangerous. Those nobles and high-ranking officials must be thinking the same thing, and if they had any ideas, they could easily use this as an excuse. And within the royal family, many people wanted to be emperor. Would they use this excuse? Bart. Su Ruoxin herself had this thought. The current emperor was a fake emperor. "Let's wait and see. I have a feeling that the recent events in your royal family are probably orchestrated by some people within your own ranks." Yang Bo shook his head. Yang Bo, of course, knew Su Ruoxin's ambition and her thoughts. But she wasn't the only one with ambition and ideas. Now it was a matter of who would step forward first. Currently, the entire royal family was still under the emperor's control. Once someone steps forward, others will follow suit. If things really get chaotic, won't others take advantage of the situation? Su Ruoxin, of course, understood what Bart meant, but asked with some concern. "There's a possibility. But it's unlikely. After all, the aristocratic circle is relatively balanced right now. However, I support you. And I'm developing some new technologies. Maybe they'd be helpful to you later." Yang Bo then explained the concept of spatial teleportation. Yang Bo was saying this partly to reassure Su Ruoxin. On the other hand, having this technology in his hands allowed him to support Su Ruoxin while also giving him leverage over her. Su Ruoxin wasn't overly excited about the teleportation technology. She already possessed the technology, and she knew that having it in Bart's hands was a limitation, but she had no choice. She needed Bart's support. Chapter 1381. The two sides were originally united by mutual benefit. Su Ruoxin still felt some regret because of when she first met Bart. Although Bart was quite famous at that time, it was for a bad reputation. Back then, Bart and Alan were known as the two biggest scoundrels on Devon. She just hadn't expected that Bart would rise from scoundrel to Grand Duke in such a short time. If she had known this earlier, Su Ruoxin would have placed a heavy bet on Bart. Then her returns would have been much greater. Now, in their cooperation, she was in a subordinate position. That meant she had to find ways to curry favor with Bart. Given the opportunity, countless people would try to curry favor with Bart, the newly promoted Grand Duke, not to mention Bart's achievements in other fields. "How's our fleet?" Yang Bo asked. Yang Bo was referring to the several B-class warships they had robbed on Pandora using Bart's identity. These warships were nominally under Bart's name, but were actually controlled by the Emperor. Of course, this was the Emperor's perception, because everyone on the fleet was the Emperor's man. In fact, Yang Bo could easily control these warships. Still in the same place. "Quite a few people are trying to track these warships," Su Ruoxin replied. Yang Bo knew who they were, the nobles of the Empire. These nobles could guess who controlled the warships on Pandora, but they had no evidence. This is actually an opportunity, Yang Bo said softly. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoxin immediately understood Bart's meaning. Bart meant that these warships could be used to attack the Emperor. As long as someone else finds an excuse to deal with the Emperor, then, at a crucial moment, the warship issue could be used to further weaken the Emperor. Su Ruoxin shook her head. Do you think the clones are a trap? Yang Bo hadn't expected Su Ruoxin to think this way, but upon reflection, he could understand. After all, the Emperor wielded immense power. Although Su Ruoxin was also a member of the royal family, only the Emperor knew the true extent of the royal family's power, and the extent of its hidden secrets. It's possible the Emperor is using this to test you, Yang Bo said, going along with Su Ruoxin's words. Because Yang Bo didn't have any immediate plans to target the Emperor. Yang Bo's words were meant for Su Ruoxin to hear. So, given the opportunity, Su Ruoxin would definitely act. What would that opportunity be? And when would it appear? The opportune moment would be when Yang Bo obtained the second world. Of course, the specific timing would depend on the circumstances at that time. In fact, the matter of the Emperor's clones was a good thing for Yang Bo. There would definitely be people who doubted the Emperor's authenticity. Because the second world is controlled by the Emperor, her primary target must be him. Let's wait and see, Su Ruoxin said after hearing Bart's suggestion. In fact, Su Ruoxin was already planning how to use these warships against the Emperor when the opportunity arose. The royal family is inherently rife with infighting. Despite their apparent unity, they seize any chance to destroy each other. Of course, it's not just the royal family. The same applies within the noble families of the empire. Moreover, these noble families allow this phenomenon to exist because it helps select the next generation of patriarchs. Because a patriarch must face various struggles both within and outside the family. If they lack ability, their family will be swallowed up by other families. Of course, the same applies to political families in the alliance and federation. The internal struggles are extremely brutal. As the saying goes, the winner takes all, and the loser is condemned. This is equally true within families. Those who lose live even harder lives than ordinary family members. Because the victors will never allow these losers a chance to rise again. Just surviving is already a blessing. Yang Bo chuckled inwardly at Su Ruoxin's situation. He had merely planted a seed in her heart. And this seed would continue to sprout. Su Ruoxin would continue to plan. Once the opportunity arises, she will execute her plan without hesitation. In fact, rumors are already circulating within the empire that the emperor is a fake emperor. It's obvious this is the work of those nobles. Whether this rumor is true or false, it will have a certain impact on the emperor, and may even fuel the ambitions of some within the royal family. Yang Bo stayed at the Circle Hotel until evening before returning home. Then he spent another night at Bart's estate. The next day, he went to the laboratory where Catherine lived. Catherine was quite content living on this small island, freely arranging her own life. She could fish, run on the island, and sunbathe. She could also grow some flowers and plants and feed some small animals. Of course, the internet was indispensable. Yang Bo discovered that Catherine was also playing the second world game. Then Yang Bo went to the ultra-high temperature materials laboratory to complete some orders. After completing the orders, Yang Bo went to the second world again. He wandered around the second world for a while, then returned to Li Zhan's warship. Zhao Dongfeng had been feeling quite depressed these past few days. Because the family had already taken action. First, they reduced Zhao Dongfeng's family's benefits. Zhao Dongfeng used to receive a family subsidy. Now the subsidy has been reduced to 10% of its original amount. Furthermore, a lot of assets have been frozen. Everything enjoyed by family members belongs to the family. For example, their houses, cars, and even various memberships. Zhao Dongfeng is married and has 2 children. He originally lived in a villa provided by the family. Now the family wants to take back the villa and force Zhao Dongfeng's family to leave. Zhao Dongfeng didn't have much money to begin with. Because the family also controls its members financially. Forget about saving money. Even the fleet's chief of staff and vice captain reported him for violations during missions. It's like a sword hanging over his head. This is yet another method the family uses to control its members. The family collects information on the illegal and criminal activities of its members. In fact, most of the time, the family deliberately instigates members to commit crimes. This is all to achieve their goal of controlling the family members. Furthermore, there's been no news from Quangbu 9527 since their last contact. Zhao Dongfeng is worried that Quangbu 9527 and his group will find someone else to support them. However, Zhao Dongfeng couldn't continue contacting them now, because being too proactive would put him at a disadvantage in future cooperation. Therefore, Zhao Dongfeng felt very depressed, lacking money on one hand and facing an internal investigation on the other. Yang Bo finally set off for the Alliance's 3rd Fleet base, because Zhao Dongfeng was now at the 3rd Fleet's base. Even Zhao Dongfeng's family members were sent to the 3rd Fleet's base. However, most of the He family members remained in the capital star system, as it was the political, economic, military, and cultural center. In other words, Zhao Dongfeng had essentially been driven out of the capital system by his family. The Alliance's 3rd Fleet base, or rather, its defense zone, was in the Trier star system, because the first exploration ship to discover this habitable planet was named the Trier. The administrative star of the Trier star system, Trier, is approximately 20,000 kilometers in diameter and has only one satellite. It orbits a star. The orbital period is 1.8 standard years. A standard year has 365 days and 24 hours. The planet's rotation time is a standard 30 hours. The planet's gravity is only 0.02 greater than standard gravity. The 3rd Fleet's base is planet number 8 in the Trier star system. It is the 8th planet in this star system to orbit its star. It has a diameter of only 8,000 kilometers and an atmosphere. Before terraforming, it was a storm-ravaged planet devoid of life. After becoming the 3rd Fleet's base, it became a military planet. After terraforming, from space, the planet appears as a ring of green in the center, followed by yellow, brown, and white. Because this planet experiences significant temperature differences between day and night, its interior cannot provide sufficient heat. A large artificial ecosystem encircles the equator, maintained by solar power. Other parts of the planet have undergone modifications, primarily involving the spraying of chemicals to stabilize the sand. The planet still experiences storms, but no longer sandstorms. Instead, they become blizzards. Due to the extreme temperature differences, the planet experiences abundant snowfall after the sandstorms subside. A unique phenomenon on this planet is that storms propel mountain-like snowballs across its surface. These snowballs are swept around by the storms. If they reach warmer areas, they melt and evaporate. However, when temperatures drop, they regenerate into snowfall. Yang Bo arrived at Trier in half a month. Yang Bo used stealth technology to directly board the spaceship. Zhao Dongfeng is not currently at the fleet's base, Planet 8. Instead, it's on Trier. Yang Bo suspects Zhao Dongfeng is being monitored. Therefore, he hasn't rashly contacted the other party to meet with him. Currently, Zhao Dongfeng is on Trier awaiting the 3rd Fleet's investigation, meaning someone has reported him for violating regulations. If things go wrong, Zhao Dongfeng could be expelled from the fleet. The He family is using this method to put pressure on Zhao Dongfeng. It's not that the He family doesn't dare directly target Zhao Dongfeng, but they're afraid he says something inappropriate. Mainly because Zhao Dongfeng has just earned military merit and gained fame. In the past, an accident would have been enough to settle things. Trier is a blue-green planet. It has 5 continents, and 3 major oceans connect the 5 continents. These 3 oceans are interconnected. But strangely, this planet has no deserts. Because all 5 continents have high mountains. Yang Bo went directly to Zhao Dongfeng's residence and, after careful observation, indeed discovered that someone was monitoring Zhao Dongfeng. And it's not just one group. Let's see who's monitoring Zhao Dongfeng first. Besides the He family, who else is there? After careful observation, Yang Bo decided to take action against those monitoring Zhao Dongfeng. After finishing here, I need to find Zhang Han as soon as possible. Yang Bo muttered to himself. This Zhang Han was from the Federation's 3rd Fleet. Chapter 1382. Zhao Dongfeng is currently in his rented small apartment. Zhao Dongfeng's wife is unaware that he is from the He family. He is a classmate Zhao Dongfeng met in university. He is a D-level superpowered individual. Of course, Zhao Dongfeng's wife had previously felt that Zhao Dongfeng's identity was somewhat questionable, because of the house he lived in and his living arrangements. Of course, Zhao Dongfeng's wife was unaware that the houses they lived in were owned by the He family. The property management companies for these properties ostensibly have no connection with the He family. Previously, Zhao Dongfeng's family didn't need any expenses, because they applied for various charitable foundations. For example, their family insurance was supported by a charitable foundation that cares for military families. These private charitable foundations can set their own conditions. Like in the Alliance, many politicians' children do anything without needing money, because they can apply for scholarships. School scholarships are divided into 3 types. The first type is provided by private foundations, which anyone can apply for, without considering grades or other qualifications. The amount is the highest, covering all expenses during a student's studies, including living expenses, rent, and even some research projects. This is where large corporations donate behind the scenes, used for the purpose of transferring benefits. Of course, these politicians aren't necessarily from the union, they could be from the federal government. Because federal politicians provide policy benefits to these union-affiliated corporations. Another type is scholarships, which have stricter requirements. They consider the applicant's grades, nationality, and letters of recommendation and introduction. These are generally the school's own scholarships, and they aren't simply awarded based on good grades. The student's political leanings are also taken into account. For example, a federal student with excellent grades might not receive a scholarship if they don't agree with the union's political model. If he wanted a scholarship, he had to accept the alliance's political model. These people were brainwashed and then sent back to the Federation. The last option was tuition reduction, the smallest amount. The children's schooling and other expenses were covered by an education fund. Father, when are we going back to the capital planet? Zhao Dongfeng had 2 children, a boy and a girl, 5 and 2 years old respectively. We be back soon. Zhao Dongfeng felt very uncomfortable, especially looking at his children. What happened? Didn't you perform meritorious service? Why are you being investigated? Zhao Dongfeng's wife was also very beautiful. They moved from the capital planetary system to Trier. From a large house to a small house, and various foundations sent emails saying they needed to reevaluate her. My unexpected meritorious service this time affected some people's promotion plans. They even want me to apply for a position in the Ministry of National Defense. Even my current position is being watched. Zhao Dongfeng took a deep breath and said. Zhao Dongfeng's wife's expression changed upon hearing this. They're targeting you so openly. Zhao Dongfeng's wife knew the state of affairs within the military. There's nothing I can do. This is the alliance. Warlords monopolize the military, and political families monopolize parliament. Zhao Dongfeng replied with a bitter smile. Then what do we do now? Are they really going to ruin you? Zhao Dongfeng's wife asked worriedly. No, they're putting pressure on me. I also have some dirt on them. Believe me, things will change soon. Zhao Dongfeng said this without certainty, because he didn't know the background of Crazy 9527. However, Zhao Dongfeng had already decided that if Quangbu 9527 couldn't resolve his current predicament, he would directly appeal to the Alliance Council. Many officers in the Third Fleet had the Council's support. He could share the information he obtained from Quangbu 9527 with these people. Of course, this would diminish his own merit. But there was no other way. Zhao Dongfeng's wife became even more worried upon hearing this. Won't they get you into trouble? No. After all, I just made such a great contribution. Sigh. Zhao Dongfeng sighed, unable to say more. Meanwhile, Yang Bo remained in stealth mode. After 3 days of reconnaissance, Yang Bo discovered that the people watching Zhao Dongfeng were a diverse bunch. First and foremost were the He family, who feared Zhao Dongfeng might act rashly. Moreover, these people were authorized to eliminate Zhao Dongfeng immediately should he become desperate. Furthermore, there's the Alliance's Department of Homeland Security. The Department of Homeland Security is somewhat suspicious of Zhao Dongfeng's recent undercover achievements. Moreover, the Department of Homeland Security already knew Zhao Dongfeng was a member of the He family. The Department of Homeland Security is trying to find some leverage over Zhao Dongfeng to force him to serve the Congress. Furthermore, the Department of Homeland Security is also preparing to attack Zhao Dongfeng, but disguised as members of the He family. Then, the Department of Homeland Security will step in to rescue him. It's all a show. Then, there are the Alliance's 4th Fleet and 6th Fleet. These 2 warlord families are also suspicious of Zhao Dongfeng's sudden achievements. Because the last person to consistently achieve such feats was Li Yong, the 2 warlord families were simply focused on Zhao Dongfeng. In truth, these warlords all knew each other's bottom line. These warlord families often cultivated their own merits. However, they rarely used pirate crews for credit. Because the cost of a pirate crew was too high, how much is a C-class warship worth? Meanwhile, Zhao Dongfeng felt increasingly depressed. Zhao Dongfeng took his wife and children shopping. Zhao Dongfeng felt like a heavy stone was pressing on his chest. Looking at his children's innocent faces, and then at his wife's worried eyes, Zhao Dongfeng could only force a smile. Yang Bo transformed into the likeness of Third Master. Bard had used this disguise when he was the leader of the Silver Moon pirate crew. Few people recognized this disguise. At least those following Zhao Dongfeng didn't. Mr. Zhao Dongfeng, it's a pleasure to meet you. In a supermarket, Zhao Dongfeng was picking out toys for his children. A young boy and girl were in the toy experience area nearby when a man suddenly spoke up beside them. "Who are you?" Zhao Dongfeng looked at the man before him. The man was wearing a hat, but it was clear he was a bit older. "I'm 9527. People like to call me Third Master. It's so hard to see you. So many people are watching you. I understand your current predicament. I know investments can lose money, but I decided to invest in you." Yongbo, disguised as Third Master, spoke directly. Zhao Dongfeng's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the man to appear so suddenly. "What do you want me to do?" Zhao Dongfeng asked worriedly. "Hee, we won't let you do anything illegal. You think we paid so high a price to help you rise to a higher position, only for you to do something illegal?" Yongbo chuckled. "Those two over there are from your He family. Your family is putting pressure on you, but they're afraid you do something rash, so they've been authorized. If they find you acted rashly, they make sure something bad happens to you." Yongbo pointed to two people in the distance. The two He family members, who were following him, were somewhat confused when they saw a man next to Zhao Dongfeng pointing at them. "That one is from the Alliance's Department of Homeland Security. They want to win you over. Of course, they also made contingency plans, attack you, then rescue you. Do you understand what I mean?" Yongbo pointed to another person. "They know my identity?" Zhao Dongfeng immediately realized. "Those two are from the 4th Fleet, and that one is from the 5th Fleet. Your own people know your own people very well. Your merit this time has aroused their suspicion. That one is from the pirates." Zhao Dongfeng looked at the man beside him, who was only gesturing to the people in the distance, and gasped. 9527 actually knew the situation around him so clearly. He hadn't even noticed these people watching him. "Come on, let's take a picture together." Yongbo, disguised as Third Master, posed for a photo with Zhao Dongfeng without any hesitation. Zhao Dongfeng leaned against 9527 and let him take the picture. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate crew." The last sentence almost made Zhao Dongfeng jump. The Silver Moon Pirate captain. He just appeared right in front of him like that. And in front of so many people following him? Although some people have seen my true face, these people following me haven't. Zhao Dongfeng was even more dumbfounded when he heard 9527 say this. He also noticed that 9527 was wearing a hat, mainly to avoid surveillance. In other words, even if he was recognized later, as long as there was no evidence, they couldn't do anything to him. "What's your plan?" Yongbo asked. "I'm going to the 6th Fleet. The 3rd Fleet, 6th Fleet, most of the officers there are spies planted by the Council. It's impossible for me to gain merit in other fleets." Zhao Dongfeng's heart was racing. Zhao Dongfeng was now terrified of being captured. The infamous pirate captain was right next to him, and he wouldn't be able to explain himself no matter how hard he tried. "That's a good idea." Yongbo thought it was feasible. "What do you plan to do about the family?" Yongbo asked again. "My family is a problem. They're framing me. If I openly pledge allegiance to the Council, my family will definitely target me. They definitely won't let this go. They keep targeting me." Zhao Dongfeng also felt troubled. "You can earn merit now. You don't necessarily need a warship to earn merit. Go back and wait for my good news," Yongbo said. "Okay." Zhao Dongfeng was confused, but he couldn't wait for this guy to leave. "I see if there are any fellow rebels, anti-government armed groups, or terrorist organizations on Trier. Be prepared for battle at any time. Or we can plan a terrorist attack, and you can be the hero," Yongbo said quickly and then left. Zhao Dongfeng's eyes widened, then he gasped. Chapter 1383. How audacious. Zhao Dongfeng didn't know if what 9527 said was true or false, but his intuition told him it was probably true. The leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Gang was quite famous within the Alliance. Because the other members of the Silver Moon Pirate Gang were still imprisoned on March Star in the Alliance. They robbed an immigrant ship from Pato Star that had migrated to March Star. Then they encountered the Guardians of March Star. Most of the pirate gang members were arrested and put on trial. The initial report stated that the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Gang was missing. Later, a terrorist attack occurred on March Star, which was said to be related to this pirate leader, but at that time, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Gang had a conflict with the Pirate Alliance. He disrupted the Pirate Alliance's provocation. The Pirate Alliance was holding a conference on March Star at the time, which was a blatant provocation. Therefore, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Gang had always been on the Alliance's wanted list. Now, this person had openly appeared before him, and even publicly took a photo with him. Of course, Zhao Dongfeng wasn't afraid. First, there were no security cameras where the two of them were. There were cameras outside the shop, but the other person was wearing a hat. Even if someone filmed him with that person, he could simply say the other person asked him for directions. As for why someone would ask for directions in a technologically advanced society, that's their privacy. How would he know? In any case, feigning ignorance is best. Zhao Dongfeng saw Third Master and walked out confidently. He then saw the people the other person had pointed to, some of whom went to greet Third Master. Yang Bo did this because he didn't have a better solution. While he could appear anywhere invisibly, this would expose his true strength. Furthermore, few knew his identity as the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Even if he were recognized, he wasn't afraid, because without solid evidence within the alliance, no one could arrest him. Of course, the other party might use other methods. This suited Yang Bo perfectly. If they couldn't act openly, then it would be perfect if he could attack secretly. Yang Bo had his bottom line and generally wouldn't use unconventional methods against others. However, if the other party used unconventional methods, then Yang Bo would use unconventional methods in return. The people following Zhao Dongfeng were now somewhat bewildered, because they had witnessed Yang Bo walk up to Zhao Dongfeng, talking to him while pointing and gesturing at them. And seeing Yang Bo pointing at others, these followers quickly realized he was a fellow professional. Then everyone was surprised because there were so many people. The He family, the 4th and 5th Fleets, the Pirate Alliance, and the Department of Homeland Security. 5 groups of people exchanged glances. They were all somewhat surprised, not expecting so many of their comrades. Seeing Yang Bo about to leave, the Pirate Alliance members quickly gave chase. 2 members of the Pirate Alliance, who were tracking Zhao Dongfeng, sent a message to their superiors, ordering them to send someone to follow Zhao Dongfeng, since they themselves had already been exposed. The 2 men now needed to figure out who Yang Bo really was, and how much he knew about them. After all, they were members of the Pirate Alliance and criminals. Once their background is revealed, things will get really messy. Relatively speaking, the He family, the 4th and 5th Fleets, and the Department of Homeland Security have no issues themselves. Even if they were tracking Zhao Dongfeng, no one else has any evidence to prove they've broken the law. Because these people weren't constantly tracking Zhao Dongfeng, they changed people along the way. But the Pirate Alliance is different. The Pirate Alliance was designated a terrorist organization for carrying out terrorist attacks on March Star. They even carried out terrorist attacks on Tianzi Star. So the Pirate Alliance members are terrified, because the people tracking Zhao Dongfeng are Pirate Alliance intelligence agents hidden within the Alliance, and these people are extremely secretive. Yang Bo saw that the Pirate Alliance members had actually abandoned tracking Zhao Dongfeng and come with him. Yang Bo was initially a little surprised, but then he understood. Clearly, they were afraid he would find out their background. Yang Bo simply turned around and went directly to the 2 people. The He family, the 4th and 5th Fleets, and the Department of Homeland Security, seeing someone pointing and gesturing at their group of mysterious people, were reporting to their superiors. Because those who were following him needed to consult with authorities on the next steps, everything had to be done according to procedure. These people initially thought the mysterious figure would leave quickly, given his pointing and gesturing to so many people. Unexpectedly, the mysterious figure turned and went towards 2 other people, even though these 2 were supposed to be following him first. The 2 Pirate Alliance spies were also somewhat surprised, not expecting the mysterious figure to turn around and come towards them. Yang Bo stared wide-eyed at the 2 Pirate Alliance spies. The 2 Pirate Alliance spies were 2 middle-aged men, who looked like ordinary Alliance citizens. The 2 were even dressed as a couple, wearing matching outfits. "Why are you pointing at me?" one of the Pirate Alliance's spies asked Yang Bo. "Heh. I was going to leave, but I didn't expect you 2 to follow me. Are you afraid I reveal your identities? Look at the others I pointed at, you should learn from them." Yang Bo looked at the 2 with a playful expression. The 2 Pirate Alliance spies, seeing the surrounding people watching them, and hearing Yang Bo's words, exchanged glances. "This is an invasion of our privacy. I'm calling the police. You have to come with us to the police station." The 2 Pirate Alliance spies shouted, and at the same time, they attacked Yang Bo. Yang Bo had already anticipated this attack. After all, they were pirates. The spies sent by the Pirate Alliance were all real pirates, and all of them had killed people. The Pirate Alliance had evidence of these spies' various illegal and criminal activities, ensuring that these spies would not betray the Pirate Alliance. The 2 were quite ruthless, intending to kill Yang Bo with one blow. The 2 men threw punches simultaneously, their fists accompanied by a thunderous sound. A shimmering light emanated from their fists. The spies from other organizations nearby were incredulous. The thunderous sound of their punches was the sound of fists breaking the sound barrier. The two men charged forward simultaneously, their clothes instantly tearing. This was because their speed exceeded the speed of sound, and the friction between their clothes and the air directly tore them apart. The two men were already very close to Yongbo, only about 3 or 4 meters away. But just then, a burst of red light struck the two people. Those around saw the two who had attacked first instantly appear before the mysterious figure. However, they hadn't expected the mysterious figure to unleash a burst of red light. Fire-based superpower. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of the red light. Boom! A massive energy shockwave instantly shattered everything around them, followed by a deafening roar. Call for backup! Call for backup! Alarm! Alarm! Activate the rescue robots! Alarm suddenly blared throughout the mall, and the Department of Homeland Security was already calling for backup. The fire energy reacted with the energy emanating from the two people. The explosion was equivalent to 2 miniature energy bombs. Because the energy of a superpowered individual is incompatible with the energy of others, the entire mall was now a scene of utter chaos. The explosion of the energy bombs pushed the surrounding air, creating a powerful shockwave. Fortunately, large malls, like the Alliance, have very high building security levels. Yongbo used his fire energy superpower to send the two pirate spies flying. To be precise, the two pirate spies were now unconscious. Their superpowers were almost completely depleted, and they had suffered the impact of the energy explosion, leaving them mangled and bloody. These two are spies from the Pirate Alliance. Yongbo shouted, then slipped away in the chaos. Zhao Dongfeng, however, was prepared. When Zhao Dongfeng saw Third Master turn around and confront the Pirate Alliance spies, he knew something was wrong. The Silver Moon pirate captain was infamous. Zhao Dongfeng's wife, having just seen a mysterious man talking to her husband, approached with their 2 children after the man left. Zhao Dongfeng, having seen Third Master turn back to cause trouble for the 2 Pirate Alliance spies, led his wife and children to what he considered a safer place. Upon reaching safety, they witnessed the 2 sides clash. What followed left Zhao Dongfeng completely bewildered. The strength of both sides was terrifying. The explosive power of the 2 Pirate Alliance spies was astonishing, reaching supersonic speed in an instant. This meant that the two men went from almost a standstill to breaking through the supersonic barrier in a very short distance. This indirectly proved their explosive power and physical endurance. Even more unexpectedly, the two men were directly blasted away by Third Master's fire-based super energy attack. Zhao Dongfeng recalled Third Master's words before leaving, and a headache began to run through him. In other words, a terrorist attack was about to erupt on planet Trier, and the purpose of the attack was to gain merit for him. At the same time, Zhao Dongfeng was also puzzled. Could other terrorist attacks also have these causes? Zhao Dongfeng was now not only overwhelmed but also felt somewhat lost. He was actually linked to terrorist attacks? What? While Zhao Dongfeng was still lost in thought, the rescue robots began to rescue people. 2 rescue robots flew directly in front of Zhao Dongfeng. The robots scanned Zhao Dongfeng's children and asked, "Honorable guest, do your children need help?" "No, thank you." Zhao Dongfeng quickly shook his head. "Honored guest, please leave this place immediately as instructed," the rescue robot said again. Zhao Dongfeng then left the mall with his wife and children. The explosion inside the mall was no less than a terrorist attack. Before Zhao Dongfeng and his family even left the mall, they were taken to police cars by police robots and officers who had arrived as reinforcements. At this moment, Yongbo had already invisibly left the mall. Yongbo knew he couldn't leave the mall openly. Many of the mall surveillance devices hadn't been restored to operation due to the energy shock, so Yongbo could easily find blind spots and become invisible. Yongbo's clothes were completely unmarked, because they were clothes transformed from his battle armor. Yongbo invisibly left the mall and found it surrounded. Everyone who had come out of the mall was being taken to police cars. Police drones, police robots, and police mechs. And real police, evacuating customers while storming into the mall. After leaving the mall, Yongbo headed straight for the pirate spies' hideout. The Pirate Alliance had planted spies everywhere mainly to monitor the movements of its main fleets. When Yongbo discovered that Pirate Alliance spies were following Zhao Dongfeng, he already had a plan in mind. To break Zhao Dongfeng's current predicament, the only way was for Zhao Dongfeng to continue to achieve merit. The only way to break the deadlock was through merit. Only in this way could the He family stop suppressing Dongfeng. Of course, there were other methods, such as killing the He family members, or using hacking technology to expel all the He family's officers from the army. Of course, this would be a huge undertaking. It would require a considerable amount of time and effort. Using the Pirate Alliance's spies would allow Zhao Dongfeng to gain merit quickly and easily. Afterwards, Yang Bo would only need to provide Zhao Dongfeng with intelligence. Because Yang Bo didn't intend to put too much effort into Zhao Dongfeng to wipe out the entire He family for Zhao Dongfeng. If he did that, Zhao Dongfeng's situation would become even more difficult, because others would suspect Zhao Dongfeng. The Pirate Alliance's spies were meeting at a tea house. Many intelligence organizations prefer to use service industries as meeting places because they have a constant flow of people. Yang Bo went directly to the tea house. It was closed. A sign outside indicated it was under renovation and temporarily closed. Yang Bo pushed open the door and went inside, but there was no one outside. Yang Bo walked directly to the back of the tea house. "Excuse me, we're closed right now." A pretty woman dressed as a waitress rushed out from behind and blocked Yang Bo's path. Yang Bo grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up like a chicken, dragging her to the back. This waitress was also a member of the Pirate Alliance. There were 4 people in the tea house, 2 men and 2 women. The 2 women were waitresses, and the 2 men were in charge of the kitchen. And perhaps to avoid trouble, there were no security cameras. In the Alliance, businesses like this could choose not to install any surveillance or smart devices because of privacy concerns. Bang! Yang Bo kicked the door leading to the kitchen open. The other 3 people in the kitchen were sitting together, discussing something, then stared at Yang Bo in astonishment. "Who are you? What do you want?" "We're calling the police." Seeing Yang Bo barge in and grab their companion, the 3 men immediately stood up. "Call the police? You pirates think you can call the police? Go ahead and call." Chapter 1384. Upon hearing Yang Bo's words, the 3 people shimmered with energy. One of them, a man and a woman, charged directly at Yang Bo. The remaining man, his eyes fixed on Yang Bo, suddenly detached a black ornament from his chest, which shot towards Yang Bo with a streak of black light. Splitter? The 3's coordination was flawless. The 2 charging forward drew the fire, while the ultimate attack was the splitter. Crack! Yang Bo, still holding the waitress with one hand, used 2 fingers of his other hand to clamp down on her splitter. A cracking sound was heard. The splitter shattered instantly. The man controlling the splitter's eyes narrowed. Boom! Then everything went black as he was slammed away by a tremendous force. The man controlling the splitter crashed heavily into the wall. He saw his 2 companions also crash into the wall. The rooms at the back of the tea house had been modified. Even with such a loud noise inside, it was completely silent outside. Yang Bo threw the waiter he was holding to the ground. Yang Bo didn't kill the people in the mall, nor the 2 people inside, because the 2 people in the mall were the catalyst for Zhao Dongfeng's meritorious service. Zhao Dongfeng fought pirates and earned military merit. So, it was reasonable for the Pirate Alliance to follow Zhao Dongfeng, wasn't it? These 2 people were evidence of following Zhao Dongfeng. Therefore, it was only natural for the Pirate Alliance to take more drastic retaliatory measures. Then, their attempt to retaliate against Zhao Dongfeng failed, and instead, Zhao Dongfeng gained merit again. The matter was essentially resolved at this point. This also had the advantage of generating public concern for Zhao Dongfeng and anger towards the pirates. Even if Zhao Dongfeng remains in the 3rd Fleet, the He family won't dare target him easily, because it would arouse suspicion. They might suspect that the Pirate Alliance bribed someone to deliberately target Zhao Dongfeng. From now on, as long as Zhao Dongfeng performs meritorious service legitimately, no one will dare to come forward. Otherwise, all sorts of conspiracy theories can be attached to him. Yang Bo's ability to come up with this plan in such a short time is already quite impressive, but the details still need continuous refinement. TSK. Unexpectedly, it's a big fish. Yang Bo walked up to the person using the sky-splitting technique. This person wasn't unconscious, but couldn't move, just leaning against the wall. This person looked at Yang Bo, wanting to say something, but felt like he couldn't catch his breath. Then this person saw Yang Bo take out a set of items. 10 minutes later, the person leaning against the wall looked at the person in front of him, who looked exactly like him. He sensed something was wrong. The other party had obviously used a disguise potion. The other party knew he was a spy for the Pirate Alliance and disguised himself as him. So what was the purpose? And the opponent was too powerful. His trump card was utterly useless against this opponent. Then, Yang Bo knocked the leader unconscious with a single punch. The reason Yang Bo made the leader watch his disguise unfold was to pave the way for his next move. At this moment, Yang Bo used his mental seed to read the other man's memories. Yang Bo did this because he saw the other man use the sky-splitting technique. He knew this person was no ordinary individual. Yang Bo wanted this man to escape, to make sure he couldn't explain himself no matter how hard he tried. This would solidify the pirates' claim of retaliation and draw the attention of the Alliance's official investigation. A-level mental superpowered individual. And a senior agent in the Pirate Alliance's Secret Intelligence Department. Although Yang Bo released mental seeds to several elders of the Pirate Alliance, the Pirate Alliance's Secret Intelligence Department was always managed by a single person, and these elders were unaware of its specific personnel arrangements. Of course, these elders wouldn't inquire about this information, mainly to avoid suspicion. This senior agent controlled over 20 core members, whose main task was to monitor the Alliance's Third Fleet, develop peripheral members, and conduct limited infiltration of the Third Fleet. This senior agent didn't intend to control the Third Fleet, but rather to keep abreast of its movements. Yang Bo also knew why the Pirate Alliance was doing this. Because, for the Pirate Alliance, the Alliance itself posed the greatest threat. The Empire wasn't considered a threat, as the Pirate Alliance was the largest buyer of Imperial warships. As for the Federation, it was the most corrupt, and the Pirate Alliance could easily obtain core intelligence from it. There's also the Federation, where each state governs itself independently. Of course, this High Commissioner was unaware that the 9th Elder of the Elder Council was a member of the Third Fleet. In other words, theoretically, the Third Fleet wouldn't pose a fatal threat to the Pirate Alliance. Zhao Dongfeng, of course, is an exception. The He family's targeting of Zhao Dongfeng stems from this very reason. The He family certainly doesn't want a conflict to erupt between the Alliance and the Pirate Alliance. And Zhao Dongfeng's actions against the pirates could very well trigger an even more intense conflict between the two sides. Because the He family has significant interests within the Pirate Alliance. Zhao Dongfeng, of course, was unaware of this. Yang Bo read the senior commissioner's memories, and then began searching the entire house. There was various equipment inside, including miniature energy bombs and other energy weapons. Of course, Yang Bo couldn't reveal that he had found everything directly. Yang Bo also found 2 miniature missiles, which were chaff/flares, used to interfere with various detectors in the intelligence system. Then Yang Bo went to the garage behind the tea house, where there were several cars, all smuggled and modified. The Pirate Alliance members prepared these vehicles for 2 reasons. Firstly, in case of an operation, these flying cars would be less likely to be tracked. Secondly, these modified cars had excellent performance and a certain level of defensive capability. Therefore, these flying cars did not require real-name registration, but were manually operated. Yang Bo handcuffed the senior commissioner and then left him inside the tea house. He placed the other 3 unconscious people in the flying car. Then Yang Bo drove the flying car straight to the police station. Zhao Dongfeng and his group are currently being questioned at the police station. 2 seriously injured spies from the Pirate Alliance have been placed under strict surveillance. However, these 2 spies are still recovering. In his statement to the police station, Zhao Dongfeng stated that he did not know Third Master at all. The man had only asked for directions. He knew nothing else. The police are also facing a major headache because Zhao Dongfeng's current status is sensitive, having just earned military merit. Furthermore, so many people are suspected of following Zhao Dongfeng. Among them, the agents from the Alliance's Homeland Security Department immediately identified themselves upon entering the police station and requested the police's cooperation in investigating Zhao Dongfeng. Who were the other groups of people? Fortunately, there was no direct evidence against them, and they didn't confess. The police chief immediately released them according to procedure. The police chief knew these people were definitely not ordinary individuals. Zhao Dongfeng's wife and children were in the hospital, and because women and children were involved, the police chief personally escorted Zhao Dongfeng to the door. The police chief had no intention of letting someone like Zhao Dongfeng step into the police station again. He had countless troubles associated with such people, and the police chief knew there was internal strife within the military. The further away such troublesome individuals were, the better. Zhao Dongfeng had just left the police station and gotten into his flying car. His wristwatch received a message from a friend in a game, inviting him to play together. This friend in the game was 9527. Zhao Dongfeng's hair stood on end upon seeing this message. Then he saw 2 missiles launch from a car in the distance. These 2 missiles were detected by the police station's security system the instant they were launched. The police station's warning energy cannons opened fire instantly. Both missiles were instantly detonated. However, these 2 missiles were themselves energy jamming grenades. The 2 energy jamming grenades exploded instantly. Zhao Dongfeng felt a little dizzy. Energy jamming grenades. Zhao Dongfeng instantly knew that the 2 missiles were energy jamming grenades. The energy shock caused by the close-range explosion of the energy-jamming grenades had a significant impact on people. Rapid alarms blared throughout the entire police station. After the car that launched the 2 missiles opened its doors, a person got out and started throwing energy grenades one after another. The energy grenades hurtled towards Zhao Dongfeng's car from a distance. After throwing the grenades, the other party quickly got into the car and sped away. The instant Zhao Dongfeng realized the 2 miniature missiles were energy chaff, he switched the flying car to manual mode. As the people inside the car got out, Zhao Dongfeng quickly reversed. Having just received the message from 9527, Zhao Dongfeng knew his time to prove himself had come. In an instant, the flying car, now under manual control, rapidly reversed and crashed into the police station gate. The police station had an underground parking garage, but it wasn't open to outsiders. Everyone giving statements was in the open-air parking lot in front of the police station, because those giving statements might be criminals. The parking lot was monitored by a surveillance system. Zhao Dongfeng watched as several energy grenades were thrown where he had just parked. Then he instantly dropped to the ground and simultaneously shut down the entire flying car system. A faint ringing sound filled his ears. Zhao Dongfeng knew this was the energy shock effect of the simultaneous explosion of the energy grenades. This was only because he was inside the flying car, which inherently possessed some defensive capabilities. However, the police officers and drones rushing out of the police station weren't so lucky. The energy shockwaves from the simultaneous explosions of several energy grenades directly destroyed the drones. The robots had some defensive capabilities, but their detection systems were disrupted, instantly triggering a safety mode. After being disrupted, to prevent uncontrolled attacks, all the robots activated a safety mode, effectively shutting down all systems. Some of the police officers were unlucky. They were directly knocked unconscious by the energy blast. The police chief also felt a headache coming on, experiencing dizziness, because he was too close to the grenade explosions and lacked any protective gear. "Damn it, catch him!" the police chief roared angrily. More police officers rushed out of the police station. The energy impact inside the police station was minimal because the building itself had a high level of defense. At this moment, the suspect had already driven away from the police station in his flying car. Then the police chief saw Zhao Dongfeng's flying car give chase. "Damn it! Quick!" the police chief shouted, jumping into a police car. To the chief's dismay, the car's systems hadn't been deactivated. The energy blast from the grenade had put the car into a self-protection mode. The chief switched to a police car that hadn't been activated. Then he immediately gave chase, while simultaneously requesting support from the planetary surveillance system. Chapter 1385. Zhao Dongfeng's adrenaline was surging. Zhao Dongfeng dared to chase after them entirely because of the information he just received. The message from 9527 seemed to be about playing games together. But Zhao Dongfeng understood the underlying meaning. His time to make a name for himself had arrived. While at the police station, Zhao Dongfeng was still pondering what kind of terrorist attack they were planning, and whether it would cause more casualties. Making things too big would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Zhao Dongfeng was even considering contacting 9527 to downplay the situation. Unexpectedly, it started right after he left the police station. This attack was completely different from what he had imagined. This time, it was clearly aimed at him, but the impact of this event was enormous, because it happened right in front of the police station, and they even released missiles, albeit miniature ones. But the enemy's tactic was successful. The miniature energy missiles directly interfered with the police station's security systems. The enemy threw energy grenades at his vehicle's location. This was clearly a death sentence. Even Zhao Dongfeng suspected the other party wasn't truly after him, because if his flying car hadn't reversed, a few energy grenades could have caused permanent damage to his mind or body. Moreover, if it weren't for the message sent by 9527, Zhao Dongfeng wouldn't have chased after them at all. Now it was clearly a ploy to get him credit, which was why he chased after them. Although this explanation didn't align with procedure, because in terrorist attack training, the primary task is self-protection. However, Zhao Dongfeng felt he could justify it, because he had a fiery temper, and the other party was clearly targeting him. I wonder who Third Master found. They acted so quickly. Zhao Dongfeng had just realized that the person who attacked him wasn't Third Master. Yang Bo, driving his flying car, used his mental seed to detect Zhao Dongfeng's pursuit and breathed a sigh of relief, fearing the kid wouldn't be as clever as he seemed. Then he discovered that his senior agent, whom he had left in the tea house, had escaped. Yang Bo had deliberately left the senior agent in the tea house, even though he was handcuffed. But the agent had plenty of ways to escape quickly. The senior agent sent by the Pirate Alliance's intelligence department knew something was wrong when he woke up and found himself alone in the tea house. The attacker impersonating him was definitely not a joke. Although the handcuffs prevented him from using his financial power, as a senior intelligence agent, he naturally had ways to escape. This was actually what Yang Bo needed. It would be worse if the senior agent didn't escape. He had to escape to take the blame. Just like those bank or gold shop robbers. Originally, these robbers only stole 1 million, but the report says 5 million or 10 million. Similarly, in this scene Yang Bo was staging, the senior agent needed to escape. Of course, if the senior agent didn't escape, Yang Bo would have to kill him, but that wouldn't be as effective as escaping. Because this guy had a mental seed released, it was equivalent to Yang Bo planting a mole in the Pirate Alliance's intelligence department. Because this senior agent possessed A-level mental superpowers. Even the Alliance's intelligence department wouldn't let go of such a talent. Although the opponent's mental strength was far inferior to his own, the fact that the opponent could manipulate space was enough to prove his excellence. Yang Bo's success in getting the other party away was a win-win situation. He could frame them, and also plant an informant within the Pirate Alliance's intelligence department. Yang Bo drove his flying car directly into the tea house's garage. Then, Yang Bo escaped through a secret door used by the senior agent. This secret door led to the adjacent safe house. The senior agent had already left the safe house. Yang Bo then became invisible inside the safe house, and quickly drove away. Zhao Dongfeng manually controlled the flying car, his wristwatch constantly displaying messages from the police, warning him not to act rashly. Zhao Dongfeng ignored the messages. Moreover, a police drone was already chasing Zhao Dongfeng, but at that moment, the flying car in front drove directly into an alley. Zhao Dongfeng, disregarding everything, also drove his car into the alley. The police chief, watching from behind via the drone, cursed, "That damn bastard." The police chief had no idea of the other reasons behind this. So he watched Zhao Dongfeng directly follow the terrorists into the building. They felt the other side was practically courting death. The police chief could have been faster, but he was also afraid of dying. The police officer driving was also afraid of dying. Of course, maintaining a safe distance from terrorists is the right thing to do for the police. The police's first priority is their own safety, then the safety of citizens. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongfeng steered his speeding car into the tea house's garage. From afar, he saw someone get out of the car and run away. Zhao Dongfeng directly rammed his speeding car into the terrorist's vehicle. After the crash, Zhao Dongfeng jumped out. Zhao Dongfeng was radiating energy. He arrived at the terrorist's flying car. The door was open, and inside were 3 unconscious people. Zhao Dongfeng didn't care about anything else and dragged the 3 out. At that moment, the police drone's voice blared, "Everyone, hands up! Everyone, hands up!" Zhao Dongfeng raised his hands and shouted, "I saw the terrorists run away over there." Several drones chased after them in the direction Zhao Dongfeng pointed, but the hidden door there was already closed. The police chief had arrived by then. The police chief had seen Zhao Dongfeng's flying car crash into the terrorists' flying car from the drone's perspective. As for the terrorists escaping, the police chief hadn't seen it because the drone was at a high altitude and couldn't see what was happening inside the garage. "Mr. Zhao Dongfeng, you are too reckless." The police chief's first words to Zhao Dongfeng were, "They're coming for me. These damned guys. They're coming for me." Zhao Dongfeng was extremely agitated. Police took control of the 3 unconscious individuals. Then, police began searching the entire tea house. They found even more dangerous items inside. Then, police opened a hidden door and discovered a safe room next door. However, the terrorists had vanished without a trace. The police department had issued a new arrest warrant. Yang Bo was already several blocks away. How do I establish a foothold on this planet? Yang Bo planned to establish a foothold on Trier. Yang Bo can't teleport away directly right now because of the energy fluctuations. Therefore, he needs to buy a house with a safe house. The safe house can shield against energy fluctuations, and Yang Bo also needs to place an energy stone with spatial coordinates inside. This will make it easier for him to come here in the future. Yang Bo saw police drones flying everywhere in the sky. However, Yang Bo wasn't afraid at all. He was currently dressed as Third Master, wearing a hoodie, hat, and mask. The police drones were now on increased patrols. Without conclusive evidence from the Alliance, drones alone couldn't identify passers-by. A terrorist attack had occurred, and the police drones were increasing patrols according to procedure. Yang Bo saw the wanted poster on his wristband and chuckled inwardly. The wanted poster's profile picture was that of the escaped High Commissioner. Yang Bo, disguised as the High Commissioner, was filmed throwing an energy grenade at Zhao Dongfeng's flying car. Of course, this was intentional on Yang Bo's part. And the escaped High Commissioner had already seen the wanted notice. The Senior Commissioner was furious. But there was no time to think about it now. His top priority was to get out of there. The Senior Commissioner wasn't afraid of the Alliance Police Department, or even the Alliance authorities finding him. What he feared was that mysterious person. The Senior Commissioner felt that this mysterious person was watching him closely, otherwise, they wouldn't have found the tea house so easily. And at the same time, they were launching a terrorist attack on the police station to frame him. The Senior Commissioner immediately suspected that it was his rival, betraying him. Zhao Dongfeng had done a great job, because it has been confirmed that the 3 unconscious people Zhao Dongfeng pulled from the terrorist's vehicle were accomplices of the terrorists. They were running the tea house with the terrorists. Although there is evidence that the 3 terrorists were already unconscious beforehand. Zhao Dongfeng's act of pulling them from the flying vehicle has already earned him a commendation. However, it's still difficult to determine, because Zhao Dongfeng's flying vehicle violently collided with the terrorist's vehicle. Of course, this possibility is very low, as flying vehicles have internal safety systems. Furthermore, 2 of the 3 terrorists had serious injuries, and the third, although without external injuries, was also unconscious. But regardless, Zhao Dongfeng has performed a meritorious service in this terrorist attack. Of course, all participants have performed meritorious service. Regardless of the reason the terrorists were unconscious, the result is that the 3 terrorists have been captured. As for the terrorist who escaped, no one has any hope of finding him. The next step is to figure out how to publicize this incident. The governor of Planet Trier convened an emergency closed-door meeting. The terrorist attack had a significant impact on the planet's development. First, we need to find out the origins of these terrorists, the governor said. And why did they carry out this terrorist attack? If it's indiscriminate terrorism, the impact on our economy will be enormous. The Minister of Police then spoke up. Based on the available information, the terrorists are likely targeting Zhao Dongfeng. However, the specific details are still under investigation. The Minister of Finance stated, it's likely a retaliatory terrorist attack, not an indiscriminate one. If it were an indiscriminate attack, the economic blow to the entire planet would be enormous. Because in this situation, no one else would come to the planet to invest or travel. Indiscriminate terrorism is the most terrifying. The terrorists must be pirates. Because of Zhao Dongfeng's meritorious service, these pirates are retaliating against him, the Minister of Security said. And we need a hero for this. We need a hero who wins on the battlefield but is retaliated against by pirates. That will downplay our responsibility. And that will also create public opinion. The Minister of Security added. Everyone knew what this meant. The terrorist attack was caused by the military. Chapter 1386. Before Yang Bo could even find a place to stay, the Trier Planet's authorities reacted swiftly. The governor personally convened a virtual press conference. The governor was a middle-aged, bald, white man. Yang Bo could tell from his appearance that the man's superpowers were considerable. The reason the authorities held a press conference so quickly was to stabilize public sentiment. Welcome everyone to the new Trier press conference. The governor began from his office. 1 hour and 13 minutes ago. A terrorist attack occurred on Trier. For terrorists used miniature energy-disrupting missiles and energy grenades in an attack outside the police station. No one was killed in the attack. 6 police officers were affected by the energy shock and are receiving treatment and further evaluation in the hospital. Property damage was caused and is currently being assessed. According to preliminary investigation results, the terrorists belonged to the Pirate Alliance. Their target was an officer, Lieutenant Colonel Zhao Dongfeng. Zhao Dongfeng had just distinguished himself. According to preliminary investigation results, this terrorist attack was retaliation by the Pirate Alliance against the Alliance military. Regardless of the truth of the matter, even if the later investigation reveals a different truth, the authorities will close the case according to this investigation result. The impact of a terrorist attack on the entire planet's development is too great. Even if it is later proven that these terrorists are not pirates, they will become pirates, let alone the fact that these people were originally pirates. This is why criminal organizations exist in every society. Even in a high-tech society like the Alliance, there are anti-government armed groups and shady organizations. The Alliance has the capability to wipe out all these criminal organizations. However, the Alliance won't do that because they need these criminal organizations to take the blame in crucial moments. They can even be used to frame other politicians. Of course, the situation with pirate groups is more complex. It's the result of a power struggle between 3 countries and various conglomerates. Some intelligence agencies in the three countries find it inconvenient to act directly during missions, so pirate groups are much more convenient. Some large conglomerates use them to suppress dissent. Some financial companies even use them to manipulate the stock market. For example, if a large company's products or key raw materials are stolen by pirate groups, wouldn't a company's stock price be affected? And some companies even do this themselves to raise prices. This kind of thing has existed since ancient times. However, in the past, these companies caused trouble by arson or other malicious acts, including setting fire to their own transport ships. Everything in the world, if analyzed from a purely interest-based perspective, quickly reveals its conclusions. Yongbo wants to find a place to stay in Trier, but he's encountered a small problem. That is, the issue of his legal status. Without official legal status, it's difficult to rent or buy a house. Yongbo has the ability to build some safe houses in the wilderness. However, building safe houses in the wilderness isn't safe. Only by purchasing a house or land can he legally guarantee his privacy. Yongbo quickly devised a plan: hack into the police department's security system and identify some criminals. He would deal with these people and then impersonate them. Ideally, this criminal would have some kind of business or assets. The Alliance has many criminals who escaped legal punishment due to lack of evidence. Yongbo quickly hacked into the police department's system. Frankly speaking, the Alliance has the most criminals and the most diverse methods. Yongbo was filtering his targets. Those with serious crimes couldn't be chosen, as they would be monitored. Those with minor crimes, Yongbo felt it wouldn't warrant killing them. Those who were too monstrous were also out of the question, since Yongbo would need to impersonate them. Yongbo selected 3 targets, all relatively close to him. The first target was a fraudster who rented servers directly from the Federation to commit fraud. Their targets were residents, especially elderly residents. The method of fraud was simple, mainly focusing on health and wellness, promoting pseudogenetic products that could increase lifespan. Most of these residents had spent their entire lives living in welfare housing and enjoying the Alliance's benefits. So these people are eager to live longer. Yongbo found a place to hide and quickly arrived at the fraudster's house. This fraudster lived alone in a detached villa, and the villa had no smart systems whatsoever. This person bought things and put them all in an automatic parcel locker outside the yard. Yongbo thought this was perfect. He felt it wasn't suitable for some criminals who lived with their entire families. Upon arriving at the villa, Yongbo immediately fell in love with it. It was a villa by the sea. This was a bay. The entire bay comprised of villas. The bay was crescent-shaped, and the villa where the target was located was at its innermost point. It occupied a secluded triangular corner with mountains behind it, a yard in front, a road in front of the yard, and the beach in front of the road. Of course, a breakwater separated the beach from the road. A security system was also installed at the highest point in the middle of the bay. Yongbo stealthily approached the villa. He waited quietly for his opportunity. He waited for most of the day. That evening, a supermarket drone delivered goods to the automatic parcel locker at the door. Then the person inside the villa opened the door, went to the locker, and retrieved the goods. The distance from the villa's door to the locker was over 100 meters. Yongbo followed the criminals back into the villa. The villa's interior was simply furnished. The owner of the villa was a young man. Though he appeared to be young, in reality, he was over 50. Yongbo didn't release his mental seed to the man, but instead observed him first. Yongbo wasn't sure if the police report was accurate. Mainly, if this kind of person didn't deserve to die, they wouldn't be of much use to him. Of course, he could observe the person's lifestyle and such. The villa had 5 floors and no elevator. The 5th floor had a sunroom and a suite. The sunroom was filled with various plants. There were no smart devices in the entire villa. Furthermore, the suspect had installed shielding devices where electrical wires and water pipes entered the house. Because of current technology, it's possible to eavesdrop directly through electrical wires and the radiation from light sources. The same applies to tap water, as water can also transmit energy waves. Yongbo observed for one night and left the next day. This suspect was indeed a fraudster, but he wasn't the mastermind. He was just a scapegoat used by the fraud ring to attract police attention. Yongbo wasn't interested in investigating the fraud ring. The reason fraud hasn't been eradicated for so many years isn't due to legal issues, but rather the lack of awareness among the victims. Even if Yongbo wiped out all the fraud rings now, more would quickly emerge. Yongbo then went to the home of his second target. This target lived in an apartment. This suspect was suspected of human trafficking. This suspect used online dating to take people on trips to the federal government, then sold them. It's worth noting that the suspect was male, and the victims were also men. After half a day, Yang Bo gave up. This person was indeed a human trafficker, but there was a larger organization behind him. The organization provided this person with all the information about the target. Yang Bo could roughly guess that this organization was a pharmaceutical group. These targets likely possessed special genes. People with special genes were highly sought after by various pharmaceutical groups. Yang Bo didn't want to become one of them and be assigned various tasks by their organization. Yang Bo wrote down all the information he gathered and planned to expose it after he left. Then Yang Bo arrived at his final target. These 3 targets were closest to each other, all located in the same city. The third suspect, accused of espionage, was a former official employee of the Alliance. He lived alone in a small villa halfway up a mountain. The target was a middle-aged man with yellow skin. This time, Yang Bo lost patience and directly released his mental seed. This suspect had indeed sold sensitive information about the Alliance to the Empire. The suspect was a former health official on Trier, an Alliance planet, and sold sensitive biological information about Alliance citizens to the Empire. In today's interstellar age, every nation places great importance on the biological information of its citizens. Because different ethnic groups have different genetic makeup and unique biological information. This information can be used to develop various targeted biological weapons. The target was single and had no relatives. However, this guy was wealthy, traveling to the Federation for 2 months every year. Because all his money was deposited in Federation accounts. This guy had an excellent reputation within the Alliance. This was perfect for Yang Bo, who had almost no social connections. Then Yang Bo simply killed him. Cooking skills plus 16. The other party is a B-level superpowered individual, but since they're from a government department, they don't have any particularly impressive skills, so they've given them cooking skills. The person they're impersonating is named Lu Fugue, a very rustic name. Yang Bo first changed all the villa's bills to automatic payment mode. This was to avoid forgetting to pay taxes and having the villa auctioned off. Yang Bo then entered the villa's safe room, leaving a spatial coordinate energy stone inside, and then arrived in the second world. He hadn't been to the second world for several days. If he didn't show up soon, Prince Holden's butler would get worried. After staying in the second world for a few hours, Yang Bo returned to Li Zhan's warship. Then Yang Bo began investigating the organization behind the second human trafficking operation. Then he pondered in his mind, which identity should I use to take down this organization? Chapter 1387. Yang Bo investigated this organization for 2 reasons. Firstly, he had encountered it himself. Secondly, this organization was no ordinary entity. Obtaining a person's genetic data and biological information within the Alliance was extremely difficult. Yang Bo's intuition told him that not only pharmaceutical companies, but also politicians were involved. Such things were not uncommon in the Alliance's history. Before the Alliance entered the interstellar era, the Alliance's high-ranking officials and nobles lived so long. This was because they not only had access to the best medical care, but more importantly, they could easily replace any parts of their bodies that malfunctioned. These high-ranking officials and nobles would establish illegal organizations in underdeveloped countries. Then, through these illegal organizations, they would lure their targets to these underdeveloped countries. These targets had a very high compatibility with their own body parts. If deception didn't work, they would use other methods. For example, staging a traffic accident, or, for instance, committing a burglary and accidentally causing the target's death. In short, once they had their eye on someone, there was no escape. Furthermore, to find suitable matches, these high-ranking officials would use the guise of free medical checkups to collect more information, facilitating future matching. Later, many citizens of the Alliance refused medical treatment. While this wasn't unusual, Yang Bo hadn't intervened before. Because such things were too common. The original owner of this body had been used as a test subject by pharmaceutical companies. But now that he encountered it himself, he had to intervene. Within John Lee's fleet, Yang Bo directly used the warship's quantum computer, combined with his hacking skills. First, they hijacked some Federation servers, then used them as springboards to gather relevant information. These servers, after all, primarily serve casinos, pornographic websites, and illegal sites. So even if someone were to track them, it would be difficult to trace their movements. Yang Bo knew his hacking skills were top-notch, and he was confident he wouldn't be tracked. However, caution is always necessary. Many people capsize precisely because they are too arrogant. Yang Bo knew that this human trafficking organization was likely involved with many people. The main clients of such organizations were high-ranking officials and politicians within the Alliance. Yang Bo had already figured out how to utilize this opportunity. Recently, the alliance was relatively peaceful. However, both the Federation and the Empire were facing considerable trouble. The Federation, needless to say, was locked in a fierce battle with the Pirate Alliance. The Empire, due to the Emperor's cloning, had a significant impact both internally and internationally. The Alliance's media outlets were now either discussing the Federation's lack of talent or the extravagant lifestyles of the Empire's nobility. This wasn't what Yang Bo wanted. He also wanted to thoroughly humiliate the Alliance. This way, the three nations would be preoccupied with their own problems, making it easier for him to cause trouble. Yang Bo was afraid the Alliance would get involved and attack the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance hadn't received the warships they ordered from the Empire yet. Now wasn't the time for them to suffer. Yang Bo wanted to seize enough warships from the pirates to strengthen his own forces. Therefore, the pirates couldn't afford to be harmed now. Yang Bo spent 2 days thoroughly investigating the human trafficking organization. This human trafficking organization has several companies in the Federation. Ostensibly, these companies operate casinos and provide prostitution services. In reality, they also engage in human trafficking. This organization serves the high-ranking officials and nobles of the Federation. Of course, this human trafficking doesn't involve selling human organs. It's about conducting experiments. These high-ranking officials and nobles will find people with similar attributes to conduct experiments, mainly on energy potions and other forbidden experiments. For example, soul transfer experiments, because for these high-ranking officials and nobles, what they want is simple, to enjoy their current lives forever. Even Yang Bo knows how unreliable soul transfer is, but these people don't care. Failure is nothing. What if it succeeds? Time to find a sucker to take the fall. Yang Bo looked at what he had found and stroked his chin. Then Yang Bo sent some of the data to an email address. This email address belonged to the Imperial Royal Family, the kind used for public feedback. Yang Bo knew that the Imperial Royal Family was currently in a state of utter chaos. The truth about the Emperor's clone is obvious to everyone. Outsiders cannot obtain the Emperor's biological samples. If outsiders could easily obtain the Emperor's and Queen's biological samples, that would be an even greater insult to the Imperial family. Yang Bo knew the Imperial family needed something to divert attention. Although the Imperial authorities had clearly stated that the Emperor's clone was fake, the media on the Alliance side kept trying to get attention on this matter. The systems of the Alliance, the Empire, and the Federation were completely different. Therefore, the media of these three countries all keep a close eye on any negative public opinion surrounding the other. Among these three countries, the Federation is the weakest. Therefore, the Alliance and the Empire frequently engage in propaganda wars. Yang Bo's ability to defeat the elite nobles of the Empire while working as a cleaner was repeatedly reported by the Alliance, intended to make outsiders believe that Yang Bo's success was entirely due to the Alliance's free system. Yang Bo only sent some messages, without making any demands. Yang Bo originally thought it would take some time for the other party to reply. Unexpectedly, they replied within half an hour. Yang Bo had no idea that the Imperial Royal Family's mailbox for collecting public opinions hadn't received any submissions. Because under the Imperial Noble system, public opinions could only be directed at the administrators or lords of those individuals. For example, if the people of Devon Star submitted opinions, who were they targeting? Of course, the Devon Star officials, or Grand Duke Bart. The Emperor would then use these opinions to reprimand Bart, or the governor of Devon Star. So, as Grand Duke, how would Bart deal with those who submitted opinions after being reprimanded by the Emperor? Because the Emperor needs sufficient evidence to discipline others, no one submitted any feedback to the royal family's suggestion mailbox. Furthermore, the Imperial family has recently been embroiled in numerous troubles, so those managing the mailbox are working diligently. The recent turmoil within the Imperial family has everyone on edge. The person in charge of the mailbox, after reviewing some of the documents, immediately reported the matter to the Grand Steward, who in turn reported it to His Majesty the Emperor. The Grand Steward of the Imperial family is under immense pressure lately. The nobles are privately discussing the possibility of clones of the Emperor and the Queen. The Grand Steward fears the Emperor will be overwhelmed and someone will have to be blamed. And with the Emperor's biological samples lost, who could possibly take the blame? At least someone of the Grand Steward's rank. The Emperor of the Azure Empire is also under immense pressure lately. The Crown Prince's affair has just ended, and now the cloning issue has surfaced. Fortunately, the Imperial authorities and official channels have denied the allegations, claiming the clones are merely similar. However, the Alliance's media outlets were less forgiving, repeatedly making a fuss about the matter. This fueled the international buzz surrounding the issue. They even compared it to previous footage of the Queen. So, upon seeing this information, the Emperor realized this was an excellent opportunity.